Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 96, Traps. Using negation was a new experience to Rukia, so, even if she had seen the analysis sent by the 12th Division and knew the technical specification, she took her time observing the pillar of golden light surrounding her, trying to get a better feeling for it with her Ryotsu senses. The fact that studying an interesting Kido construct was also a nice way to relax and get rid of the mounting tension before what was likely going to be the most important battle of her life was a nice bonus, as well. As the phasing proceeded and the area outside the golden pillar of light started to shift from the base in Karakura to their destination into Las Noches, Rukia was surprised to see that they were teleporting in the middle of a large laboratory. She'd have expected Hiyori to pick a corner spot of the place, to avoid detection. However, that thought was suddenly pushed aside as she realized that somebody was standing outside the light, kneeling just outside of it to place down a small yet very complex-looking device. One of many, Rukia suddenly realized, which were arranged in a circle around the pillar, with a precision that made it clear the person had started to place the things down at least a short while before the negation had activated, while knowing exactly the size the pillar would have. The person in question straightened up and blinked as he noticed Rukia's glance, then smiled amicably, light glinting off his square glasses as he said, "Oh, you're here earlier than planned. Your welcome isn't yet fully ready, but don't worry, I'll try to hurry it along." Before taking a step forward, kneeling and placing a new device down with a suddenly quickened step. Rukia's eyes widened as she understood what was going on, and she ignored Kisuk's pointless pointing out a trap behind her as she did her best to take in the devices surrounding them, trying to guess at what they could be meant to be used for and, in return, what she could do to stop them. The design wasn't familiar at all. Indeed, if anything, it looked overcomplicated, as if somebody had added an unnecessary amount of redundancies to them, or maybe got lost in adding supplementary features to a core design, or, she realized with dread, if somebody specifically wanted his devices to be undecipherable at a first glance, even by an expert Shinigami. This wasn't the sort of improvised trap that would have been the result of the pink-haired, leather gloves-wearing man outside the negation pillar having discovered the device and set up countermeasures. This was something that had took time and planning to be set up. The only possible explanation was that Aizen had expected the Vizard to betray him and bring reinforcements along, and had accounted for it in his plans. Still, it didn't mean that Rukia was going to let herself be beaten so easily. Instead of wasting even one more second studying the devices, she closed her eyes and excluded all of her other senses to concentrate only on Ryotsu detection, and then flexed her fingers against her temple, applying a decoding Kido to her brain, a spell specifically designed for helping to figure out underlying pattern in a complex array by making them resonate more strongly with one's mind. Useless for combat, and even for research it was only partially helpful, as the increased clarity was paid for by quickly growing headaches, but she only needed it for a moment, to identify the real Kido structures in the items, hidden by a fake Ryotsu overlay just as she'd expected them to be. That was enough for her to tell that the scientist was trying to set up a paralyzing circle to trigger the moment the negation had finished phasing them in, and that each individual device would apply a different type of paralyzing effect, one to stop the flow of Ryotsu, another that would interfere with signals from the nervous system, another meant to lock muscles into places, a further gravity effect meant to keep the target anchored in place, a thickening of the air to make it almost solid and thus prevent movement, a flash of light to blind and confuse, a loud sound to achieve the same through hearing, and more besides. It was a complex puzzle, and even as their enemy settled down another device, this time something meant to release constant low-power electrical charge that would change convulsions to prevent proper coordination, it became clear to Rukia that the complexity was so that, once completed, the setup would be impossible to break by having every possible way to counter a specific effect blocked off by a different effect in turn. Luckily, the circle wasn't completed yet, and even as her body finished phasing into view while the negation pillar around her dissipated, Rukia could tell that her enemy would not be able to finish it in time. While the fact that he had built all his devices in advance gave him an edge, he still needed to set up the connections presently, as otherwise the negation device would not have been able to activate in the first place. Rukia had little doubt that, if things had worked out the way their opponent wanted, he would have had almost the entire circle set out before the negation activated with only one device let to set down, but the timing of their summoning had given them a window to counter his plan. Even with that, it wasn't like the traps already there weren't a problem, quite the opposite. The fact that the circle wasn't close meant that some of the counters would be available, but some wasn't all, and with their enemy going around setting down more of them, figuring out what was really going on with the device wouldn't be enough on its own, as it would take the casting of a lot of Kido to counter everything that could be, and they might not have the time to cast them all before a new device was set down that stopped one of the counters from going off. And it would only take one counter failing for her and Kisuk to be trapped where they stood, at the mercy of the scientist outside. But having to cast multiple Kido at once wasn't something new to Rukia. She'd never needed to combine so many before, but she just needed a moment to think over the structure, and she was with the perfect person to give her just that. She kept her eyes closed, maintaining her Ryotsu focus, but her hand reached for Kisuk's sleeve, pulling on it and saying, in a whisper, "Give me 3 minutes." A moment later, she felt the power of Kisuk's Shikai wrapping around her forehead, time slowing down just as her senses told her the negation had finished phasing away. Immediately, she focused on the dozen or so of Kido she needed to cast, and she immediately considered what they had in common, trying to find ways to combine them, realizing they wouldn't work directly, coopting a long-range attack instead as a delivery vector for the effects, tying them all to it, and figuring the right emotional framework to achieve the effect, and from there the most minimalist available gesture to convey the effect as she cast. Her arm made a sweeping, semicircular gesture from her left to her right, with the fingers of her hand going through a set of different positions in a smooth, easy set of movements that easily flowed into one another. She had a moment to admire the arc of Ryotsu moving forward, giving out the golden light of a properly stabilized Kido, and then the effect of Kisuk's Shikai ended, and her perception of time returned to normal, the speed of the attack suddenly dazzling as it struck and short-circuited the majority of the devices surrounding them, a moment before the pink-haired man in front of them could place down another one. Rukia didn't waste a moment, grabbing Kisuk, and using Shunpo to drag the older Shinigami out of the area of effect before the new device could trigger. That left him sputtering from being dragged so suddenly, but Rukia knew it would pass in a moment and so paid it no mind, instead drawing her Zanpakuto as she focused her attention on their opponent. For his own, the man, who she only now noticed was wearing a white turtlenecked shirt, offered a smile as he slowly clapped his hands, the black leather gloves he was wearing giving the sound a weird tone that made it feel almost like laughter. "Well done. I see that you are going to offer me the chance for some interesting experimentation. Plus, while I suppose I might be wrong, from your looks, would I be right in supposing you two to be Rukia Kukaki and Kisuk Urahara?" Rukia narrowed her eyes, her grip on her sword tightening as she shot back, angry. "And why should we answer that?" He smiled, placing a hand on his chest. "Why? Well, but because I heard so much about you from Master Aizen. In fact, I was even given the chance to study some of your work, and it was really quite fascinating. I can't wait to pick your minds for ideas, assuming it is you, that is. But I doubt I would be mistaken." Behind her, Rukia could feel Kisuk, having recovered his breath, inhale sharply in clear anger, as he went on to ask, taking a step forward to be standing at Rukia's back. "Aizen gave you our work to study? Why would he do that?" The man smiled, and despite how polite the expression looked, Rukia couldn't shake the feeling that it was a barely there facade holding back something dark and vicious. And then he went on to explain, sounding supremely satisfied with himself. "Why, I am Sail Apollo Gantz, the 12th Espada. As the head of Las Noches science staff and the only one alive who can match Master Aizen in intellect, of course he would have shared your work with me. How else would I have been able to help him improve on that research and help him achieve his aims?" Rukia's eyes widened at learning the identity of their opponent, and she focused her senses, trying to get a better reading of where his strengths might lie. He wasn't dressed for combat, but considering how Arrancar worked, that didn't truly matter. If anything, it would make sense for him to dress in order to be underestimated, but that didn't really line up with declaring oneself an Espada so openly, or with the sheer arrogance required for him to declare himself Aizen's equal. Still, the lack of weapons on his person, particularly combined with the leather gloves, suggested some sort of close combat specialist, so she tried to run through the list of the best long-range Kido she had available. Before she could do much further with that thought, however, she heard Kisuk almost growling, "You helped him pervert our research to his evil ends." Behind her, the scientist clearly getting more hang up on a different part of what the Espada had said. Rukia could sympathize, having been manipulated by Aizen herself, but now wasn't really the time to dwell on that. Still, she couldn't really fault Kisuk for his own anger. After all throughout his exile to the mortal realm, he'd thought that all the research he was doing and secretly forwarding to Aizen was being used to help Soul Society in secret. To instead be told it was being given to Enhollow for study and used to develop the weapons Aizen was now threatening Soul Society. Unlike Rukia, he'd been tricked into doing that for almost a full century. That couldn't be an easy pill to swallow. Not that the Arrancar made it any easier, as his grin grew wider while saying just so. Such useful things I learned. We never would have been able to perfect the negation without your input. While clapping his hands in excitement. Almost, Rukia thought, too much excitement. She couldn't help but think the Espada was faking it, trying to goad Kisuk into anger for some reason. The attitude didn't really make much sense otherwise. Whatever his plan, however, it didn't really change what they needed to do right now, so she said to Kisuk, before he could answer to the Espada's words. I'm going to keep him occupied, you know what to do, right? Her words seemed enough to shook Kisuk out of his rage. He still grit his teeth, but he also nodded, confirming that he was on board as he reached for the device that would summon their reinforcements. With that out of the way, Rukia focused her full attention on Sail, who for his own part was smiling in amusement, looking almost curious to see what they would be attempting. Rukia decided to show him by opening with a Raging Bull Kido, swiping both of her arms in a circle to send a large sphere of golden light straight at the Espada, charging it with just enough riot so that the size of the it would be enough to hide her. Then, she spun her Zanpakuto and whispered, "Dance, Sode no Shirayuki," releasing her Shikai, before charging after her own attack with Shunpo. She'd expected the Espada to stop her attack. While the Raging Bull was her favorite Kido because of its versatility, it was in the end just a large balloon with a rigid exterior but filled with empty air, so there were plenty of ways to counter it. What she had not been expecting was for a panel on the ground to suddenly open as the globe was passing over it, revealing a vortex that drew in all the Ryotsu from the Kido at once, before sealing itself shut again. Leaving a fully unharmed Sail waiting on the other side with a polite smile and a relaxed posture, as if daring Rukia to try and finish her charge at him, risking to trigger the trap herself by doing so. She didn't, of course, instead stabbing downward with her sword, embedding it in the ground. That brought her to a sudden stop just before she could pass over the trapped area, but she didn't let it at that, pushing just a bit of her focus in the sword, so that its freezing power extended just a bit further than the blade, freezing the entire mechanism of the trap and leaving a clear patch of ice on the ground. Then, using the blade as a pivot, she somersaulted back, but as she did, on a hunch, she dragged the tip of her blade along the ground, spreading ice along the way, and that caused two other empty areas underneath the floors, thus likely the housings of more traps, to freeze up as well. An expression of annoyance flickered over the Espada's face as he noticed that, and Rukia couldn't help but offer a small, smug smile in return as she landed in a balanced position near where she'd started, Sode no Shirayuki held to her side in a ready position. Even as she did that, however, Rukia took a moment to look around at the area, since it was clear now that, whatever else he might be capable of, Sail was going to rely on traps to at least some extent. The room was very large, comparable to an auditorium in size, and it was an unsettlingly spotless white, something that couldn't be maintained in any way other than obsessive cleaning by a large army of people. Despite this, the room was currently completely empty, save for the three of them, but then, Sail had been setting up his trap, and Rukia had counted at least 36 doors scattered along the walls, which suggested then the assistants the Arrancar had to have were only a small distance away. And he had to have them for more than just the spotlessness of the place, but also for the sheer amount of machinery littering it to be even remotely usable. All along the walls were tables with flasks, beakers, and other containers of various types filled with many unidentifiable liquids, as well as white stations hosting complex machinery like multi-lenses microscopes, rotating magnets, layered scales, motors, and some that even with her own experience, Rukia had trouble identifying. In addition to all that, there were a few pieces that were extremely notable and were scattered along the, otherwise largely empty, center of the room. A tall metal arc that she suspected was a dimensional door, the elevated circular platform the Espada had planned to trap them on, a large set of 6 large vats connected to thick tubes that descended from the ceiling, a set of 3 pillars supporting a large metal globe the size of a man, a well covered by a grate from which a green glow was Raising the massive pillar with a dozen different access points, keyboards and screens scattered all along its height, and more. Overall, it gave the sense of an area that was obnoxiously cluttered despite having a lot of very large open areas to move through, a mix of labyrinths and arenas that would make it almost ridiculously easy for the Espada to hide pretty much anything he wanted among them. Sale preened upon noticing Rukia's glance at his surroundings and asked, looking genuinely pleased with himself. Are you realizing that you can't possibly defeat a scientist fighting on his own home turf? If you would rather surrender, that's fine by me. I've had plenty of chances to vivisect and examine Shinigami when Master Aizen kidnapped and brought here, but I never tire of doing it, and can always use more test subjects. Those words immediately captured Rukia's full attention. You've experimented on Shinigami? Sale laughed, waving his hands to the side. Of course. Master Aizen told me that everybody knows that the 12th Division has the second highest mortality rate in Soul Society, right after the 11th. Due to experiments going wrong, it's only obvious that nobody was going to notice if some Shinigami didn't survive their failed experiments due to Master Aizen disposing of them, rather than their own incompetence. Although, really, in a sense it was their own incompetence to cause their death, Master Aizen would have never gotten rid of somebody who was making actual progress with their experiments. He simply doesn't tolerate incompetence, something I fully agree with. The Espada grinned, and Rukia had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep herself from being provoked into doing something stupid. Still, she didn't just let the anger slide, instead using it to focus herself, glaring at the Espada and saying, pointing her Zanpakuto straight at him. You're going to pay for that. Sale shrugged and answered, in a breezy tone, please, like you could ever be a real threat to Dash. And then he had to dodge as Rukia has shot herself forward by casting a pinpoint blast Kido from her foot with a snap of her toes, while holding back her power and then letting it freeze the air behind her wake, using what was normally her big finisher as an opener. Thanks to the anger running through her body heating her up, the effort didn't left her as winded as usual, and while the Espada had managed to use a sideways Sonido to dodge out of the way, the attack had been so fast and powerful she'd still managed to scrape a large portion of his abdomen away. The Espada's eyes had widened in disbelief, then narrowed, but by then Rukia was already attacking again, quickly moving her hand forward in a line 5 times in succession, sending 5 walls thin like a sheet of paper forwards from her position, each tipped with an ice spike thanks to a tap with Sode no Shirayuki as they were generated, and holding on to the last one to once again keep her momentum going. Sale used Sonido again, this time jumping onto a large structure that, to Rukia's eyes, looked like a distiller of some sort, which let him avoid the improvised impaling attack, which instead went on to slash into and through the large vats to the side. The result was a green and purple liquid spreading out all over the ground, which caused the Espada to lose his composure and shout, furious. What sort of aim is that? You're destroying my lab. In answer, Rukia raised her left hand in front of her face with the palm facing forward, and then spread it open, creating a golf ball-sized sphere of golden fire between each pair of finger, before she used Hakuta repulsion to send them all flying, each one hitting some of the delicate machinery and exploding in turn. Sale was left speechless by it for a moment, long enough for Rukia to repeat the attack 5 more times, quickly moving her hands to the fire grenades would hit a different section of the laboratory as she said, as cold as she was able, since you seem to care about your stuff more than the lives you took, that's gonna be what I'll be exacting some payback from. That enraged Sale, as he suddenly jumped forward, a twist of his wrist revealing some sort of remote hidden in the hem of his glove, as he shouted, that's it. If you want to make it personal, then I'll unload my entire arsenal on you. Before clicking some button on the device. Almost immediately, a number of holes opened in the ceiling and caused a multitude of bug-like devices to fall down, but Rukia countered by firing a raging bull straight down. When the large balloon hit the ground, it caused the green liquid to splash upwards, and Rukia spun on herself, the air glowing as she cast a buffeting wind Kido to cause the green stuff to spread so it was above her. And then, the moment the falling bugs were inside the liquid, but before they could make it through it, she stabbed Sode no Shirayuki into it, freezing the whole thing and trapping the things inside of it, completely neutralizing the trap. Letting go of the wall that was holding her, she focused her Zanpakuto power over her feet. After all, while using it from the blade was easy, it was really a coat covering her entire person, and so she could cause any part of her body to actually freeze things if she needed to, so that, just as her feet grazed the surface of the green liquid, she froze the entire mass that was on the ground as well, looking up at Sail from where she landed as she said, coldly, and any traps you have on the ground won't be helping you against me, either. Then I'll just use different ones. Was all the Espada shouted in response, and then a multitude of thin cables erupted from the walls, all heading toward her. Rukia didn't even bother to stop, walking toward her enemies while creating compact shields to both of her sides by the dozen with the simple trick of using the button hook movement of each different finger in her hands to call forth the different ones. As she did, she sent another raging bull at Sail, but this time she tapped it with her Zanpakuto to cover it with ice spikes and made it almost as large as an actual bull, forcing the Espada to jump down and then roll away from the distiller barely a split second before the ice-reinforced balloon smashed straight through it. The Espada's eyes narrowed, and another remote found its way to his free hand. Rukia made a large circular motion of her arm to cast a peacock wheel and send a very large spread of Kido beams at him, but a cloud of purple gas erupted from a small nook into a large metal engine and the beams dissipated as they tried to push through it. Rukia frowned. She hadn't expected the devices to also have trap in them. That went beyond paranoia into straight-up manic behavior, since it meant he had built his research equipment with additional functions that'd be useless in any normal-use situation. Still, she wasn't going to let it stop her. She continued to march forward, and simply twisted her fists together, causing the space in front of her to bend and create a corridor through the smoke, following it up immediately with another peacock wheel as she did. This time, a wall raised from a patch of ground that hadn't been frozen yet, and when the Kido beams it hit, the wall turned crystalline for a moment, and instead of merely stopping the attack, the fusillade was sent back, straight at Rukia. She raised an eyebrow at the trick, but didn't bother to dodge. After all, the whole point of the peacock wheel Kido was that the spread was so large that dodging them required a moving across a large area, and that would risk putting her both far away from her target and into an area where the floor wasn't mostly frozen. So, she instead swung Sode no Shirayuki in a circle in front of her again and again, borrowing from a memory of the sword's shared time with Ichigo, freezing the beams that got too close to her while creating a nice corridor that let her continue her advance unstopped. She could have sworn that she saw a hint of fear in Sail's eye, but then he grinned and pressed buttons on both remotes, causing the engine, which Rukia had just passed, to suddenly explode. That, she decided as the blast sent the cylinder of ice that she was within flying, was downright silly, but she didn't let herself be distracted by it. Instead, she pushed herself outside of the container and then used a pinpoint blast to shoot it straight at the Aaron car, even as the maneuver also sent her somersaulting backwards at the same time. She used Ho-Ho to control her fall and ensure she didn't hurt herself as she fell, and landed on one knee, using her free hand to balance herself. She took notice that she'd landed pretty close to where she'd started from, in front of Kisuke, but didn't pay much attention to that fact, instead looking forward to see if being smashed in the face by a giant ice pillar had done anything to her enemy. Instead, what she saw was the Espada pressing a button that caused a black beam glowing with dark red light to erupt from the ceiling, completely disintegrating her projectile and leaving a circular hole in the pavement. The attack had only lasted for a moment, but Rukia couldn't help but stare. It should not have been possible to design a device capable of firing a zero on command, but apparently, Sail had. For a moment, she was almost tempted to consider his claims of being as smart as Aizen to have some basis in fact, but she quickly dismissed the notion. It wasn't that surprising that an Aaron car with near unlimited human test subjects would be able to create something of the sort. Especially if that Aaron car also happened to be an Espada, given that the title was earned by making Zero do something that should be similarly impossible. Still, the fact that she would need to look out for possible Zero traps, while good to know, meant she would need to be more careful in her approach. Nothing insurmountable, really, it just meant she had to vary her strategies a bit. Apparently mistaking her reasonable wariness for fear, Sail looked at her with disdain and said, his tone mocking. So? Still thinking you can defeat me, when you don't even know what other surprises I might have in store? Rukia smiled smugly as the surge of Ryotsu behind her let her know that her reinforcements had finally arrived, and answered the Espada's question by saying, considering I already had you on the ropes fighting on my own, yes, I do in fact believe that we're going to get past anything else you might have in store. She's expected some sort of reaction to the ribbing. She'd not expected Sail to suddenly break into laughter, and rub his hands together as he said, is that so? You might think you've achieved what you wanted, but, you see, that's not what happened at all. What do you mean? And that was when Aizen started to speak, and reveal exactly to what extent he'd planned things out in advance, and how much Rukia and her friends had played straight into his hands. His declaration that they were trapped and lost no chase was accompanied by the humming sound of a force field going up, and, Rukia noticed, the metal sphere behind Sail started to glow golden at just the same time, and then, once Aizen was done with his gloating, the following silence felt incredibly heavy. At least, until Sail broke it with a chuckle and went on to say, still obviously amused. You see? You thought you had me, but in truth, up until now, I was just playing along to ensure you brought the Shinigami here. Now that you have, and I can finally cut loose, what makes you think I should be afraid? Rukia didn't have an answer at the ready but, luckily, the captain she had called out did. Mayuri's voice was as screeching as usual, but in this particular instance, she decided that it wasn't annoying after all. Of course you should be afraid, you'll be going up against the very best the 12th Division has to offer. The Espada scoffed, saying please before raising an hand and snapping his fingers. At the sound, a lot of other Eren cars, all wearing some sort of lab coats, emerged from the corridors behind Sail as he said, completely unfazed, the fact that there's many of you will hardly be a problem at all. Even though he was behind her, Rukia could hear the frown in Mayuri's voice as the man answered, why should it matter who has more lab assistants? I've no idea what you're talking about. When I spoke of the best my division has to offer, I was referring to my greatest creations. The Eren car didn't seem impressed by this, opening his arms wide to gesture at the esoteric effects he'd already deployed during his fight against Rukia. Whatever little toys you've built will pale in comparison with mine's, since I am the equal to Master Aizen in intellect. Is that supposed to be impressive? I'll have you know, I'm Mayuri Kurotsuki, the true captain of the 12th Division, and I'm much smarter than Aizen ever was. That finally seemed to draw some anger from the Eren car, who hissed back, in a threatening tone. So smart you fell right for his trap. Kisuk, meanwhile, had moved closer to Rukia now that he was no longer using the negation device and took the moment to ask in a whisper, while Mayuri and Sail were bickering. Speaking of the trap, did you notice that globe at the end of the room lighting up when Aizen mentioned he's keeping us trapped here with some sort of force field? Rukia nodded and answered, her eyes moving to look at the globe. I did. It's not surprising, a barrier covering an area so large can't be supported with a single Kido. It needs to be anchored to something solid within it, or it'll lose cohesion. She trailed off, and exchanged a glance with Kisuk, before they returned their attention to the globe and he said, idly. So, we let Kurotsuka be his annoying self to distract the Espada while we destroy the globe so we can chase after Aizen. Rukia considered the matter, going through a few calculations in her head before grimacing and explaining, that likely won't be enough. A barrier like this, it would require at least 4 or 5 anchors, and we'd need to collapse them all to make it collapse, although, if we can break at least 3, that should destabilize it enough to create a small, localized breach with the right Kido in the right places. Which meant, obviously, they needed to get somebody out there, to seek out the other anchor and direct the rest of their allies to destroy them. She didn't say it openly, however, not yet, as her eyes moved along the group of 12th Division seated officers while she tried to pick the best one for the task. Momo was likely the best choice if she wanted somebody sneaky, while Nemia would likely be the faster, although perhaps sending multiple people of lower skills would be a better approach. Her train of thought was derailed when Kisuk placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke up. Right, then it's decided, I'll take care of this monster and break the globe, while you go out there, figure out where the other anchors are, and get your friends and the other divisions to help in cracking them down. Rukia turned toward Kisuk in surprise, the protest coming to her lips before she'd even fully absorbed what he'd said. I can't go myself. You've seen how close I got to take him down on my own. If we work together we're going to win for sure. And her eyes trailed back to Momo, to the rest of the people in the 12th Division, many of whom she'd worked with on research project, and she went on, voice as low as she could so that nobody else would hear, you've seen how deadly the Espada are, you understand it better than most, if somebody were to die here because I wasn't there. Kisuk interrupted her by shaking his head and saying, in a reassuring tone, Rukia, I need you to trust me to take care of this. I might not have been able to participate, but I saw what went down in the fight. I know what to expect just like you do. I can handle him. For things to work, we all need to do our part, you know that. After all, this isn't the first time you put together a plan. You know that sometimes you can only tell the right people what to do and trust that they will do it. Just like they trust you to have a good reason for telling them to do a certain thing. Rukia could see the sense of that, but she couldn't help but feel a bit of a fraud at Kisuk's praise. She pointed it out, as well, saying in a dejected tone. Am I really worthy of trust, when my plan just ended up being exactly what Aizen wanted? Kisuk raised an eyebrow, and countered. That's now how I see it. I see Aizen having planned to keep us here, and you having figured out the way to outmaneuver him almost as quickly as you learned what he'd done. I see him underestimating what you were capable of, and how far the people willing to follow you will go to help you succeed, just like he did last time. He planned for your death, but you survived. By your wits and the help of the people whose trust you'd earned, we might not have even learned of his betrayal if you hadn't beaten him then, which is why I trust you to do this right. I know you can beat him again. He looked down, his fist clenching as he added, in a self-recriminating tone. After all, I know what it's like to be manipulated by Aizen, and unlike you, I wasn't able to do anything about it. Then he shook his head, and straightened it to glare at Sale as he added, his voice growing more steady as his resolve did, but now, I have the chance to right that wrong, and help you foil his plans once again. Let me do this, Rukia, and then go take him down for me. She smiled, squeezing his hand. It might have been motivated by his own desire to get back at Aizen, but she still felt reassured by Kisuk's words. He was right, and she knew it. She was done doubting herself, and that meant she wasn't going to doubt her friend's abilities to tackle a problem on their own while she handled the bigger situation. Still, she didn't want Kisuk to think she didn't appreciate his efforts, so she added, in a firm tone. I will, and I know you'll do your part as well. Keep yourself and everybody else here alive, you hear me? The blonde Shinigami nodded, his usual enigmatic smile returning to his features as he drew his Zanpakuto. That suddenly attracted Sale's attention, the pink-haired Espada interrupting his bickering with Mayuri to glare at them as he said, frowning. What have you two been conspiring about, I wonder? Kisuk shrugged, pushing his green hat more firmly on his head as he answered, carefree. Oh, we were just discussing how best to beat you. After all, I will need to coordinate all these new helpers, won't I? That caused Mayuri to say, clearly annoyed. We, your helpers? I think you'll find you meant that you'll be providing me support, Urahara, and only when I request it and if I allow it, certainly not because I need it. Mayuri's words were enough to rise Sale's ire again, as he pointed first to the 12th Division's captain and shouted, what makes you think you could defeat me on your own, you buffoon, before adding with a glare at Kisuk, and you're even more pathetic, admitting you'll need others to fight your battles for you, which immediately caused a new round of shouting. Rukia immediately took advantage of it to dart toward the exit, heading toward the inside of Las Noches. She wasn't going to surrender without giving it her all, and so she would, trusting her friends here to take care of things, while gathering her other friends to take care of the rest. It was just as Kisuk said, if Aizen was going to be so arrogant as to underestimate what she could do with her friends backing her up, she would prove him why he was wrong, once and for all. Chapter 97, Swerve. Much as he tried, and despite knowing he really needed to, Shahei's attempt at concentrating kept falling short, as his attention kept going back to the dream that had kept him from having a good sleep. It wasn't particularly surprising, Shahei had been having the same dream for the last 2.5 months, and at no point in that time had he been able to get over it. As much as he didn't want to, his mind kept making him revive the day of the battle at the execution grounds. The dream wasn't always the same, but it did always start in the same way, the very same way things had began back then, with him and Lieutenant Meguruma facing off against Yumichika Ayasukawa, 3rd seat of the 11th Division, and Izuru Kira, 1st seat of the 3rd. The lieutenant had taken on Ayasukawa when he realized how outmatched Shahei had been against him, allowing Shahei to focus just on Kira, in what had been a more even fight that, Shahei felt, he could have won eventually. It had took time for Shahei to realize why that specific portion of the dream never changed, and was always so close to reality, but eventually, he had figured it out. It was the most recent example of Lieutenant Meguruma saving his life, just like he'd done so many times before, ever since that first chance meeting when Shihei had just been a kid in the Rokanga who'd had the misfortune to stumble on an hollow that had bypassed the 3rd Division's security cordon around the town and infiltrated the area in secret. It was that incident that had spurred Shihei to join the Godi I-13, and it was to honor the man who'd inspired him so that he had tattooed the number 69 on his cheek, to match the similar tattoo on Muguruma's chest. He'd owed so much to the man, and even on that last day that continued to repeat itself in his dreams, he was there, with a confident smile as he effortlessly took charge of a difficult situation to help Shihei make it through it alive. The fact that a smile that had reassured him so many times now haunted him as nothing more than the memory of what he had lost was enough to make Shihei feel powerless. The dream went weird after that, going different every time, and Shihei wasn't sure why that was. The version from his latest night had been particularly inaccurate, with the duel between Ikekumadarame and Tetsuzumon Iba spilling into their own fight, disrupting it. That wasn't what had really happened. In truth, the second seat of the 11th and Captain Komamura's lieutenant's duel had moved away from the rest of the fight, enough so that, when Captain Anohana had finally shown up to put an end to the fighting, the two hadn't been around, so that they had to be searched, and had been found to still be dueling, with no clear victor, about 2 blocks away from the main site of battle. While it wasn't always them, in each of his dream, something happened to stop the fight from proceeding the way it had in real life, where Captain Odoribashi of the 5th and Lieutenant Aburai of the 6th had pitted their Bankai against each other, Aburai taking advantage of his large area attacks to incapacitate most of the Shinigami at the base of the hill so they couldn't climb it and interfere with the fight at the top, with the 5th Division Lieutenant, Love Arakawa, kept occupied by the first seat of the 11th, the Kid Yachiro. Sometimes, when he wasn't too depressed to think of it, Shihei couldn't help but be astounded at the fact that the top-seeded officers of the 11th Division were strong enough to equal, if not outright defeat, the lieutenant of many of the other divisions. It made sense, since combat was their specialty, but it was still something that left him curious as to how that was possible. But even with all of his effort, the thought wasn't a big enough distraction for him to forget what happened next in his dream, nor what had happened next in real life. Captain Tuan would arrive. In reality, Captain Tuan's first attack had distracted Aburai at a crucial moment, allowing Captain Odoribashi to land a strike that knocked the lieutenant unconscious. This had resulted in Ayasukawa and Kira abandoning their fight to try and keep the captain from interfering, a moment before the power of Captain Tuan's Bankai had started to spread and enveloped everybody in darkness. Shihei and Lieutenant Meguruma, having recognized what was about to happen before it did by simple dint of their own knowledge of Captain Tuan's tactics, had moved away from the area of battle before it was enveloped, to wait for their captain outside of it, and when Captain Tuan had emerged from the darkness, they had moved to join him, trusting, as they were, that he had a plan and they only needed to support him. That wasn't how any of the dreams had gone. In the latest, with a big melee going on, Captain Tuan had joined the big fight, and something in his movements had keyed Shihei off that something was wrong. He had seen the betrayal coming. It was like that, in all of his endlessly repeating dreams from that day, things went different, sometimes slightly and sometimes wildly, and somebody, not always Shihei himself, noticed a wrong detail, had enough time to react, or launch an alarm, or do something, anything at all. But it never mattered. Regardless of what the variation in the dream was, regardless of how early they realized that Captain Tuan was the real enemy, regardless of who was there to take the fight to him, the ending of the dream, just like the beginning, was always the same. Captain Tuan struck a single slash that beheaded Lieutenant Meguruma and sent his head flying, and even having seen the scene repeat in his dreams endlessly, every time it was as raw and new as the first, and Shihei was so paralyzed with horror he wasn't able to dodge the follow-up as Captain Tuan's Zanpakuto sliced him open from navel to throat, causing him to fall to the ground amidst his own blood and viscera, while Captain Tuan already turned his back to the two of them and continued to ascend the hill, as if the betrayal was of no importance at all to him, not even worthy of a last glance. Shihei had thought that was to be his end, when it happened. But it hadn't been, both in reality, and in the dream itself. He'd stood there, waiting for his body to give up, but it hadn't. He'd just remained there, waiting, unable to move and yet unable to pass on as well, staring at Lieutenant Muguruma's head, which had landed right in front of him, for the whole time. Only once Captain Anohana had shown up, did he finally understand what had happened. He'd known, of course, that his Shikai allowed any wounds that he inflicted to fester, A simple small cut would keep growing larger and bloodier over time, and if a stab cut into something like the circulatory or nervous system, it would eventually shut down as the wound replicated itself all over it, again and again. But he had not realized the Shikai had an effect on his own body, as well, to keep his own wounds from getting worse, and in fact, keeping him from suffering any effect other than the most immediate one. According to Captain Anohana, he could still be destroyed if, for example, a single strike pulverized his entire body at once, but anything that only initiated the process, but while need time to conclude, would not destroy him, at least, as long as he was able to keep his Shikai released the whole time. Essentially, the only reason he'd survived at all was due to sheer, dumb luck. It made him feel guilty, to think that a much better man like Lieutenant Meguruma had not made it, while he had, not due to any merit or fault of his own, but because of a feature of his Shikai nobody had known about. That left him as the survivor of his captain's betrayal, while lacking any ability to do anything about it. It wasn't that he didn't feel a burning desire to avenge his mentor, but that he knew, deep down, he had no chance to defeat Captain Tuan. Perhaps, he mused, that was why the events of that day haunted his dreams so, as a way for his unconscious to try and figure out a way to win against his captain. But if so, then the fact that, even in those dreams, all he could do was lose, no matter how different the circumstances, was just more evidence of how sure he was, deep down, that no revenge would be forthcoming, at least not from his own actions. He was still going to be there. He wanted to ask Captain Tuan why. He needed to hear him explain himself, learn why he'd done this, why he'd betrayed them all. It made no sense to him, that the man who had understood when Shihei had explained how afraid he was of what would happen if he ever had to use his Shikai against somebody other than an Hollow, who had told him only a fool would not be afraid to draw a weapon and that it was a mark of Shihei's maturity that he felt that way, would then go on to betray and slay, or attempt to slay, at least, those closest to him. He knew that he was more likely to get a sword in his gut than an answer, but he knew that, once the time came, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back from going after Captain Tuan directly, no matter the circumstances. Which made it lucky that he'd not been put in charge of the entire 9th Division, or been asked to lead it in the coming battle. In truth, he already felt that the promotion he had received to lieutenant was not earned, as he didn't measure up to what Lieutenant Meguruma had been capable of, but it was hard to argue when it was the captain commander making the argument that he was still the best fighter the 9th had left and that the continuity of command would soothe the broken morale of other members of the division some. As if summoned by his thought, Captain Yamamoto entered the waiting room where Shihei had been sitting, along, mustering his will to fight, such as it was. Shihei immediately went to attention, and the captain commander nodded, looking, if not pleased, at least not unsatisfied by his deference, before saying, "We've received word from the mortal realm, it's time to mobilize. Is the 9th Division ready, Lieutenant Hisagi?" He nodded and answered, quickly and somberly. "Of course, Captain Commander. I organized each of the 13 seats and had them each keep their platoons prepared for deployment under your command, they're only waiting for the signal." "Good, then we shall give it to them. Follow me." Shihei nodded and did as required, ensuring that the division was assembled and followed along. As they did, most of the eyes were pointed on Captain Yamamoto with various mixes of awe, wariness, respect, and admiration. It wasn't surprised, while nobody had expected it, having Captain Yamamoto take temporary command of the 9th Division, at least until the current emergency situation with Aizen was resolved, had done a lot to persuade everybody that things weren't as bad as they could have been after Captain Tuan's betrayal. It also meant that Shihei could relax with not having the responsibility of having to direct the actions of the entire division, instead being able to trust that job to the most skilled hands for it in the Gotei. It was in part because of it that he didn't really pay any attention to what was going on. He'd already gotten the authorization from the captain commander to go after Captain Tuan personally. The captain commander had even commended him for his willingness to cleanse his honor, and the big reason he was deploying with the 9th was to encourage the troops. Having already been prepared for the job, the 3000s of the 9th Division were through the portal in less than a minute. They had spent the last month drilling for it, and the 12th had installed multiple larger portals specifically to make this possible. As they filed out, Shihei took the time to look around. He saw the 13th under the command of Captain Yukitake and the 7th under the command of Captain Kiraka were also finishing taking their place, While it took him a moment more to find the last of the 4 divisions who would be deployed to defend the small town of Karakura, the 8 under the command of Captain Komamura. While it wasn't sure yet, Shihei expected he'd be joining the Dogman soon, since the captain also had a personal revenge to take. The only reason they wouldn't be going directly after Captain Tuan would be if the tactical situation required them to do otherwise, which was also the other reason he was currently with the 9th still. But that didn't look like it would be the case. The golden pillars of Aizen's negations had not fully faded yet, while the 4 divisions had already arrayed themselves and, with Shunpo allowing them to walk on air here in the mortal realm, were already using the advantage to start dispose themselves in an encirclement. The negation faded before that maneuver could be completed, but even then, Shihei didn't find himself impressed. The number of hollows, no, Arankar, that was the term for these boosted versions, he remembered, was barely the match for 2 divisions. Then again, Shihei reasoned, that might not be as important as the leadership. Aizen was a captain after all, and not alone, and the leaders of this army, these so-called Espada, were supposed to be strong as well. However, when Shihei's eyes finally found the spot where Aizen was standing, in the middle of his army and slowly climbing in the air with Shunpo, he noticed that something was amiss. While Captain Tuan was there at his side, Jin Ichimaru wasn't, nor the former lieutenant of the 11th, Tsukishima, which considering the combat level of that particular division as Shihei had experienced, was likely close to captain level himself. And the 2 Shinigami weren't the only ones missing. While the reports had warned about 13 Espada, there was nowhere near that number of people arrayed around Aizen. Instead, there was only 3, and one of those was a light green-haired girl that looked barely more than a child. The fact she looked young didn't necessarily mean she was harmless, as Yachiru of the 11th amply proved, but even with the large curved scimitar strapped to her back, the white sleeveless vest and white shorts she was wearing didn't look like combat clothes, and the white bone helmet she was wearing, with a scope that covered one of her eyes and had a red flame mark over it, sported only one bullhorn, the other one having been broken at the base. She was grinning and waving as she followed at the end of the group, and didn't look threatening in the slightest. Now the other 2, those, Shihei admitted, looked like properly dangerous people. The olive-skinned, blonde woman wore a white jacket that went from her bare midriff all the way to a high collar that reached halfway up her nose, and it was kept completely buttoned up, so that only her deep green eyes could be seen through it, looking genuinely threatening. Meanwhile, the other fighter was a man with a grey jacket lined in black, a black sash around his waist, and black gloves, who sported long wavy brown hairs, a faded goatee on his chin, a jawline lined with fangs dangling around his neck like a collar, and an expression of absolute boredom in his grey eyes. It was that, combined with how relaxed his stance was, that made Shihei think him strong, because anybody who wasn't would be this calm when facing numerically superior enemies. The Arankar's boredom, however, was of little concern compared to the amused smile that Aizen was sporting. The man stopped at the same height Captain Yamamoto was holding in midair, with Captain Tuan and the 3 Arankar arrayed behind him, and Captain Komamura, Kiraku, and Yukite quickly moved to flank the captain commander, even as he narrowed his eyes at Aizen's continued amusement. Aizen raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the might arrayed against him, and then said, looking straight at Captain Yamamoto. "Why, such a nice trap you organized for me, Captain Commander. Did somebody inform you of my plans, I wonder?" The Captain Commander ignored the comment, instead saying, stern. "Sosuke Aizen, you betrayed the Godi I-13, for which the penalty is death. There shall be no forgiveness for your crimes. However, if you surrender now, your death shall be swift rather than torturous, and your name won't be stricken by all the records, never to be remembered." Aizen clapped, politely, and answered in a mocking tone. "Such an impassioned speech, Captain Commander, I'm impressed. But tell me, how are you going to carry out that threat? Have you more divisions in hiding somewhere in the city, ready to strike at my back while I'm distracted?" The old man's long eyebrows furrowed in deep, obvious displeasure, as he answered sternly. "It was already evident that you'd taken leave of your senses. Do you fail to see that 4 full divisions are arrayed against your pathetic rabble?" "Oh no, I did see. So, I assume you let the rest, including your precious royal guards, to look over Soul Society? Because, if that's the case, you might want to reconsider. You see, my forces are much greater than you yet realize." And then, with no gesture or words, A blast of golden light exploded high in the sky above Aizen's head. It looked like a colorful firework, but Shihei knew it was a Kido. Aizen's grand mastery of the art was known to be because he alone, in all of Soul Society, could cast without even a gesture or word. It was obvious, however, that the Kido he'd used was no attack, but rather a signal. As soon as the Ryotsu dispersed in the air, Shihei could sense a large number of the Ryotsu signatures of Karakura's inhabitants suddenly converge together, and a moment later, people started to fill the streets. Shihei had no idea who they were, but clearly the captain commander did, as he growled, glaring at Aizen. "Quincy? Is that who you decided to join forces with?" People who put the very balance of reality at risk with their action, for no reason other than pride. Aizen seemed unperturbed by the comment. "Does it matter? As you can see yourself, there's far, far more of them than the forces you brought. Unless you're going to bring in your reserves, we'll crush you, easily. You truly think putting an extra army on the field will make a difference? Perhaps I shouldn't be so surprised that you're joining hands with them. You clearly share their mindset. I've slain armies of Quincy on my own before, I will do it again if I need to." Shihei would have expected a number of different reactions from Aizen at seeing this new plan be met with so little reaction by the captain commander, perhaps anger, perhaps arrogant self-assurance, maybe even fear. He did not expect it for the man to pout, then shrug and say, in a bored tone, "Oh well, I didn't expect that to work, but at least I tried." Then, he pulled out what looked like a golden sphere, the size of a human head, and raised his other hand to snap his fingers. The moment he did, a blast of golden light erupted from the item, and then a large dome of golden light was suddenly surrounding all of Karakura. Shihei glanced around, and he saw that the captains were doing the same, all except the captain commander, who was glaring at Aizen and asked, angrily, "What is this?" It wasn't Aizen to answer, but rather Captain Yuka-take. "It's a dimensional barrier, it based on the same concept as that negation of his, but creating a single, permanent layer that blocks all travel in or out, with the only exception, I expect, of a negation device specifically aligned to the barrier itself." Aizen bowed, his tone mocking as he commented, "Quite correct, my dear Captain Yuka-take," straightening as he idly flipped the sphere in his hands. Captain Yuka-take's attention turned on Aizen, his eyes narrowing at his comment, and the silver-haired captain added, gesturing to the item. "And that is one of the anchors keeping the effect up. For something like this, he'd need 5, spread all over the city. We destroy them, and the barrier collapses, but until then, we're trapped here." Shihei could see from the glances the captains were exchanging that they'd all come to some conclusion. He had no idea what, however, until the captain commander spoke, his tone serious. "So, all we learned was false, is that it, Sosuke Aizen? You never found a workaround to access the throne that would require you to exterminate the entirety of this town's population to work, you just meant to trap us here, so that we couldn't interfere when those of your army who didn't come used your device to teleport you out of here. Your whole operation in Karakura these last 2 months was a diversion to remove as much of the Godai 13 from your true objective, nothing more." Aizen's smile was arrogant at that. "Quite correct, Captain Commander. And it was a complete success. 4 captains, including both Kenpei, are right now sealed within Las Noches, and yourself, as well as 2 of your 3 disciples, are here in the mortal realm. And meanwhile the greatest might of my army is moving on my very objective while it lays undefended." The captain commander didn't look scared at that. "Not as undefended as you think. I left the 1st Division behind, to guard the palace, specifically for this purpose. It does not matter how mighty your army might be, they will hold it back. And you forget another thing, Sosuke Aizen, as long as I draw breath, the door of the throne room shall remain closed to all those I don't allow in." Aizen smiled back. "I am well aware, that is why I am here, personally, to ensure your destruction. And, just in case you are entertaining the notion that you can simply hide behind your captains and wait things out, keep in mind that every single soul in your precious Soul Society will be facing down my army of 20,000 Arrancar, led by 4 members of my Espada and Jin, alongside a further 4,000 Quincy under the command of 2 who have claimed the title of Stern Ritter. They might not be able to get at the throne itself, but that is precisely the reason why each and every single one of them has received direct orders to spare no one. Every second you waste, Some of your people will be destroyed, so trying to hide will leave you as the lone survivor of the sole society you swore to protect, a failure of all you believe in." The captain commander didn't falter, instead ordering, in a deadly serious tone, "Jushiro, find a way to locate those anchors you speak of, and destroy them, then bring as many as you can back to help defend the Tsuruya. Shunsui, Seijin, help him with that and take apart any that would get in the way. As for me, I shall show this little arrogant twerp what true might looks like. Burn all creation to ashes, Ryujinjaka." The cane within the captain commander's hands exploded in fire as he drew his Zanpakuto from it, the blade morphing into its released state as it was drawn, and as if it had been the signals, both the Aaron car on the ground and the Shinigami in the air charged forward, the Quincy still not close enough to join the clash but already nearby enough to start releasing their arrows. And with that, the Battle of Karakura Town began. As he locked eyes with Captain Tuan, Shihei couldn't help but worry that, this time, he might just not survive it. Chapter 98, Deployment. Toshiro looked at the growing mess of people in the distance, arrayed in what looked like a loose encirclement formation clearly meant to surround the entirety of the Rokanga. He frowned as he tried to get a sense for the sheer amount at a glance, not because he wasn't able to make visual estimates quickly, but because he didn't like the count he was getting. Still, with everybody else around him not commenting and the silence growing oppressive, he finally let out a long breath and said, in as neutral a tone as he could manage, "Unless I've missed my guess, that looks like it's over twice the number of forces we have here, doesn't it?" It was Lieutenant Sasakaibe to answer, in a thoughtful tone. "It would appear so, Captain Hitsugaya. Even if I were to command the 1st Division to leave the palace, we would still be facing a numerical superior opponent." Toshiro raised an eyebrow at that, turning to look at the man, but Captain Odoribashi managed to ask the question he wanted to before him, in an idle tone that made it sound more like an afterthought than Toshiro thought he would have managed to. "Does that mean you will be ordering the Royal Guards to join us here, Lieutenant?" The man shook his head and answered, in a tone of polite rejection, "I cannot. Much as your troops might need the support, we can't exclude the possibility that this is a ploy by Aizen to do exactly that, lure the 1st Division out of the palace." The captain commander was clear that, regardless of what happens, we were not to fall for such tactics. "Even my being here with you is skirting that command, but it was necessary to get a sense for the unfolding situation. I will not, however, break it and order the rest of the division out here." Odoribashi shrugged a bit, saying, "That's a shame, we could have used the help," with a relaxed calm that Toshiro couldn't help but envy. Captain Yodomaru, by contrast, was the only one, out of the 6 of them who had assembled atop a tall building to take stock of the approaching army, who looked just as tense as Toshiro felt. Still, she didn't lose control of herself, instead expressing her worry in a cold tone. "What of the other divisions? Was there any progress in getting to contact them, see if they could send some help back?" Captain Swaifon shook her head, and sounded genuinely annoyed as she explained. "We weren't able to. The entire area is completely cut off from both communication and travel, and when I had some people open gates to just outside the town of Karakura and try to move into it on the mortal realm, they found a Kido barrier blocking their path. It appears the town is entirely sealed out." She then glared at Lieutenant Sasakaibe and added, in a resentful tone, "Which maybe we could have been able to counter, if we had some members of the 12th or 13th here to analyze the barrier and figure out a problem." That caused Lieutenant Sasakaibe to frown as he turned toward the Omnitsukido captain and said, in a tone of light scolding. The captain commander judged that the team striking directly at Aizen's base would have need of the 12th to disable any traps that might be there, and that the 13th was needed in Karakura to stop whatever ritual Aizen had planned. Swaifon didn't seem intimidated at the remark, just slightly annoyed. "I'm not denying that, I'm just repeating the objection I raised beforehand, that leaving at least a portion of those divisions behind, and sending a mixed force under combined command rather than shackling ourselves to the traditional division structure, would have been a more prudent approach." And the captain commander reply, that the divisions are organized the way they are for a reason and should be deployed according to the traditional divisions, still stand. Lieutenant Sasakaibe sighed, then continued, in a more conciliatory tone, "Besides, we have no assurances that it would have been wiser to keep them here. We do not know the situation on the other battle fronts, and the disparity in number would not have changed." Captain Swaifon seemed, while not happy with the statement, at least unwilling to contest it, and Toshiro decided he might take advantage of the lull in conversation to voice one of his worries. To stage such a large-scale attack on such a short notice, they had to use those negation devices, right? I thought we had found all the ones they'd left behind. Captain Swaifon was the first to answer, in a clinical tone. I imagine they had a few of their stealth specialists sneak close enough to set up a few just outside the perimeter. Patrolling the outskirts is the 11th Division's job, and with Tsukishima having been their lieutenant, he probably knew where best to hide devices that wouldn't immediately be found. Toshiro nodded at that. It made some sort of sense. Captain Yodomaru seemed similarly relieved as she said, in a more practical tone. At least, the fact that nobody appeared behind us means that Urahara and the 12th Division was successful in locating all of the devices that had been hidden inside the walls. That's better than otherwise, as it'll allow us to focus all our troops on a single defensive line. Lieutenant Sakakibe didn't look as certain of that, as he commented, in a neutral tone. We cannot discount the possibility that they are merely waiting to trigger such a trick until the time is right. With that in mind, I should return to my position, to warn my division about the upcoming threat. Captain Odoribashi sighed at that, looking at the enemies with a resigned expression. So, it is my understanding that these Arrancar are somewhat more resilient than usual hollow, and we need to completely destroy their mask to beat them, not just break it, correct? Because that sounds like it's going to be a painfully long and tiring slog. Well, if it makes you feel better, not all of those enemies are Arrancar. Everybody turned to the sixth member of their group. Yuriuki Shihoin's presence in what was a meeting of the captains leading the defense was somewhat irregular, since she did not currently hold any such position in the Godi I-13, but nobody had complained when she'd showed up tagging along with Captain Swaifon. It wasn't surprising, lack of official rank or not, with the 1st Division holding their position in the palace, they didn't have so many captain-level fighters that they could afford to ignore one who had volunteered. And, if Toshiro was honest with himself, she would probably be more use than him. In fact, outside of Lieutenant Sakakibe, he suspected the Lady Shihoin to be stronger than any single one of the rest of them. Even now, she was relaxed as she was staring at the approaching enemy, but her eyes were transformed into those of a bird of prey, and they were also glowing golden with some kido that Toshiro didn't recognize, but which he imagined she was using to amplify her view enough that she could tell them the composition of the enemy forces. Which was something Lieutenant Sakakibe was interested enough into to stop himself from leaving and instead asking, with a perplexed look on his face. "What do you mean by that?" She explained, gesturing with her hand. "See how they are divided in 4 groups." Toshiro, who was looking, frowned, as the words didn't match what he saw. While it was true that the encircling army was visibly divided in groups, he could only count 3, one to the west, one to the north, and a far larger group approaching from the southeast, and which would likely invest both the southern and eastern walls of the city. While that would probably lead it to split, he didn't think that was enough to justify calling it 2 groups, so he said, out loud, "I'm only counting 3. Lady Shihoin smiled at that, and explained, in the tone of somebody who had been waiting for just that question. "The big group is actually 2, with a larger vanguard and a smaller reserve force trailing a small distance behind. I imagine the vanguard will attack first, and the reserve will be waiting to see how we react before committing, probably used to force a push wherever the defense is holding strongest. While this is useful to know, I'd much rather know what you meant about the enemy being more than just Arrancar." At Lieutenant Sakakibe's prod, Toshiro felt himself suddenly embarrassed at having interrupted Lady Shihoin's explanation, although the lady herself didn't seem particularly bothered, merely chuckling as she went back to clarify what she meant. "The smaller of the 3 forces, the one coming from the north, it's not made of Arrancar at all, instead, it's almost entirely made up of Quincy. And the western force is mixed, with about a third of it being Quincy alongside 2/3 of Arrancar, only the 2 bigger groups are entirely Arrancar." Lieutenant Sakakibe seemed thoughtful at that. "I would not have expected for any Quincy unhappy enough to break our treaty to be willing to ally themselves with Aizen. I wonder what he offered them in exchange for their help." Lady Shihoin shrugged, and then opined. "I imagine that, for some of them, having the support needed to launch such a full-scale assault on Seoul society would be its own reward. The former Central 46 didn't earn themselves any love with their treatment of the Quincy. It's unsurprising some would come seeking revenge. Lieutenant Sasakib frowned at that, but didn't contradict Lady Shihoan, instead saying, in a tone that sounded more relaxed. Well, if nothing else, that means the odds are less stacked against us than we initially believed. Quincy can be dangerous, but they are not as durable as these Arrancar. Lady Shihoan nodded, then added, in a thoughtful tone. I should probably take the lead against them. From what we've heard about these Arrancar, their body might not be fully susceptible to my Bankai. And even if it works perfectly, that could still lead to the situation of bug-sized Zero being fired at us, which would be an headache to deal with. Captain Yodomaru seemed to consider this, then asked, worried. What of their leadership? How hard or easy it would be to deal with the troops won't matter if we're forced into duels to keep our own people safe, and the reports say these Espada Aizen has put together can compete with a captain, at least in some instances. Lady Shihoan focused, then said, pointing as she spoke. The North Force, the one that's fully Quincy-based, doesn't seem to have any of them. The other two big groups do, however. There's an Arrancar who's moving back and forth along the front line of the mixed group on the western side, a tall woman with long green hairs. She is obviously spurning them forward. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the larger army has two more leaders, a slight teen with a bob of black hairs who is walking a good 100 meters in front of the bulk of soldiers on the left wing, and a purple-haired female Arrancar who is hovering above the middle of troops making up the right wing. It's pretty obvious the rest is taking their clues from them. She pointed her finger to the very back, and Toshiro could just make up two small specks above the enemy formation, which Lady Shihoan proceeded to add, in a serious tone, and, of course, there's the core leadership, leading the reserve group. One is an old man who's sitting on a levitating throne somehow, and next to him is Jin. That caused Toshiro to stiffen. He'd known he would have to face his former captain again, but the fact the moment had come was still difficult to accept. Lieutenant Sasakib, however, sounded curious rather than worried, as he asked Lady Shihoan, so, you don't see Sosuke Aizen or Kaname Taisen among the enemy forces? She shook her head, but then added, in a warning tone, they could be hiding among the troops. Aizen has proved himself to be a deceitful opponent. We can't simply trust in what naked eyes sees, not even if those eyes are mine. The 1st Division's lieutenant nodded, clearly accepting Lady Shihoan's point as valid. That's certainly something to keep in mind, and I'm sure all of us here will remember to remain vigilant and encourage our soldiers to do the same. That earned sounds of agreements from the entirety of the group, and after looking at them all, Lieutenant Sasakib continued, that said, my current theory is that Aizen is currently in Karakura, since if he manages to complete the ritual there and punch his way through to the throne room, he'll be just a step from absolute victory. With that in mind, I imagine the principal goal of this force is to pin the majority of our resources in watching the border of Soul Society, so that they can't interfere with his actions. As we cannot allow that to happen, I shall now be returning to my post, so that, if Aizen does manage to punch through, we'll be there to intercept him, but in the interest of foiling his plan as efficiently as possible, I encourage you to use the fullness of your powers as soon as you are capable of doing so. The sooner you bring this fight to a close, the sooner will you be able to reinforce the palace's defenses. A grim sense of resignation fell on Toshiro at that, and he could see from the expression of his fellow captains that they, too, were feeling the weight of that demand, and mustering the determination to see it through. He was ready to do his duty, but he still couldn't help but comment, in a sad tone. If we think the Espada is equal to us, it will mean power equivalent to 10 Bankai released at once, isn't it? That's going to cause so much devastation to the Runkunga, and destroy so many of the souls who live there. I feel like, no matter how successful we might end up being in repelling the invading forces, that would still be a personal failure in my remark. I've just been made captain of the 3rd Division, whose charge is to protect the Runkunga, and I'm going to take part in what might well be the destruction of large portions of it. Lady Shihoan looked at him with a cryptic expression, then asked, her tone suddenly lacking in inflection. You don't have an evacuation plan ready for the soul there? Toshiro frowned. She might not have put the insult into it, but he knew an insult when he heard one. Still, he didn't let himself lose decorum, merely limiting himself to keep his voice just as devoid of infection as the Lady Shihoan had been. Of course we have evacuation plans, Ranjaku is already directing our force to relocate as many souls as possible, but even the most inner districts might not be far enough from the front line if Bankai start clashing. Without the walls of the Suryadai to hide behind, even a stray hit could be enough to annihilate a lot of defenseless people. Then we shall allow for the inhabitants of the Rukanga to be evacuated into the Suryadai itself. Toshiro turned toward Lieutenant Sasakaibe with surprise, the really escaping his lips before he was able to control himself. Lieutenant Sasakaibe seemed puzzled as this reaction, and answered, "Of course, the protection of all soul society is our first priority," as if nothing was more natural. Toshiro wasn't sure where that attitude was coming from. When Rukia's friends had launched their own attack, he'd been denied his request to evacuate souls inside the walls until the fighting was over, under the justification that letting so many people inside at once could allow the invaders to slip through, and the 1st Division wasn't willing to allow that. He wondered about the change in policy, but he knew better than to ask and risk the permit being rescinded, so he merely bowed in thanks and said, in a respectful tone, "Then I shall make sure to inform my lieutenant so the evacuees can be redirected to hide behind the safety of the walls, Lieutenant Sasakaibe." Lady Shihoan grinned and said, in an idle tone, "Let her know that the Shihoan clan has already pre-approved a section of our holdings for their stay, where we put up some temporary shelters. A woman by the name of Kyukaku Shiba has been setting it up for me this last month, just ask about her." That caused Lieutenant Sasakaibe, who had turned to leave, to stop once again to ask, surprised, "For you? I was under the impression you didn't want to take over the position of head of the Shihoan family back, Lady Yoriyuki." She grinned in a very cat-like manner, and answered, apparently amused, "That would be telling, Lieutenant. As you well know, the current internal situation of the Shihoan family is undecided, pending the solution of the current military crisis. Yes, the Captain Commander told me as much. I won't inquire further, Lady Shihoan, you need not worry, politics are of little interest to me, I was merely surprised." He then turned to look at the rest of the group and added, in a more serious tone, "While the 1st Division will be unable to fight at your side, I want you all to know that you have our absolute trust. We know that the proud captains of the Godai 13 earned their title, and will not falter in the face of any enemy. Stand strong, and fight well." With that, he bowed to them, before eventually leaving. It took a moment for Toshiro to recover from the sense of pride that had given him, for somebody like Lieutenant Sasakaibe, who was so far above in rank to all but one of the people here, to show such respect for them was not something he'd ever expected to see. Still, he recovered quickly and turned toward the Lady Shihoan, who was still smiling. "Lady Shihoan, I feel like I should thank you. I have the impression that the only reason why the 1st Division was willing to let the people of the Rukanga into the walls is because you offered a place where they could be housed. You might have saved thousands of people, and for that, you have my gratitude." He bowed deeply at the waist, but the Lady Shihoan chuckled and waved an hand, indicating he could stop, as she said in a carefree tone, "I don't need thanks for doing the right thing. And while I prepared the ground and let Sasakaibe know the area was available, he would not have let them in at my behest, since such a request could only come from the captain of the 3rd Division. If you hadn't accepted the post, Yamamoto would have put one of his 1st Division official in charge of the division, they wouldn't have asked. And if you didn't ask at all, then my hands would have been tied. I did what I could, but that wouldn't have been enough if you hadn't been willing to do your part as well." Toshiro was left so shocked by that explanation that it took him a moment to register the disrespect Lady Shihoan was showing to the Captain Commander by not appending any of his titles to the man's name. Toshiro wasn't sure how to feel about that, or about the implications of that comment, that somebody picked by the Captain Commander wouldn't have bothered trying to save the inhabitants of the Rukanga, but he decided that, right now, it wasn't the time to discuss such things. Instead, he merely offered a polite nod and added, in the same respectful tone, "Even if that is true, I am well aware my words alone would not have sufficed either." He didn't feel it proper to promise the Lady Shihoan a favor in return, as that would run the risk of getting entangled in the politics of the great families in a way which a child of the Rukanga like him didn't really feel it was his place to meddle with, but he did want to make his gratitude clear, so he settled for saying, in a serious tone, "I will not forget your kindness in this matter, Lady Shihoan." She chuckled, and then, to his utter shock, reached to ruffle his hairs and said, in the same amused tone, "Just keep that good hearth you have, and I'll consider it repayment enough." He was left so embarrassed by it, it took him a moment to recollect himself, which he only did when the Lady Shihoan clapped her hands, her expression and voice turning serious all of a sudden. "Right, so, as I've said, I will be joining the defenders on the north side, to help deal with the Quincy. Who of you should I be deploying with?" Captain Odoribashi answered first, in a somewhat tired tone of voice. "As the captain with the longest time in service out of the four of us, and I believe the only one here who has fought Quincy before other than yourself, Lady Shihoan, my forces should be best suited for supporting you. The Quincy leadership ought to be the easiest to dispose of, so by concentrating 2 of our 5 captain-level fighters there, we should be able to break their side of the fight faster, at which point we can split my division in 2 so that you, as our strongest fighter, can reinforce those who will be taking the largest number of opponents on the east side of the defense, while I add my power to the defenders on the western side." Lady Shihoan didn't seem to have any objection to that, and Captain Swyfon nodded and went on to say, with a determined tone, "Then I'll be taking the east side. It's the one most likely to be invested by the largest amount of troops, so we want it to have the defenses best able to hold on, and my Bankai is both the best suited to take on Arrancar, and by far the most powerful among us, so I'm best suited for that role." Everybody's eyes moved to the Lady Shihoan at that declaration, but the dark-skinned woman just chuckled ruefully as she said, "It's true, my power is good, but in terms of sheer destructive potential, Swyfon's is superior. In fact, if we're lucky and the enemies don't have a good counter for it, it's pretty much unstoppable." Captain Swyfon seemed pleased at the praise, but her smile disappeared quickly as she went on to say, in a serious tone, "Of course, even if I manage to wipe them out easily, that just means the reserves will come straight at me, and I can't imagine Aizen would have sent Jin here alone if he didn't have a mean to counter me. So, I'll probably be taking him on and try to keep him occupied until Yoriuki can come and help me finish him off. I expect the rest of you will need to take on the old guy while we do that, so long as you can win your own battles quickly enough." Toshiro couldn't help but find a certain sense of emptiness at that, and after a brief moment, he spoke up, trying not to sound accusing as he said, "I was hoping I would have the chance to face off Jin. After how our last meeting went." He trailed off, as everybody's eyes focused on him, and then Captain Yodomaru spoke up, her head angled so that her glasses glinted slightly, her tone hard. "You're not the only one here who was defeated by Jin and desires revenge, Captain Hitsugaya." Toshiro had had the chance to interact with the other woman a bit in the last month, as she was Ranjiku's best friend, and so he was a bit surprised at the harshness of her tone. She normally sounded much more level-headed than that. Still, he supposed he could understand her, since after all, the desire she had to cleanse her honor was the same as his own. Lady Shihoan's tone wasn't as hard, but she still didn't sound happy as she added, "I might not have lost a fight to Jin, but I lost a century to exile as a result of his actions. I think nobody here had neutral feelings for the man, but we cannot let those dictate our battle strategy. It's likely what he expect, and while I don't know about anybody else, I'm tired of letting Jin Ichimaru have things go the way he wants to." Toshiro grimaced, his fist clenching, but then let out a long breath, and slowly nodded. Lady Shihoan and Captain Yamato were right, he shouldn't leave himself be controlled by his emotions. In fact, analyzing the situation properly, Ranjiku probably wouldn't be thrilled if she had to face off against Jin. He knew better than most how close the two were, and, while he trusted his 3rd Division, ordering them to take the field against their former captain would be cruel. Not only that, it'd put them at risk. Even a second of hesitation could be enough to mean death against Inhalo, and these Arrancar were reportedly more powerful. While he couldn't be sure that Jin showing up would cause his soldiers to hesitate, it'd be irresponsible to put them at risk like that. Which, of course, made the right thing to do quite obvious. It would mean sacrificing his chance at settling matter personally, but pride was a small price to pay to save those he was responsible for. Thus, having gathered his resolve, he looked up at the rest of the captain and said, in a level tone, "You're all correct, of course. And, while I might be able to keep my control against Jin, not all of my division is as disciplined as me. Unless somebody disagrees with that, I will be taking the 3rd Division to defend the western wall against the mixed force of Quincy and Arrancar. It's the side further away from where Jin will be, so we'll be minimizing the risk of his interference." He could see the approval in the other captain's eyes at his decision, and Captain Yamada placed a hand on his shoulder as she said, in a proud tone. "That's a noble gesture, Captain Hitsugaya. I shall be taking the south then, and will be looking forward to you joining forces with me once Captain Odoribashi is done with the Quincy on the northern side and has helped you clean up the west, so we can all converge on the last Espada while Captain Swaefo and Lady Shihoan deal with Jin." A round of nods came from the group. Toshiro couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at that, as if taking part in such a council had made him a captain in truth, in a way that the last month of administrative work just hadn't. Still, he didn't let the feeling linger, instead collecting himself as he said, in his most polite tone. "Well then, before the enemy finishes closing in, I'm going to go and redirect the evacuation so as many people are safe as we can manage, before moving my troops to their place." Everybody took that as their cue to leave, to take command of their division and organize the defense, while Toshiro hastened his pace. He had people to save, both those who couldn't fight and those who would, and for the first time since he'd become a captain, he felt like he was worthy of the task. While Ikeku hadn't expected to be dropped right in the middle of a fortified enemy position, surrounded on all sides by Aizen's Arrancar troops, he couldn't say he was disappointed by the situation. Due to having lost their coin toss on the matter, Yumi Chika was stuck powering up the negation device and unable to fight, which meant Ikeku had to defend himself, as well as his friend, as the enemies who surrounded them closed in with clearly murderous intent. Which made it the most fun brawl he'd had in a while. It wasn't like he'd never had to fight mobs of enemies before. Of course, if anything, he was one of the best in the 11th Division at taking on multiple opponents at once. However, against most groups of enemy hollows, having his chain go straight through 5 heads in a single wings, with the opposite end in his other hands doing the same on the rebound, would have caused the enemy to start disperse. Instead, against these Arrancar, while splitting their skulls like that was at least enough to make them fall, the majority would then just proceed to grab the severed pieces of their heads and reattach it before staggering back to their feet. Of course, the ones he manages to actually strike in the face with the Morning Star head of the dual flail shape his Shikai was currently in, rather than just the chain, had their mask pulverized on impact and were destroyed immediately. But then, another additional difficulty of the fight was that at least a few of the Arrancar had been smart enough to put their mask in a different part of their bodies, which meant just striking at the head wasn't always the right idea. It created a complication, and even if in about 2/3 of the cases, the solution was as simple as destroying their weapon instead of their face, the added wrinkle made the fight that little bit more challenging, and thus enjoyable. Hojikamaru, too, was particularly happy with the fight, as having to specifically disintegrate a target that wasn't always on the same position on his many opponents' bodies made for a very efficient way of training precision with heavy weapons like flails and Morning Stars, something the two of them had very few opportunities to do in actual, real combat. Even figuring out the strategy itself had taken a little bit, which had allowed a sufficient number of enemies to get close enough that, now, even the tiniest mistake could result in death. The perfect training environment, according to his Zanpakuto, which Ikeku had to agree with. Every time he spun on himself to repel the enemies on his opposite side, exposing his back to a potential stab by one of the other Arrancar, sent a thrill down his spine, and while he was always listening to his Zanpakuto so that no attempt at a sneak attack would get him, more than once that just translated to blades or claws swiping mere millimeters from his skin, the breeze around him as clear a sign of the danger he was in as it was a medal of his skill that nothing more than air had managed to reach him, or Yumi Chika, yet. It was exhilarating. And, of course, as the fight went on, and Ikeku had started to get into the rhythm, he began to look for the big guys that had to be hiding in the middle of the rabble. He even took a few risks to smash apart a few of the defensive positions the Arrancar had fortified the enclosed room they were into with, to try and goad out whoever was leading them, but nobody had shown up of any greater strength than the enemies Ikeku had been taking down by the dozens so far. Still, he didn't stop the search. He was sure there had to be a leader hidden somewhere, even just a lesser captain or right-hand man of the real powerhouses who was in charge of the troops he was fighting, and he was sure that would offer a greater challenge, something worth his time and maybe even putting in some serious effort. However, despite his search for it, he couldn't seem to find any such person in the group, and then, before he could figure out some better tactic to lure them out, Yumi Chika was done charging up his device, and a sudden wave of power, like an ocean falling down from the sky at once, slammed down on him. Ikeiku, of course, wasn't bowed over or even immobilized by it, he just tensed his muscles and coiled his Ryotsu around his body, still fully combat capable. After all, nobody was ever accepted into the 11th Division until they were able to keep fighting under the pressure exerted by the captain's Ryotsu, at least when it was in its usual, mostly sealed-away state. Ikeiku was pretty sure that nobody but the Captain Commander and Captain Anohana would still be able to move when facing down the full-released Ryotsu of Kenpei, but then, that was the very reason that the captain almost never let his power run free in such a manner. But a member of the 11th being rendered unable to fight just because the captain had taken to the field would be completely useless, which was the reason Kenpei trained them all into withstanding the standard level of spiritual pressure he could exert casually. The Arrancar that Ikeiku had been fighting, however, had clearly not been trained to that standard. The moment the captain had appeared, every single one of them had collapsed to the ground, completely unable to move against the pressure, and in fact, Ikeiku noticed with a mix of pity and disgust, several were literally crumbling to dust from the sheer pressure exerted on their bodies. It was a disgraceful display all around, and it more or less proved the Ikeiku's search for some form of officer among their ranks had been futile. Clearly, none of the opponents he'd been facing had any serious strength at all. Still, he couldn't help but be a bit annoyed at the captain stealing his thunder like that, and he could see that he wasn't alone, as several members of the newly arrived 11th Division were looking around the battlefield with disappointment at the lack of enemies to fight. He could sympathize, truly, but he wasn't about to criticize the captain for it. Not last of which because, as usual, somebody else did it. Yachiro, taking advantage of her position sitting on Kenpei's shoulder, slapped him on the head with an annoyed pout as she shouted, Ken, you dummy, you took all the fun for yourself. What are we going to do now? The captain wasn't particularly fazed at his first seated officer's reprimand, merely scratching his head as he answered, in a bored tone. Come on, if they can't even move in face of my power, then clearly each one of you all would just have been bored by such one-sided fights. This way is much more practical, since we can now go around looking for actual worthy opponents instead of wasting time on useless enemies like these. It's the principle of the thing. You can't go around kill-stealing like that, it leaves us with nothing to play with. You never know, maybe if we had them take on a few dozens at a time, some of the newbies could have gotten good training out of it. Be more mindful. The captain shrugged, but before he could reply to Yachiro's, quite valid, in Ikeiku's opinion, points, a voice suddenly started to echo throughout the room, and Ikeiku listened as Aizen bragged out loud about his successful plan, and how he'd trapped them all here while he was going to run away like the coward he was, too afraid to face the strongest soul society had to offer. He glanced in the direction of the captain, as did everybody else, clearly curious to see how the Kenpei would react, but their leader merely looked thoughtful, a rare thing for him. It took him a moment, but eventually he said, in a tone that matched his expression. So, he said he left a few people behind for us to kill, didn't he? What do you think? Any chance of any of them being an actual challenge? He mean for them to go up against Kurosaki after all, and that boy is though enough. I'd imagine anybody left to fight him would be at least a decent warm-up. I just wonder if any of them would actually be worth my time. While no member of the division answered what, Ikeiku was sure, most of them would consider a rhetoric question, since no possible opponent outside of Aizen himself was going to be worth the captain's time. Somebody did. It was a high-pitched, unpleasant voice, almost like the sound of nails being dragged on chalkboard, and yet also very clearly a male one, booming at them as if from some cavernous place. We're going to be more than a challenge, we're going to bring about your destruction. I only left cheap troops here on purpose, since they were supposed to only keep you occupied and make it seems like we didn't know your plan, but now that Lord Aizen's goal of trapping you here has been accomplished, it's time for you to face my strongest fraction, and learn what it means to truly suffer. A moment later, what had looked like mere patches of nondescript wall or ornamental decorations suddenly revealed themselves to be doors, as they opened to let him dozens upon dozens of Arrancar, while the fact that they all had perfectly concealed their Ryotsu made it difficult to gauge their strength. Ikeiku had a good feeling about it as he noticed how impressive the lot looked. Many were physically well built, some heavily armed and armored, a good deal sporting fearsome masks or menacing appendages with claws and spines and horns, and overall, they all were holding themselves with the confidence of somebody who'd won plenty of fight, something Ikeiku was very familiar with. He wasn't the only one to grin at the sight. In fight, the only one of them who didn't was the captain, so Ikeka felt like it was fine to rib their leader a bit by saying, in a joking tone, "Come on, Captain, even if none of them is on your level, you'll get to watch a good fight at least." Ikeka wasn't sure if it was just because he'd spoken, or specifically because of what he said, but in either case, his words were enough to cause an attack to be sent to them from one enemy who was still somewhat hidden in the darkness of one of the passageways, a set of metal blades erupting from the ground like a wave and flowing toward him at high speed. He barely had time to swing his chain, and couldn't help but grin as his Shikai intercepted the blades, stopping the attack, only to be suddenly caught by surprise as, instead of stopping, the wave of blades seemed to jump onto his weapon and continue onward, flowing over his chain as they head along the floor, aimed straight at his head. He panicked for a heartbeat as he tried to figure out a way to save himself from the attack that was heading for his head at a speed faster than he could match, but then there was a shower of sparks and a sound of metal grinding against metal, and the wave of blades stopped. It took one more heartbeat for Ikeka to see that the blade at the front of the wave had been caught in the unyielding grip of the captain, which had moved to intercept the attack faster than Ikeka's eyes could follow. The captain's fist closed, shattering the captured blade and sending shards of it flying all over, and that somehow caused a shockwave to travel back along the stretch of blades the wave had been made of, destroying them all as it went. Still, the captain's was now smiling himself, his manic grin firmly in place as he said, in a mocking tone, "That was a nice trick, but if your aim is truly to kill me, you'll need to do a lot better than that." At those words, a figure emerged from the darkness, and Ikeka was treated to the sight of a very tall man with a thin and lanky body, wearing a long silver jacket that was buttoned only up to his midsection, leaving his chest bare, and sported a ridiculous spoon-like hood. He was carrying an even more ridiculous weapon, composed of two giant crescent moon-shaped blades fused together at the back to form a sort of axe head that was the size of his whole body, attached to the end of a long pole twice the weapon's length. Despite the absurdity of his outfit and weapon, however, his long face with a sharp chin, framed by long black hairs and including a white eye patch over the left eye, sported a medgrin that left Ikeka unsettled. It wasn't like he'd never seen medgrins before, if anything being in the 11th meant he'd seen plenty, and yet there was something strange he couldn't place about this one, that made it different from any other he'd seen. Matching his grin, the Arrancar didn't seem bothered by the fact that his attack had been intercepted, and if anything, he seemed almost eager, licking his lips with a tongue that was a weird purple color before saying, in a voice that was easy to identify as that they had heard before, "I can do a lot better than that, Shinigami. It won't even be hard. What makes you so arrogant as to think you have any chance against me?" The captain's grin widened at the challenge, but Yachiroa, as usual, was quicker to speak, her voice loud and clear. "Haven't you ever heard of the Kenpeki? That's the captain of our division, the 11th. You're never going to beat Ken. That caused the Arrancar gray eye to widen, and then his grin grew even larger and weirder, as he said, in a triumphant tone, "The Kenpeki? The strongest Shinigami ever? That's you? I knew it. He looked truly excited for some reason, even as he went on to rant, his visible eye glinting. "I knew the tales were false, that it couldn't be a woman. I can't believe I'm gonna have the chance to prove my absolute superiority in such a fashion, and, the captain of the 11th Division, you say? That's quite a lucky coincidence, for, you see, I am Neutrogilgas, the 11th Espada." He licked his lips again, only to pause midway through to turn his tongue around, to reveal the number 11 tattooed over it, before he went on to add, in an almost eager tone, "Oh, this is going to be great, I can't wait to start." Ikeka saw that the captain's bloodthirsty grin had seemed to change a little at the Espada's words. It was still there, but it had somehow acquired a quality that made it seem as if the captain was straining to keep it in place, instead of the way his grins usually manifested his bloodlust in a very natural fashion. Perhaps it was because of that fact that somebody else managed to speak before he could. "Master Neutra, did you not read the report Lord Aizen gave us on the Soul Society forces?" The question had come from an Arrancar which looked like a young man with messy brown hairs, who was wearing a white eye patch and a circlet around his forehead made of human teeth, and which, Ikeka noticed, the other Arrancar next to Neutra were giving a wide berth to. It was clear the Arrancar wanted to say something more, but Neutra silenced him with an almost growling tone. "Kinnet, Tessera, I don't care nor need any of that stupid intelligence. Those as strong as I am, you see, will win no matter what they know about their enemy, and the time I'd have wasted on reading was much better spent training and getting stronger. Power and might are all that's necessary to win. The brown-haired Arrancar seemed contrite, which gave Yachiru a chance to point at him and say, in a very childlike tone, Ken, I'm calling dibs on the Espada's assistant. Their captain chuckled darkly, clearly amused at the request, even as his one uncovered eye, the other one was currently covered by his eye patch, focused on the Espada's gray one, and he said sure, why not, before half turning toward the rest of them and saying, in a dismissive tone, I'm going to take this battle somewhere else, so that you all can stretch yourselves against the grunts. Remember, as I've promised, that whoever defeats the strongest enemy will be getting the lieutenant rank once we've dealt with the traitor. Don't disappoint me. Apparently, that comment caused some annoyance in Neutra, as the Espada's medgrin slipped a little and his one-eyed gaze turned into a glare as he said, menacingly, what makes you think I'm gonna allow you to change the battlefield in any way? Kenpeka focused back on the Espada and answered, his tone dark. Didn't you say it yourself? The truly strong need nothing but might to achieve what they want to, not anybody's permission. And then, with a suddenness that left Ikeku surprised, a single stomp on Kenpeka's part caused a whole slab of metal from the floor to raise, and before anybody could react, the captain charged forward, slamming the metal sheet into the Espada, which slammed the Espada into the wall, and then all three, the Espada, slab of metal and the captain, went through the wall and disappeared past, with a sound of crumbling stone that made Ikeku believe the captain had slammed Neutra through several more walls. Ikeku had known that the captain could be fast when he wanted to, but he would have sworn that he wasn't that fast. He knew that he had spent the last 2 months training with Captain Anohana, but surely that hadn't resulted in such a gain in speed? Apparently the only one to have expected his increase in speed, Yachiru had jumped off of the captain's shoulder as he charged, drawing her Zanpakuto, but the moment Neutra had disappeared, Tessera's eye had widened and he darted after his boss, to which Yachiru shouted in annoyance, come back here, SRA, I've said you've gotta fight me, taking off after him. Ikeku chuckled at that, and he could see Yumi Chika smiling as well, before refocusing his attention on the Arrancar surrounding them, many of whom looked dumbfounded. He clucked his tongue, disappointed. A proper warrior shouldn't leave weirdness distract them during a fight. That was a lesson that Yachiru made sure to teach every 11th recruit within the first month of their service. It really seemed that Aizen hadn't instilled any discipline at all in his troops, but then, Ikeku supposed, that was to be expected of a scientist. So, to bring everybody focus back where it belonged, he shouted, loud and as cocky as he could make it. Hey, you lot, aren't you looking the wrong way? We're gonna be your opponents, so you better keep your focus on us if you don't want to be crushed before the fight even start. And, to make his point, he flung his flail at one of the few member of the first group of Arrancar, who had been trying to get back to his feet now that the captain had left, crushing his head and causing it to start dissolving. The gesture immediately had all the other Arrancar focused back on him and the rest of the 11th Division that was packed tight in the middle of the room, and he put on his best grin as he said, in a challenging tone. So, who's gonna be the first to come dance with us? Who's the strongest here? Before anybody could answer, one of the walls suddenly exploded, stone being thrown everywhere. As he ducked, for a moment Ikeku thought that perhaps the captain had decided to bring the fight back there, after all, but then he was able to see that it had been a titanic, skeletal snake that had just crashed through the wall like a battering ram the size of a house, telling him it was Renji's fight which had spilled on their location, not the captain's. He had just the time to register a solidly armored figure with blue hairs darting through the hole, dragging behind itself what looked like another giant snake made of bones by sheer strength, and recognize it as the Espada Grimjo, before it slammed one giant snake into the other, the sheer power of the impact smashing through the ground to reveal that, to Ikeku dismay, there was some sort of basement underneath them, rather than solid earth, which meant that, with the floor collapsing under their feet, in a moment they were falling. As unexpected as the succession of events was, Ikeku didn't let it catch him unprepared, and had Hojikamaru switch into a grappling hook attached to a chain, using it to slow down his descent and land on his feet, and then almost slip at the blood on the ground. One glance around told him that he'd just landed in a battlefield. It took him a moment, but he recognized several of the people still fighting, and a few of the bodies on the ground. As member of the 6th Division, they were in a giant, cavernous room that sported what looked like a reinforced sealed door on one wall, in front of which was a tall, muscular, and dark-skinned Arrancar with a row of bony spikes atop his otherwise bald head, forming a crest similar to a mohawk hairstyle. The man was wearing only white pants and sandals styled like a martial artist's, with his torso completely bare except for a pair of tiny skull-shaped earrings and a necklace of shark fangs, and he sported the number 10 tattooed visibly on his shoulder. He was also paying no attention to the large number of metal, stones, and Shinigami that had just fallen in the room or, indeed, even to the Shinigami he had been fighting beforehand and which, Ikeko noticed, didn't included just the 6th Division, but also Hiyori Sakuragi and the green-haired girl Visored, the latter of which was supporting what Ikeko was pretty certain was the guy the Visored had wanted to rescue, Hirako Shinji, who looked remarkably the worse for wear. No, instead the big guy's focus was entirely on the armored, blue-haired Espada who had caused the collapse in the first place, as he said, in an accusatory tone. Grimmjow, you were supposed to keep the Shinigami separated, not help them reunite. The 6th Espada growled, and turned toward the other one to say, sounding genuinely angry. I don't care one bit what is it you think I should or shouldn't do, Zamari, I'll fight my battles however the hell I please, and if you've a problem with that, you can go get yourself killed somewhere else. The newly named Zamari's golden eyes narrowed and he said, his tone low and threatening. Care how you speak to me, beast, I've been in Lord Aizen's service far longer than you have. And I've been an Espada longer than you, so you can take your orders and... Amusing as it was to see his enemies sniping at each other, Ikeko had had enough, so he spoke up, loud enough to cover both of their voices and, in fact, causing his own to echo throughout the large empty chamber. Gentlemen, or actually, bastards, how about you both shut up and let me solve your disagreement by putting you both back into your graves. That caused both Espada to focus on him, which Ikeko was perfectly fine with, even as he took one last look at the battlefield, currently housing the whole of the 11th and 6th Divisions, Neutra's Fraction, he himself alongside Yumi Chika, Renji, and 3 Visored, and 2 of Aizen's Espada. He had little doubt that a fight involving so many powerful fighters was going to be glorious, and he'd just ensure he'd be in the very thick of it. He couldn't have asked for anything better. So, he raised Hoshikamaru, which had shifted into a sword to make the whole show more impressive, and said, putting on his best grin as he pointed it at the leaders of the opposition. I'm Ikeko Madarame, and I'm here to destroy you both, now, come and get me. Rukia couldn't help but smile as she saw a glowing, triangular platform heading her way, and corrected her course as she headed toward it, slashing with Sode no Shirayuki in front of her to create a stairway of ice to head her way. Orium smiled widely upon seeing her, waving excitedly as she landed on the flying shield. Rukia. We were just looking for you. She raised an eyebrow in surprise at that, and couldn't help but ask, curious. Really? Why is that? Captain Anohana said you would know how to break the barrier, so we came to help, right? She glanced to Ichigo, who nodded, and added, in a neutral tone. Anohana also didn't seem like she needed our help, while you might. And I imagine you have a plan. Rukia nodded at that, and couldn't help but feel buoyed by her friend's trust in her, even as she explained. I do. The barrier is being supported by 5 anchors, object-shaped like golden spheres imbued with Kido. We need to take down at least 3 to be able to mess with the barrier, and Kisuke is taking care of 1 already, so we just have to find 2 more. She glanced at the area where she could see, in the distance, what looked like a large battle taking place around the main palace of Las Noches. It looked like a force of Shinigami had been set up in a large circle of camps around said palace, and the force of Arrancar was trying to reach them, but being stopped as their front lines kept dying. It took a moment for Rukia to realize this wasn't the result of traps being set up, but rather just Captain Anohana preventing the enemies from closing in on her own. Shaking her head in disbelief, Rukia pushed the thought away as she turned to look at the tall structure and said, in a thoughtful tone. While Aizen could have hidden the anchors anywhere, I don't think he'd risk us stumbling upon them by accident. In addition to that, to create a circular dome like this he would need at least 1 anchor near the center, as a focal point. Which means there's a solid chance at least 1 of the anchors is inside the palace. That's good, isn't it? We have 2 whole divisions in there, and both your brother and Kenpeki are very good at large-scale destruction. They're very likely to break down enough of that place to either find the anchor there, or break it accidentally. Rukia glanced at Ichigo, considering his words. He wasn't wrong, but at the same time, he'd missed an element of it, which made Rukia grimace as she answered. Only if they know it. Byakuya can raise a building to the ground on his own in a few seconds, yes, but he won't do it without a good reason. And Kenpeki is just as likely to tear the place down as he is to lose himself in a one-on-one duel where all of his attacks are only hitting his target. Kisuke might have one pinned down, and the last I heard of it Grimmjow was focused on fighting Renji, but that still leaves Tsukishima and Ulquiorra unaccounted for, in addition to who know how many other Espada Aizen might have left behind. The chance of Kenpeki stumbling into one of them are very high. Ichigo seemed to understand her point then, as his frown matched her own while he asked. Then, why don't we just call them, tell them what to do? Don't they all have communicators like you gave Hiyori? I don't know about everybody, but Byakuya does, for sure. However, the barrier is interfering with all forms of communications. I lost contact with Hiyori the moment it activated, so if we want to let them know, we'd need to make our way inside and tell everybody personally, which defeats the point of having troop there already. We might even have to fight our way through the enemy ranks to them, losing us even more time. She stared at the palace once more, trying to think if there was any way they could send a message inside that would work, but failing to find any. It wasn't like there weren't Kido focused on communication, but those were either Kaido, which one needed to apply to somebody by contact, or Heido, where one had to give the Kido some mean of propulsion to be sent forward, which created a number of problems such as covering a large distance, having to go through physical obstacles and, of course, the big one, that anybody on the path of the message would be able to perceive it. While Rukia could think of ways to craft Kido messages that would be difficult for a hollow to either sense or understand, something that reacted to Reishi but not to Ryutsu seemed like it might give them trouble to interpret. For example, none would be a guarantee. And that still left the other obstacles. The only thing she could think of was that Captain Anohana's grand mastery of Kido was a result of her being the only Shinigami known to be able to place Kaido-type Kido on a target from a distance. If Rukia could devise a good one and explain its working correctly, there was a chance Captain Anohana would be able to deliver it, but that would force the captain to interrupt her fight with the Eren car on the outside of the palace, and Rukia couldn't even guarantee that putting the 4th Division at risk like that would be worth it. Still, with no other option, she was about to explain her idea when Orium preempted her by speaking up suddenly and saying, in a serious tone, I can send Shunshin Rika to carry on your message. They'll be able to sneak in by the enemies without being seen, can move much faster than anybody else with their flight, and use their power to keep from getting hurt. Rukia turned in surprise toward Orium. That was a surprisingly good idea, and it would probably go by much faster than tracking down Captain Anohana and explaining to her a complex new Kido in the middle of a wild melee, but it was also very risky for Orium herself, on a personal level. Rukia wasn't sure how to put it without offending her friend, but she didn't need to, as Ichigo spoke up first, the worry plain in his voice. Orium, if you do that, you'll be left completely powerless in the middle of what's basically a giant battlefield. You'll be unable to defend yourself, and won't have the ability to heal anybody either, until Shunshin Rika has delivered the message. It's dangerous. Orium's eyes blazed with determination as she answered, first to her waist. So what? Being in this fight is dangerous already, and plenty of people here don't have an invincible shield or healing powers to get through it. And, I won't be powerless without Shunshin Rika either. I'm still a full bringer, and I also have the sword to fight with. She drew the Zanpakuto with a floral motif from her side for emphasis, the blade glinting from the light reflected by the glowing platform under their feet. Ichigo frowned and countered, still sounding worried, although somewhat less than he had before. All right, that's a point, but you know you're not as skilled with either of those as you are with Shunshin Rika. While Ichigo's determination had faltered, Orium's didn't. If anything, she looked even more sure of herself as she said back, in a firm tone. Well, I'll never get better unless I have to use those skills in a real fight. NMR. Shunsui said I need to fight like a swordswoman if I want to reach out to the spirit in the Zanpakuto. I've been doing that with Shunshin Rika's help, but it's not the same as relying on just the sword itself. That argument, Rukia could see, had affected Ichigo. He hesitated for a moment, but then eventually said, in a reluctant tone. It's not that I don't get you, but putting your life on the line with only untested powers to keep you safe is not something I'm comfortable with, you know. Rukia would have expected a number of possible reactions to that, but not what Orium actually did, which was to slap Ichigo on his shoulder and said, with a smile, "Don't be silly now. It's not like I'm doing it without help, you and Rukia will be right there with me. Do you not trust yourself to keep me safe?" That seemed to reach Ichigo, as he seemed to suddenly relax and grow more determined in quick succession, gently clasping Orium's hand as he said, in a firm tone, "Of course I'll do my best to protect you. I'd not be able to live with myself if I ever did any less than my best to protect my friends." Rukia chuckled at the display of emotion, which brought both of their attention to them. She chuckled some more at realizing that Orium suddenly looked embarrassed, not a look the orange-haired girl sported often, while Ichigo merely looked puzzled, as if for a moment he'd forgotten Rukia was there with them. Taking advantage of the pause in conversation from the two, she said, in a friendly tone, "I think that Orium's ideas is pretty good, and that it would probably be the best way to get the message across to as many people as possible, since the 6 fairies can separate and thus cover more ground and be more likely to reach people who can help. However, just in case, I want you both to know that it's not our only option. It would be slower, but if we can find Captain Anohana and I have a few minutes to confer with her, I think we would be able to come up with a Kido that can brute force through Aizen's interference. So, Orium, you don't have to do this if you don't want to." Orium seemed surprised for a moment, but then she shook her head, the hairpin the only thing keeping her long hairs from going all over her face at the movement, and said, in a firm tone, "No, I'm not afraid. The longer we take, the more people in Karakura, like Tatsuki and Ichigo's family and all the other innocents, will be in danger. Doing our best to help them, it's the heroic thing to do. We need to give it our all to win, and this is how I'm doing it." Ichigo put a hand on Orium's shoulder, squeezing gently to show he agreed with her, before looking at Rukia and nodding to show he agreed with Orium's decision. Smiling back, Rukia raised her hand and said, in a cheerful tone, "All right, just wait one moment before sending them off so we can have something to stand on." And then, she focused, creating a large, circular platform for them to step on. While Orium said goodbye to her fairies before sending them on their mission, Ichigo looked around at the solid gold disc they were standing upon and asked, sounding curious, "Is this new? When you were training me on the way Shinigami fight in the sky, you didn't mention anything like this was possible." Rukia smiled and admitted, trying to keep her smugness to a minimum, "It wasn't until I put this new Kido together. I was inspired by Orium's power. It made me realize that there were potential uses for something like this against other ways of fighting in the sky. It took a couple weeks to put it together. I'd been looking for a new project to sink some free time into, and this one seemed like the most promising of the ideas I had." In truth, it had been quite more complicated than Rukia was making it sound. After all, Kido was predicated on applying a specifically chosen emotional state. That was what the chants and gestures were meant to help the user reach, onto Ryotsu, to give it properties related to that frame of mind. However, the cardinal division between the 3 types of Kido, Heido, Bakudo, and Kaido, was based on the way the mental frame was applied. Kaido required matching the target's emotional state to that which was being applied before mixing the Ryotsu together, which was complex on its own, but made mixing it with Heido or Bakudo easier than putting 2 Kido of that type together. That was a result of the fact that both of those types of Kido were applied to ambient Ryotsu, but while Heido took effect of the natural tendency of Ryotsu to drift around to just add effects on top of it and create moving Kido, such as beams, who only maintained coherence for a short time before dissolving, Bakudo forced Ryotsu together into a solidly clumped mass, which made it create solid structures, like shields, walls and cages, but also locked it in place. As a result, creating something that could both be moved and stopped on command, while retaining enough consistence to allow for standing on top of it, had been something of a challenge. Rukia had relished the time she'd spent on it, even if in the end, she'd just ended up creating a modified version of her favorite Kido, the Raging Bull, by reworking the structure and adding an effect that allowed for modifying the direction of movement on a delay. By constantly switching the speed around, she could keep it static, allowing for the transport platform she'd come up with. She didn't bother Ichigo with the explanation. She'd learned long ago most people didn't really enjoy the complexities of Kido as much as she did, but he still seemed to appreciate the benefit of the spell at least, if not the difficulty of casting it. Once Orium had finished sending her fairies away though and was able to pay attention, he refocused, his hand toying with the handle of his Zanpakuto. So, what now then? We have Shun Shunrika telling the others inside the palace to break as much stuff as they possibly can in the hope of smashing the anchor you're sure would be inside. Yukatake is taking care of one more, and Captain Anohana is dealing with the Aaron car outside, so, what does that leaves for us to do? Rukia let her own concentration show on her face as she answered. As I said, it's not very likely that Aizen would risk letting us stumble on an anchor by accident, but I think that hiding one in some nondescript place that he doesn't think we'll ever head to would be in his style. So, what I want to do is head as high up as we can, and then I can start bringing out some of the highly destructive Kido with a large area of effect that I don't normally use, since they'd hit me and any ally or bystanders in a very huge radius in addition to any enemy I was facing. Using them from up on high, here in an area where we don't have allies or innocents to worry about, it would destroy anything outside of the central palace and its immediate surroundings. That way, if Aizen has tried to be smart by hiding something outside, we'll be sure to get it. She paused, and then glanced at Ichigo and Orium to add, with a smile. Doing something like that will leave me utterly exhausted, and after the first, whatever quick response forces Aizen left behind are going to target me immediately, so I'll need you to keep them away until I get this done. Orium nodded multiple times with a determined pout to her features, while Ichigo's single nod was delivered in a more understated but confident manner. Rukia hadn't doubted they'd be ready to defend her while she carried out her plan, but even with that, it warmed her to know how well placed her trust in her friends was. With that, she quickly focused on the platform and directed it to fly as high as it could, since she needed the maximum altitude possible to put her plan into actions properly, needed to be able to see the entirety of Las Noches from above so she could be sure not to miss any corner Aizen could have hidden one of the anchors in. However, when they did reach high enough to see above the top of the central palace, Rukia saw that, right at the very tip of the large dome that acted as the palace's roof was a small pillar with a sphere of gold sitting right atop of it, glowing with Kido that made it clear it was the anchor. And leaning against the pillar was a familiar figure with black hairs, a horned white helmet that only covered half his head, and glowing green eyes set in a completely expressionless face. Cold gripped Rukia at the sight. Not only was her plan pointless now, but she hadn't forgotten that, the last time, they'd only survived their fight with the Espada thanks to Orium's power, which they wouldn't have this time. And all they'd managed with that advantage was to avoid a loss. Whereas now, their goal would not be accomplished without a true victory. And, despite how much they all had prepared, Rukia wasn't sure they could actually manage one. But despite that, she knew, they had no other option. If they wanted to save everyone, they would need to fight Ulquiorra. Chapter 99, Leadership. Renji had expected that he would be summoned into some form of combat situation, so he wasn't particularly surprised when, as Hueco Mundo started to fade in, he saw Hiyori Sakuragi swinging at somebody with her sword. He was, however, surprised to see that her opponent was a familiar face, with spiky blue hair. Luckily, the brief time the negation gave him was enough for Renji to regain his focus, drawing his Zanpakuto and getting in a combat-ready mindset. It helped that Grimmjow's attention was on him, and the Espada even cackled and shouted eagerly, "Ah! I knew it would be you, Abarai Renji, I was looking forward to this. I can't wait to settle things between us and show you who is the strongest." As he started to advance toward Renji, completely ignoring Hiyori. Seeing as it was clear his opponent would leave the Vizard alone as long as Renji kept him distracted, he threw the device that would call the 6th Division at her, shouting, "This guy is bad news, get out of here and then use that, just fill it with Ryotsu until it activates." In warning, before swinging Zabumaru while calling upon his Shikai, the whip-like sword slamming straight into the Espada's belly, with Renji having the middle segments separate and shoot forward a moment before the blade would hit, thus anticipating Grimmjow's warping of the air around himself as counter-attack and sending him skidding backwards. Knowing how dangerous the Espada was, Renji didn't let the Espada catch his breath, pressing forward the attack. A bare moment of focus was enough to add a desire to crush to his whip-like sword, and he swung from above to slam it down on Grimmjow. However, just a moment before the blade hit, the Espada's arms moved at incredible speed, clearly using his sonido under the skin trick, and caught the blade within his grasp, his hardened fingers punching through the steel. Despite the sheer strength from the impact, the Arrancar didn't even flinch, and then he let his power ripple forth, and Renji could feel as the steel from the blade was warped and then shattered, even as he detached it before the destruction could travel through to reach his hand. The Espada looked up at Renji, his eyes shaded by his hair, as he said, in a threatening tone. As you can see, I've prepared for this fight, Obere Renji. I need to prove that your survival last time was but a fluke and a result of your allies' help, and that I am the strongest of the two of us. He flexed his fingers, letting the shattered metal fall from his hands, then knelt, nails grazing the floor, as he went on to add. And since that'll only happen if I overcome the fullness of your power, I hope you don't plan on holding back on me, because I certainly won't. And with that, he shot forward with Sonido, while his hand dragged along the floor as Grimmjow's power warped the space around it, causing the ground to be torn apart, with the speed of the Espada's approach sending the shards of broken stone and dust flying forward, providing an attack and cover for the charging Espada all at once. Renji rolled to the side, both to avoid the barrage of stone projectiles and to get out of the trajectory he supposed Grimmjow to be upon, but the Espada didn't emerge from the cloud of dust, and Renji realized he must have used a smaller Sonido burst, so that the cloud of dust he'd raised would hide him as he repositioned himself before using Sonido again, so that Renji wouldn't be able to predict where to put up his defenses. And, of course, the Arrancar was keeping his riot so sealed, so that Renji's spiritual senses weren't able to pinpoint his position. That meant that, whatever the Espada was planning, Renji could only guess it. Since he didn't feel like taking that risk, he merely shouted, "Rain, King Zabumaru!" to call forth his Bankai, which he followed up by sending the snake's head from his belt underground and proceeding to let it grow titanic, separating and erupting behind him as he jumped backwards, letting the body of the skeleton snake assimilate him, before willing themselves downward and underground. The move proved to be the right one barely half a second later, as Grimmjow's form, accelerated with Sonido, struck straight through the snake's body, passing through the area Renji had been occupying a moment before. Even though the skeleton snake was broken, its head was still whole, so Renji could watch through its eye sockets as the upper portion of the snake's body fell to the floor with a ground-shaking rumble. The Espada looked around, trying to locate Renji, and when he couldn't, a manic grin appeared on his face. "I see you're still going to go with your hide-and-seek strategy, Obere. I guess I'll just need to drag you out, won't I? I'm warning you, if I have to tear down this whole palace to have my fight, I will." And, as if to confirm that point, Grimmjow's power surged as he transformed into his released form, with the black hands and paws sporting knife-like claws, the full body segmented armor, the cat-like mask and the curved blades on his forearms and forelegs, the blue hairs growing in a long mane. It was just as intimidating as the last time he'd seen it, especially considering he now knew the sort of power his enemy could wield through it. Renji, however, felt that he was ready for it. After all, he didn't actually need to defeat the Espada, only hold on until Sakuragi could finish activating the negation device that would bring Captain Kukaki and the 6th Division into Las Noches, which he was pretty sure would give Grimmjow pause. And, while Renji himself wasn't sure he could actually defeat the Espada, given how his last attempt at it had turned up, playing for time was something he felt he could actually manage. It had been a result of the training he'd done to better understand his Bankai. He'd always known that the skeleton snakes seemed to move further and faster underground than they did above it, but originally, he'd not been able to guess the reason for it. However, after realizing how the fact that his Bankai was shaped like a creature with many different features allowed him to enhance different aspects of it, so long as they were aspects those creature displayed, he'd realized what was happening there. Just like a Zanpakuto would work better than a normal sword even when not empowered, simply because it being aware made it stronger, so too would the properties of those animal portions of his Bankai be slightly more noticeable than normal, such as a snake's ability to burrow. And, with that knowledge, Renji just had to focus on that particular ability to make the snake's tunneling impossibly fast and capable of going through just about anything, much like a cut with a different Zanpakuto would. It had really opened up his eyes to the true versatility his Bankai offered him, and he was ready to use it to its fullest as he created dozens of copies and had them erupt from the ground to surround and attack his enemy. Of course, the last time he'd faced Grimmjow, the Espada had not been in fully released form when he torn apart through the forest of snake skeletons Renji had created, and had needed to use Sonido to move from one to the other, so he could use his power to break them. However, while Grimjo's new power meant he could now teleport from one snake to the other, it wasn't that much faster than Sonito, since the latter already moved the user at near supersonic speeds. So, offensively at least, it wasn't that much of an increase in danger, as long as the espada was focused on the decoy snakes. It still allowed him to simply ignore the skeletal snakes whenever Renji had one of them swing at him, when he didn't simply use his power to send a wave of warped air to tear apart a large number of them at once, along with large section of the very floor and concrete they were emerging from. The latter was a bit more worrying, which was why Renji, rather than having the snakes take swings at Grimjo, started to have them shot out their vertebrae as projectiles instead, while the espada's space warping movement allowed him to avoid most of them. In the enclosed space of the room they were fighting into, the sheer density was such that sometimes Grimjo was forced to unleash his power just to keep himself from being battered down, which reduced his ability to use it to destroy dozens of snakes at once in his effort to find out the one Renji was hiding into. That, however, wasn't what Renji was worried about. The real risk here was Grimjo finding out, by destroying all the snakes at once, that none of those surrounding it was actually the one Renji was hiding in. After all, when fighting in an enclosed space like a room, he had more option than on an open field, which was why he'd had the primary snake burrow inside a wall and then on the ceiling, and finally breaking into the empty room above it. After all, thanks to his ability of looking through the various skeletons' eyes, he didn't need to be that near to the action to see what was going on. After a few minutes of the pattern of Grimjo's attacks repeatedly failing to find the real Renji, the espada clearly started to grow annoyed as he shouted, "Do you really think that hiding will help you, Abarai?" in a very angry tone. Renji didn't let himself be worried by it, however, and instead focused on one of the new tricks he'd learned, making his skeleton snake talk. This one required a ton of focus, since, just like when he'd tried to make his Shikai's edge better suited to cut, the snakes weren't really suited to speaking, lacking lips, tongues, throat and all other parts required for the job. However, the jaws could make at least some small hissing and clattering sound, and by pushing his focus to the limit, he was able to make them spit out a very limited answer. "Sar. Loser." Since he'd used his primary snake to send the message, every single one of the dozens Grimjo was surrounded by, and was breaking to pieces with impressive efficiency, repeated it, making the mockery echo throughout the chamber, and the espada roar, "I'll show you who's the loser," in a voice so loud, it managed to overpower the chorus. Still, even as he relinquished his focus, Renji grinned to himself, as the combination of the taunt with making a handful of the skeleton snakes move into the corridor outside the cell they were fighting into spurned Grimjo into giving chase, just as he'd wanted. And his grin grew wider as he felt the thousands of Shinigami presences suddenly appearing in his perception, only to be wiped away as Aizen made his speech about how they'd all played right into his hands. Grimjo, despite being unable to see Renji's disappointment, seemed to realize it anyway, likely from the brief pause in the snake's attacks, and laughed uproariously. "So, how does it feel to be told that you're so much of an idiot, you doomed your people? Don't worry, I won't be so cruel as to let you wait in despair until Lord Aizen's plan is brought to fruition. I'm going to eat your soul long before then." Renji grimaced, especially when he realized that the closest Shinigami presence he could more easily recognize, Captain Kukaki, was heading for a different location, away from their current battlefield and clearly moving toward the central portions of the Las Noches Palace. Which meant he would likely need to deal with Grimjo on his own. With that in mind, he immediately changed tacks, going immediately on the offensive by ordering his skeleton snakes to dart forward, charging at the espada with much more energy, trying to catch and restrain him. However, while they hadn't made Grimjo too much dangerous when he was trying to take the skeletons, they turned out to be much more effective when used defensively, as the espada used his ability to teleport away whenever the snakes got too close, while sending out blasts of warped airs whenever the density of the attacks became too high. Still, Renji didn't let that slow him down, and with each attack, he was pushing the espada in more and more of a corner, so he was confident that it was only a matter of time before he would have Grimjo trapped. And that was when, all of a sudden, after sending out a vertical blast of warped air that cracked both ceiling and floor before pushing forward to disintegrate a large number of the attacking snakes, the espada disappeared. Renji was left confused for a moment by it, until he suddenly felt something smacking into his primary snake and, with sudden dread, realized the Arrancar had used the crack he'd opened in the ceiling to warp the air and teleport himself straight upwards. This was confirmed as Grimjoe let out a loud cackle and said, "You really think I wouldn't be able to find you eventually?" before stabbing his hardened claws into the snake before Renji could harden it, ripping the top part off while at the same time sending a blast down the length of the lower part to rip it to shred. Renji reacted in the only way he could by pushing himself out of the skeleton, accelerating the process by manipulating the density of the bones making up the skeleton to both make his exit faster and slow down the progress of the blast of warped air, however slightly. Even with that, he barely had the time to land on his feet and raise the sword portion of Zabumaru in a guard before Grimjoe erupted from the ceiling, slinging down the giant snake body he'd broken off as a whip of his own. Renji's defense was enough to save him from being crushed, but it still sent him flying through 3 stone walls, which he only managed to survive by reinforcing his body with Hakuta. Even with it, however, he was left in a heap buried under a large pile of broken stones while he let his regeneration get to work to patch up the broken bones he'd gotten out of the experience. Still, as he recovered, he started to come up with a plan. Grimjoe was apparently still enjoying the idea of using Renji's own weapon against him, as he was grabbing along the skeleton snake he'd captured and using it to smash around the few others that were surrounding him. What the Espada didn't know was that Renji could actually still control a snake's severed body, since he didn't actually direct any individual snake, but rather simply choose which ones would mimic the actions of his primary one, and which wouldn't. Which meant he could, with the right timing, cause the large skeleton snake to wrap itself around the Espada, possibly immobilizing him in a way he couldn't simply teleport out of. It was just a matter of figuring out how to strike a winning blow after that. However, before he could figure out how to make use of that, he suddenly felt a call of Renji. "I'm so happy I found you." From his left, and when he checked, he saw that it was one of Orium's tiny fairies. He blinked in surprise at the sight, and that was enough for the fairy to go on to say, in a hurried tone, "We need you to help. Rukia said that one of the things that are keeping us trapped here must be inside the palace, and we need to destroy it by smashing as much of this palace to pieces as possible." Renji took a moment to absorb that, then nodded and answered, in as confident a tone as he could. "All right, I'll do my best to do that. Stay close to me, that way if we happen to stumble on this thing, you can point it out to me and I can make sure it's destroyed." The fairy nodded, and then grabbed the base of Renji's ponytail. He dismissed his annoyance at that, instead focusing on the strength and toughness of the bone gauntlet attached to his arm so that, when he then used it to push away the rocks atop him, it took barely any effort at all. Then, once he was back on his feet, he willed his snake belt to bury itself underground again to start and generate more of them, but didn't dive inside them to hide, instead shouting, as loud as he could, "All right, Grimjoe, since you found me, come here and fight me for real." While the Espada had been advancing in his general direction, he'd been paying far more attention to destroying the snakes around him, clearly worried about the possibility of a sneak attack. However, after Renji's taunt, he grinned and immediately charged forward straight at him, almost as if he'd waiting for something like that, swinging the giant snake with both hands. Renji, being able to feel the very movement of the snake, dodged it easily enough, but he also added a small bit of extra speed and weight to the snake's movement so that, instead of simply cracking the floor, it smashed straight through. That caused a chain reaction that collapsed a large portion of the ceiling, to which then Renji immediately added by having all of the snakes he'd newly created erupt from the ground and start to throw around large pieces of the broken concrete which had collapsed straight at Grimjoe. For a moment, the Espada was falling, but then the air cracked and he disappeared, reforming with his feet planted solidly on the floor and swinging the broken-off giant snake, which he'd brought along, in a rising upward strike. Renji dodged backwards, and as soon as he was clear from the attack he used his power to accelerate the strike itself, so that it tore through the ceiling and one of the nearby walls. He didn't limit his destructive activities to just that, however, since his power worked by moving the primary skeleton snake and then selecting which of the other existing snakes would copy its movements, and to which extent, the dozens of other snakes he'd been raising from the ground also struck, breaking several of the surrounding walls, ceilings, and floors to destroy as much of their surroundings as possible, just as Rukia had asked. Grimjoe once again teleported himself away from under the pile of collapsing stone, appearing right behind Renji with the arm that wasn't holding a giant snake held in front of his face, the blade on it already charged with Ryotsu to be unleashed. Luckily, Renji was ready for that, and willed the fur around his torso to grow. Growing was a thing that fur normally did, but slowly, so even if it was easy to do, Renji still had to push a lot of Ryotsu into it to make enough of it to create a large wall. Grimmjow's blast wasn't stopped by it, but it was slowed down, enough that Renji could move out of the way before it reached him. That resulted in the blast of warped air smashing 2 walls behind him, and Renji immediately took advantage of the way the ceiling had been weakened by that collapse to swing the blade in his hands, shooting all of its segments into it multiple times, which caused large portions of the ceiling to fall down on them both. Renji had been prepared for it, so he had one of his skeletal snakes shelter him, while Grimmjow simply teleported away from the attack again. "You think you're going to defeat me by bringing the palace down on my head, Obari?" The Espada sounded almost amused at that, even as he moved to swing the large skeletal snake he was dragging behind toward Renji, who barely had the time to interpose the snake that was offering him cover before Grimmjow smashed his own into it. The strength behind the attack was such that, even with Renji subtly using his control of Grimmjow's improvised weapon to reduce the power of the blow, it still smashed straight through, sending Renji skidding backwards. The only thing that saved him was when, upon realizing he couldn't stop the attack, he accelerated it instead, so that it smashed through the ground and, in the process, stopped Grimmjow from following through. Taking advantage of that, Renji answered by saying, "If that's what needed to beat you, why not?" even as he struck with Zabumaru, having the whip-like blade stretched to strike at the Arrancar. Grimmjow's arm blurred with the speed of Sonito, and deflected the attack with a backhanded slap and the metal clashing sound of the blade striking his Iero, his fangs showing as he said, "That won't be enough," in a very haughty tone. Renji grinned right back, raising his free fist as he shouted, "Then how about this?" before causing the skeletal snake he'd been slowly growing in a different area, and used to direct the rest, to suddenly erupt from underneath them. It was so large that just one of its vertebrae filled the entirety of the room they were into, and each fang was the size of one of them. He attempted to impale Grimmjow from beneath with it, but the Espada dodged, and sent a stream of warped air at him, but Renji just had to take one step to his left to reach the giant skeleton and be absorbed into it, and while the warped air left a crack in the snake's side, it was barely a glancing blow, and didn't hurt Renji himself at all. However, seeing Renji about to disappear again seemed to enrage Grimmjow, as the Espada used his power to teleport right next to the giant snake while mid-strike, smashing it with the snake in his own hands. He accelerated his attack with Sonito to give it as much impact as he could, combining it with his enhanced Arrancar strength to smash straight into it. The power of the attack was big enough to send the large snake crashing through multiple very thick walls, and into a room which, Renji realized with some surprise, was full with a mix of Arrancar and Shinigami. He didn't have much time to consider his surrounding, however, as Grimmjow hadn't stopped, and in fact was attacking again, having used his power to teleport above so that he could slam his stolen snake in a hammer blow from above, just as strong as the last one, that sent Renji's snake smashing through the floor, causing the whole room, and everybody in it, to collapse to the ground below. Luckily, being inside the giant snake itself, Renji wasn't hurt by the fall and had the time to look around, only to realize that they'd fallen from a battlefield right into another, with the key difference that, while the one above had looked like the people there had been just about to fight, this one looked like there had been fighting going on here for a while. However, as he expanded his senses, Renji realized that the fighting here had not been taking place between groups. Instead, the Shinigami, which he recognized as his own 6th division as well as 3 of the Visored, were fighting together against a single Arrancar, one who had somehow managed to leave several of them wounded on his own. That alone would have been enough to make Renji suspect that he was an Espada, an impression that his look added to. He was tall, muscular, and dark-skinned, with a row of bony spikes atop his otherwise bald head and a combination of bare upper body, white pants, and sandals that suggested him being a martial artist. And of course, the one decoration he sported, outside a pair of tiny skull-shaped earrings and a necklace of shark fangs, was a tattoo with the number 10 on his shoulder, in a very similar style as the number 6 on Grimmjow's abdomen. He also had a mean glare, that he leveled on Grimmjow as he said, in an accusatory manner, "Grimmjow, you were supposed to keep the Shinigami separated, not help them reunite." That seemed to annoy Grimmjow enough to make him stop in his assault and instead turn toward the other Arrancar, with genuine anger in both his voice and expression. Renji guessed the panther-like Espada didn't like the idea of being ordered around, especially by somebody who, going by the tattoo, was weaker than him. I don't care one bit what is it you think I should or shouldn't do, Zamari. I'll fight my battles however the hell I please, and if you've a problem with that, you can go get yourself killed somewhere else. Care how you speak to me, beast. I've been in Lord Aizen's service far longer than you have. And I've been in Espada longer than you, so you can take your orders and... That was about the point when one of the Shinigami who had fallen from the battlefield above, which Renji realized he would have already identified if he hadn't been distracted by the new Espada, spoke up. Gentlemen, or actually, bastards, how about you both shut up and let me solve your disagreement by putting you both back into your graves. I'm Ikeku Madarame, and I'm here to destroy you both. Now, come and get me. Ikeku's challenge seemed to get the two Espadas' attention, which Renji wasn't sure what to think about. On the one hand, he doubted that his friend could take two Espada on his own, especially when they didn't even know the power of one of them. On the other hand, by making himself the center of the attention, Ikeku had given Renji a perfect chance to assess the situation and decide what to do. Which was a good thing, because from what he could sense, things had not been going well for the Sixth. It was clear that several of them had been left badly wounded, apparently by shrapnel, and were bleeding on the ground, and while the Espada who had caused the wounds wasn't in a position to capitalize on that, the Arrancar who'd fallen from above certainly were. While many of them were being held back by the 11th Division, and a few more by the members of the 6th that were still standing, that was clearly not enough. A number of the Arrancar was going one-on-one with the lesser-seated officers of both divisions, and the rest were so strong that they were facing three-man teams instead, and in some cases, a single Arrancar was keeping multiple teams occupied by themselves. As a result, even if the Arrancar were overall less in number than the Shinigami, there were still many of them who had been left free to attack the wounded Shinigami. Renji wasn't about to let that stand. With his snake already laying on the ground, it took barely any effort to make it dig its head underground, and then focus on its burrowing ability to make it move as fast as it could, growing longer all the while to lay its spires all underneath the battlefield. Then, he had spires erupt from the underground, intercepting the Arrancar while he had more spires emerge to absorb the wounded Shinigami, keeping them safe from harm while Zabumaru's power started on healing them. The attacking Arrancar were confused for a moment by it, and Renji took advantage to have his snake crush some of them against the wall so strongly it pulverized their entire bodies on hit. That was enough to give the enemies pause, and Renji time to consider his next move. Which was when he heard Ikeku cry in pain, with Yomishika's following shout of shock following it. A glance showed him that his friend had been fending off Grimmjow's long-range attacks with a double Kusarigama-shaped Hojikameru, but then he'd apparently somehow frozen, immobile, in midair, which left him unable to dodge a blast of warped air, which had carved a hole in his side, bleeding profusely. The shock at the sight was enough to leave Renji unable to react for a moment, which would have been enough for Grimmjow to finish Ikeku off, but rather than taking the free shot, Grimmjow turned a furious glare on the other Espada. "What are you doing, Zamari? I didn't give you permission to interfere with my fight. I don't need your permission to do what's necessary to accomplish Lord Aizen's goals." The sentence was delivered in a truly haughty manner, but, Renji also noticed, he wasn't even looking at Grimmjow. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Ikeku, who was still suspended in midair, immobile as if frozen, and yet still bleeding out from the grievous wound he'd taken. The uncanny sight was enough for Renji to restore his focus, and realize that paralysis had to be Zamari's power, somehow. The fact that Grimmjow was still busy shouting, "I'll not let you claim I needed your help to win," gained them some more time, and Renji was already growing out a snake head underneath Ikeku to rescue him when Zamari said, "I don't care what you want, I'll just do what's required to put an end to this," in a dismissive tone, and let out a barrage of bala. Renji knew that his snake wouldn't move fast enough, but when the bala exploded, it wasn't to tear apart Ikeku's body. Instead, somebody else had interposed themselves, using Sonido to move at the same speed as the bala, to intercept them. The horned mask threw Renji off for a moment, but when it faded away, he saw that it was Hiyori, who had took the hit from the explosive bala, her regeneration immediately helping her recover from the wounds. In addition to saving Ikeku, Hiyori's intervention also had her block him from Zamari's sight, which led him to start falling down, and Renji was ready to catch him, having his snake swallow his friend whole so that Zabumaru could begin healing him. It also led, however, to Hiyori herself being paralyzed in midair, and Zamari immediately took advantage of it by starting to barrage her body with explosive bala. Renji noticed with a grimace that the attack was having an effect, as, for whatever reason, instead of keeping her mask fixed on her face and benefit from the regeneration, Hiyori was switching between being in her masked status and being out of it, with the regeneration only operating in the former case, so that the wounds inflicted on the latter, while not immediately lethal, were already compounding. Renji sent another snake out, aiming to have it swallow Hiyori so he could help her heal, but before it could reach, Grimmjow smashed into it, decapitating the snake with one of his blasts of warped air, and then hammering down with a whip-like swing of the snake he was still carrying along as he said, grinning madly. "Forget about the rest of them, Aburai, I am the only person you should worry about right now." The Espada reinforced his point by thrusting his arm straight into the opened neck of the snake and sending his follow-up blast to propagate down the body of the snake, so that Renji was forced to separate it before the effect could extend to the entire network and hurt the Shinigami he was healing inside of it. Knowing his enemy's relentless nature, Renji triggered the trick he was hoping to save for when he had the opening to make it a killing strike, and had the snake in Grimmjow's hand wrap his coils around the Espada, trapping him. That elicited a cry of surprise but, as Renji had expected, his opponent was quick to reinforce his Iero to stop himself from being crushed. Naturally, Renji could focus on the snake's constrictive abilities to make them that much more effective, but he knew that Grimmjow would just use his power to teleport himself out of the snare if he did that, so he didn't attempt, if only to keep that card up his sleeve, and instead sent one of his skeleton snakes to rescue Hiyori. He found out that the Vizard had already been dragged out of Zamari's line of sight by Yumishika's whip-like Zanpakuto, but she didn't seem to be using her power to regenerate from the wounds, laying on the ground very still except for her breathing, with no mask on her face. Meanwhile, the 10th Espada had refocused his gaze on Yumichika himself, freezing him in place, and was clearly about to start massacring him with bala in the same way he'd been doing with Hiyori before. Renji acted immediately, his skeleton snake erupting in front of the 11th Division's 3rd seat just in time to stop Zamari's onslaught of exploding bala. The first impact left the bone badly scorched, and Renji could already tell that it'd take just 2 more, if not a single more intense one, to destroy the skeleton, which he could feel had been frozen, unable to respond to any command Renji sent its way. Still, that was little trouble, given it had served its purpose. The moment he wasn't under Zamari's direct gaze, Yumichika had immediately started to retreat, while Hiyori, which was limping in the other direction, was once again putting on her hollow mask in short bursts to slowly heal her wounds away. Renji put a snake on her path, and as soon as she touched it, he dragged her inside to accelerate her healing, while Yumichika reached one of his own initiative, knowing from their fight at Sukyaku Hill how much faster it would allow him to get away from the Espada. Knowing his enemies wouldn't let them regroup if they could prevent it, Renji had a multitude of new snake grow up from the coiled spires he'd buried under the battlefield and strike from the ground together, and while he spared a few for the Arrancar that were trying to gang up on the rest of his division and on the 11th, the majority he sent to surround Zamari and to harass Grimmjow, who's eventually used his power to rip himself free of the snake trapping him, rather than using his teleportation. Renji wondered if maybe there was a reason for that decision on the part of the 6th Espada, maybe something he could exploit, but he put the thought aside for a moment as he emerged from one of his largest snakes, on the opposite side of it from where the 2 Espada were standing. A moment later, he pushed Ikeku, Yumichika and Hiyori out of it as well, noticing that, with the help of Zabumaru, the latter had completely healed already, having kept using the mask on and off inside of it to accelerate the process, although now that she was healed, she was keeping it off. He raised an eyebrow at that and asked the blonde, curious. "Why is it that you're only using your transformation in stops and starts? What's the issue?" She glared and said, in an annoyed tone. "The issue is that my hollows is hard to control and that's the only way I can use its power safely. Even in an emergency? You even stopped using it at all when you were bleeding on the ground. How dangerous could it be that you're not even willing to take the risk?" "More than dangerous enough, believe me. And I would have kept using it for healing there, but Yumishika's sword was absorbing any Ryotsu I released, so I couldn't transform nor use any of my hollow-derived abilities like Sonido until he let me go." Yumichika grimaced at that, scratching the back of his head. I didn't mean to, it's just a passive effect of my Zanpakuto, not something I do on purpose. And I had to use it to get you free of that guy's paralysis, you'd have died otherwise. At that, Hiyori scoffed and countered, in a haughty tone. Hardly. I was able to use my mask, so whatever he was doing that froze my body, it didn't froze my Ryutsu or my ability to control it. I would have used Sonito to get out of his trap, if I'd had just a few moments more to gather the Ryutsu necessary to pull it out. Through his snakes, Renji could sense that, while for whatever reason Grimmjow seemed content to just keep dodging or destroying the skeletons that got too close to him rather than counter-attack, Zamari was ramping up the rate of fire of his bala, slowly oversaturating the area to the point that he would soon start destroy the skeleton snakes faster than Renji could create them, and thus be able to break the encirclement. Given this, he reached into his Ryutsu, charging it with disapproval while at the same time trying to project it outside of himself in a sphere, the way Captain Kukaki would. It didn't really work, the result of his effort being more of a set of static tendrils of different length with too few charge to do more than feel slightly uncomfortable, but even pathetic as it was, his effort sufficed to call the attention of the two on him as he said, as firm as he was able. Now's not the time to get into an argument. We need to take those two down, and I think we need to work together to do it. Nonsense. Just, give me, a moment, to finish, catching my breath, and I'll deal with one, by myself. Renji turned toward Ikeko who, unlike Hiyori, wasn't still fully recovered from the wound Grimmjow had inflicted him. He was back in what, for him, was pretty much fighting condition, no longer bleeding and with the portion of his abdomen that had been ripped out now mostly regrown, although with skin still missing and the flesh beneath almost entirely covered in a ugly purple bruise. It was still what, on anybody else, would be considered ground for at least a few days of observation by the 4th Division, and the fact he still had trouble breathing proved how close he'd gotten to being straight up killed by just a single hit from Grimmjow. So, Renji said, trying to caution Ikeko despite knowing it was likely going to be wasted effort. Don't be cocky, they're both stronger than any one of us. That Zamari guy is obviously tricky, and Grimmjow almost took you out with a single attack, and that while he seems to be holding back somehow, I've fought him before, and he was a lot harder to pin down than he's being right now. I don't know why he's not going all out, but the moment he decides to do so, it could cost us a lot if we're caught unprepared. Please, Ikeko, you need to take them seriously. True to form, the bald Shinigami looked disappointed, although, when he spoke up, Renji was surprised to find that it wasn't because of the suggestion to be careful, rather it seemed Ikeko had focused on a different part of his speech entirely, and completely ignored the warning. What do you mean, you don't know why? It's pretty clear this guy wants to have a full rematch with you, and he doesn't want the other guy interfering, so he's waiting for one of the rest of us to take this Zamari Espada out of your hands, so you can give him your full focus. Renji hadn't expected that, and honestly, he doubted it to be true, despite the fact Ikeko seemed genuine in his belief, if the vehemence in his tone, which had allowed him to overcome his lack of breath for his brief tirade, was anything to go by. But that honesty didn't necessarily mean anything, he could just be wrong, and to Renji, it didn't seem to him like that kind of honorable warrior personality fit with what he knew of Grimmjow. A sentiment that wasn't helped when, once he asked, "What makes you say that?" Ikeko's only answer was a shrug and a brief, "Takes one to know one," comment. He launched a surprise attack on my division, murdered a large number of them, and if not for Urahara's bluff, he would have killed the rest of them as well. Ikeko shrugged again, then took a breath, and that seemed to give him enough air to answer. He did all that, but he did it by himself rather than asking help from his underlings, didn't he? And you think that means, what, that he's some sort of kindred spirit to you, an honorable warrior, on the basis of nothing but instinct? You should know by now, how important following your instinct is. Wasn't that one of the first lessons I ever taught you? Renji frowned, but held back from replying. He'd just finished scolding Yumi Chika and Hiyori for arguing with each other. He wasn't about to start doing the same. Instead, he turned toward the battlefield, taking in the situation, finding that Zamari was almost free of the snake encirclement, while Grimmjow was still limiting himself to a defensive attitude, although, now that Renji had Ikeko's opinion in mind, he realized that the 6th Espada was almost always dodging toward the left when possible, so that he was slowly getting further and further away from the 10th. That was good, in that having them separate from each other would make it easier for them to defeat the Espada in detail, but it did also give more weight to Akeku's guess. So, Renji said, his tone thoughtful. Well, even if that's true, how does it help us? Do you all want to gang up on Zamari to take him out and then come to help me against Grimmjow, or should we adopt some other strategy? Hiyori was the one to answer, a grin on her face, by saying, that might well be unnecessary, as she then went on to point to a spot on the wall a small distance behind Zamari, a spot which, Renji realized, was occupied by a giant, sealed steel door. A door against which two figures were leaning, which he recognized as the green-haired visored Mashiro Kuna, and the very man Hiyori had come here to rescue, the former 3rd Division's Captain Shinji Hirako. And, while the room was large enough and they were far enough that details were blurry, by using the sight of one of the snake skulls that were littering the ground around Zamari, Renji saw that Mashiro had clearly spent the time in which the rest of them were fighting slowly cutting through the door's lock with her Zanpakuto, and had just now managed to open it, shouldering it open so that she and Hirako could head inside. It wasn't clear to Renji why this was important, and he didn't have the time to ask Hiyori, as Zamari seemed to have noticed, as he turned suddenly to look at where the broken door was, even though a thick screen of skeleton snakes separated him from it. Immediately, Renji reinforced the snakes, just in time for Zamari to slam into them with Sonido. He could feel the bones cracking as the pressure didn't let go, and Renji realized that, instead of having used a single blast to accelerate himself forward, Zamari was somehow keeping up a constant stream of it, keeping his speed up and, indeed, slowly accelerating, which Renji hadn't known to be within an Arrancar's capabilities. Clearly, the 10th Espada was more skilled with Sonido than most others, but Renji wasn't about to let that stop him. Instead, in a moment of inspiration, he set the already hardened snakes to spin on themselves, creating an effect like a grindstone that pushed back against the Espada, slowing his progress through the skeletons a bit. Knowing that small advantage wouldn't last, Renji immediately moved to grab Hiyori, Yumichika, and Ikeku, pushing them toward his snake as he said, hurried. I don't know what Hirako plan is, but we're going to gang up on Zamari and keep him from stopping it. Just be ready to strike the moment you're out, and don't worry about his power, I'll cover for you. And with that, they were inside his snake, traveling inside it at high speed, and then emerging from the cordon of snakes, but each of them from a different skeleton, so that they could attack from multiple angles. Renji was the first out, arriving at Zamari's left and unleashing a straight thrust with Zabumaru's extensible blade, but Zamari was turning before he was even fully out, somehow having sensed Renji's approach, and Renji found himself completely immobilized as the Espada stared at him dismissively, but just like Hiyori had said, Renji could sense that his Ryutsu was still available. He could still use it to affect Zabumaru, even if the sword was itself paralyzed and unable to move, caught in the Espada's field of vision alongside Renji himself. If Hiyori hadn't warned him, Renji wouldn't have known and needed a few seconds to figure out the trick, but with being ready for it, he ordered Zabumaru to shot the top segments of its blade forward, and while they only moved for a moment before being stopped as well, he didn't have a limit to the amount he could shoot, so in a fraction of a second he regenerated and shot them again, but with him focusing just enough to do something that was theoretically possible, but he didn't think any Shinigami had ever tried. Renji himself wouldn't have thought to do it, if not for the way in which training in the use of Zabumaru's Bankai had brought the idea to the forefront of his mind, and so, he willed that second group of blade segments to become less sharp, less capable of cutting. Of course, doing something that was against the nature of a sword in such a manner required a lot more focus than normal, as he'd learned, but in this case, that fraction of a second was enough for the second barrage, hidden from Zamari's view by the immobilized first, to push said first forward and straight into Zamari's face, and specifically at his eyes. That was good enough for the Espada to take a single, stumbling step backwards, and for Ikeku to emerge from the one snake Renji had positioned above Zamari's head, wielding two meteor hammers that were trailing fire and smashed straight into the Espada's head and chest, driving him down to one knee. Renji idly made a knot of asking Ikeku when had he figured out this new trick, and then got back to his own feet, ready to strike again, but before he could, a deluge of bala erupted from Zamari's back, aimed straight at him, and Renji barely had the time to raise his bone gauntlet to shield himself. Even with it defending him, the sheer volume of explosions he was struck by made it impossible for Renji to move. He still managed to look onto the fight through his snake's eye sockets, so he saw as, while he continued to keep up the barrage of bala from his back, Zamari's hand snuck upwards with Sonido speed to grab Ikeku's ankle before he could retreat, slamming him into the ground, and then start pummeling him, the punches falling with such incredible speed the Espada's arms became an indistinguishable blur to his sight. It took Renji a moment to realize that Zamari was using Sonido, but not simply on the strikes, he was using it to pull the arms back as well as pushing them forward, switching the direction of the Ryotsu blasts back and forth multiple times in the span of each second, and at different rhythms on each arms, which meant the Espada was managing multiple Sonido in different direction at the same time, while also keeping up the barrage of bala from his back that was pinning Renji in place. It was a tight enough spot he wasn't sure how he'd have escaped it if he'd been on his own, but luckily, Renji wasn't on his own, and let Yumi Chika out next, striking from what was now Zamari's right side, the whips that formed his shikai wrapping themselves around the Espada's arms, stopping his attack in its track. And not just that, Renji realized suddenly, as the barrage of bala was also interrupted, it took Renji a moment to remember that the reason bala struck so fast was because they were shot using Sonido, and that, just as Hiyori had said, the Ryotsu sealing properties of Yumishika's shikai were stopping that at the source. Zamari himself was surprised by this, which Renji judged as a good enough distraction to let Hiyori surge out from a snake that was angles so she would be moving upward from a low angle, and she had her large shikai wielded in front of her, her mask on her face so that she could use Sonido to shoot herself at Zamari the moment she was done emerging from the snake. Tatsuki had told Renji of the power of Hiyori's shikai, just a touch from Kubikari Orokai should be enough to beat even the toughest Espada, which was why he'd had her strike the moment he'd seen an opening to make it count. However, despite his surprise, Zamari was already reacting to Hiyori's attack before she was out. Whatever sensory ability the Arrancar used, he was clearly pretty good at it, enough that he'd begun dodging before Hiyori started accelerating, but after she'd already aimed herself and wouldn't have time to redirect her movement, and would miss. Or, at least, that had been Renji's initial guess. Zamari, however, had planned a step further, as he didn't merely dodge, he also did so in a manner that dragged the two of Yumishika's whips that were attached to his right arm in the path of Hiyori's Zanpakuto, causing it to sever them. Then, with that arm, he grabbed his other one at the wrist and then ripped it out at the shoulder, swinging it forward so strongly and quickly, despite his inability to use Sonido due to the vines still wrapped around his other arm, that he dragged Yumi Chika along, slamming him into Ikeku, before letting go so that the arm continued flying forward and pegged Hiyori in her face just as she'd dismissed her mask, causing her to stumble backwards. Renji tried to strike at his opponent, but without Yumi Chika immobilizing him, Zamari used the crest of bones on his head to shear through the vines still attached to his one current arm, although the other was already reforming, and then used Sonido to send himself up in the air, dodging Renji's attack. And then, as the Espada looked down on them from on high, two spheres of black Ryotsu glowing with a dark red light started to form in front of his eyes. Renji almost panicked, but he maintained enough self-control to have the snake closer to Ikeku and Yumi Chika, who were still on the ground trying to disentangle themselves from each other, draw them underneath, while he created a large number of snakes to hide their position from Zamari, a moment before the Espada fired the 2-0. For a moment, Renji was wondering why somebody with a power based on sight would cover his eyes in such a manner instead of simply firing his Zero from another part of his body, until he felt the Zero punching through a large portion of the ground as Zamari dragged it along in an arch, and he sensed the targets be immobilized before they were struck, so that he was unable to put them out of the way and had several sections of the underground network he'd created cut apart from each other, and realized that the 10th Espada was somehow able to use his power through his Zero, meaning that he could lock a target in place and destroy them all at once with a single glance. Luckily, for how powerful of a trick as that one was, it seemed that, unlike Ichigo's Hollow, Zamari wasn't able to keep his Zero going for long, or of firing multiple in quick sequence. Still, Renji wasn't about to let him decide to try it again, especially considering he didn't think he had a good way to defend against an attack like that, so instead he let Yumi Chika and Ikeku both out of a skeleton that he had sneaked along the border of the broken ceiling, while at the same time letting Hiyori hide inside another snake which, alongside the one Renji had taken for himself, rushed upwards. Zamari immediately used his gaze to lock Yumi Chika in place, before using his freshly reformed arm to deflect the Kusarigama Ikeku had struck at him with, although doing so left two deep gouges in his forearm. He went to strike back, but the other end of Ikeiku's weapon was held in the jaws of one of Renji's snakes, and between that and Ikeiku's own skill with chained weapons, the Shinigami moved himself out of the way of the Espada's retaliatory barrage of bala. Which was when Hiyori and Renji struck, both attacking from opposite sides, and with Hiyori going one step further by throwing Kubikari Orokai at Zamari and then using a quick Sonido to push herself to the side, her mask on her face with a Zero loading right in front of it, so that the Espada would have two lethal attacks to avoid from direction that he couldn't both look at together, without even considering Renji's own attack or the risks in letting Yumi Chika strike on his own. Renji couldn't help but grin confidently, since there was no way the Arrancar could stop so many attacks from so many different angles. And, it seemed, Zamari agreed, as suddenly Renji felt the Ryutsu of the 10th Espada surge, and then found himself immobilized, and he could see that Hiyori, her thrown sword, and even Ikeiku were all locked still, incapable of moving. Zamari, on the other hand, was hovering, and Renji could clearly see that he'd released his transformed form. It didn't look particularly different, most of it having remained the same. The primary difference, in truth, was that his face had become smaller and rounder, somewhat like a pumpkin, and had in the middle of it a circle made of multiple front portions of a human skull, the eye sockets, nose, and upper jaw, all sitting next to one another, each sporting two glowing golden eyes, so that he could see all the way around his head. And, in addition to that, dozens of other eyes had appeared all over the Espada's body, so many Renji had trouble counting. He suspected that there wasn't a single blind spot anywhere around the Espada, so that anything around him was caught in his field of vision. Zamari's voice sounded quite annoyed as he spoke up, his multiple eyes glaring straight at each of them in a dismissive manner. "I'm growing bored of such a group of measly flies bothering me. I'll make you regret forcing me to expend this much effort to squash you all. Your death shall be painful, and as it take place, I want you all to remember that this is the punishment reserved for all those who defy Aizen. You never had a chance to win in the first place. Care to test that?" Zamari turned, suddenly, to look at something behind Renji. The movement was small, and with his multitude of eyes, it didn't remove the paralysis from any of them, so Renji himself couldn't turn his head to check. Luckily, he didn't need to. Even as paralyzed as he was, he could still use his power, so he looked through the eyes of one of his snakes, and if he'd been able to move his mouth, he would have grinned at seeing that Hirako Shinji was standing outside the reinforced steel door, clearly barely able to stand given that Mashiro was supporting him, but with a grin on his gaunt face and holding a sword in his hand. The Zanpakuto was sporting a large ring on the pommel, two smaller ones on each end of the hourglass-shaped crossguard, and a blazing pink color over the entire length of its straight blade with 5 holes along its length, which were also constantly releasing a pink smoke to the point Hirako and his aide were so wrapped in it, they looked like figures out of the mist. Renji easily recognized what that meant. And, scrawny from starvation and visibly wobbly as he was, the man was still radiating so much Ryutsu that, even if Rukia hadn't made Renji read all the reports they had about the man's capabilities, he still would have known that the former captain had released his Bankai already. Zamari, however, didn't seem at all worried, as much as that could be deciphered from his body language. Perhaps, due to having been throwing the man around before while he was unarmed, the Espada hadn't realized the caliber of opponent he was facing, or perhaps it was just arrogance and knowledge of the pitiful state Hirako was into, but all the reaction did in answer to the Vizard's question was to let out a curt yes, before releasing a large barrage of his explosive bala. Several of his eyes pointed straight at Hirako to keep him still. Except that Hirako then moved, and Renji couldn't help but feel elated that the former's captain ability to mess with perceptions was able to interfere with the Espada's power. A moment later, the pink mist he was surrounded by erupted forward like a wave, and Zamari was just as unable to stop that, although this was less surprising, since the Espada's vision had been stopping the air earlier, so it was an easy guess that it wouldn't work on a gas. The moment Zamari was enveloped in the pink mist, Renji started falling, but thanks to his observation of what was going on, he was ready for it when the rest of the team had not been, and easily used one of his snakes as a slide for Ikeiku and Yumi Chika to land on and descend, while he had another reach for his hand and drag him along to Hiyori, so he could grab her and help her down, her Zanpakuto making its way to the ground without need for help with the blade stabbing hard into the ground. As soon as they had landed, Renji let go of Hiyori, the girl giving him a quick but grateful nod, and then he said, turning his attention to Ikeiku, thanks to Hirako helping him avoid Zamari's power, was harassing the Espada with a barrage of relentless attacks, and went on to say, thinking as he spoke. Hiriko might be disturbing Zamari's power, but we still need to be careful. Still, I think we might just get the strategy to work. We get your sword back, and then I open him up to a winning strike from you with some harassment from my snakes. None of that, I've had quite enough of waiting already. The sudden interruption caused Renji to spin on himself, as he'd been whispering, and yet the answer had been shouted at him from a distance, the words coming from Grimmjow who, as soon as Renji met his eyes, bared the teeth of his panther mask into a threatening grin and then, suddenly, let Ryotsu rush out of him like an avalanche, ripping to pieces all of the snakes around him as he finally stopped evading them and landed to the ground in a crouch. But he'd landed with one hand held straight to the side, Ryotsu gathering around him, and the moment he was on the ground, he sent forward the largest wave of Ryotsu Renji had seen the Espada employ yet, one that didn't just cause the air to be left warped for a moment by its passage, but had rather left behind a veritable wall of warped air cutting the room in two and, very much not by coincidence, making it impossible to see what was happening on the other side of it in the battle of Yumichika, Ikeku, Hiriko, and Mashiro against Zamari. Or, at least, impossible to see for anybody who didn't have access to the eyes of snakes that could be easily grown on both sides of the wall. In truth, Renji knew that he could use his underground snakes to easily join the battle on the other side if he needed it, so all that Grimmjow had really done was keeping Zamari from interfering in their fight. Which, evidently, was what the Espada wanted, as he said, in a smug tone. You should be careful what you say out loud, Abarai. It takes little effort to warp the air around my head to more easily bring sounds to my ears. I was waiting for you and your little friends to get rid of Zamari, never liked the guy, to be honest. But, now that they've taken him off your hand, you won't involve yourself in the battle with him any further, I am the one you'll be fighting. Then, the Espada's eyes narrowed, and he added, in a threatening tone, and just in case you're planning to try and hide from me so you can help them, before swinging both of his arms at once, while kicking with one of his legs as well. The movement of each limb sent 5 different blasts of Ryotsu, warping air along their path, and headed straight toward the far-off side of the room where the 6th and 11th were slowly defeating the Arrancar who were besieging them. Renji's eyes widened, as the attack was so fast he didn't have the time to create new snakes to stop them, and had to force the spires who had been hiding underground to jump up instead, causing him to gain several new large gaps into the subterranean network, to the point that several areas within the room were now out of the reach of his skeletons, thus cutting down his mobility by at least half. Hiyori slowly whistled at the level of destruction Grimmjow had wreaked with a single move, and commented, "You weren't kidding about him being a ton stronger if he got serious," while the Espada himself was looking straight at Renji, as he explained. "You try to get out of my sight, I'm going to start murdering your little toy soldiers, the same way your friends murdered my subjects. The only way you're getting to help them now is to go through me first." And then, without waiting, he shot himself forward with Sonido, leaving large tracks of warped air in his wake as he did. Renji had expected something of the sort, and so the Espada had to smash through the several skeleton snakes that rose into his path. It didn't slow him down very much, but it did for long enough that Renji managed to use a combination of Shunpo to reach one of his snakes and having that snake carry him the rest of the way to get away from Grimmjow's attack. Or, at least, that's what he'd thought, except that, when the Espada stopped, the acceleration from his burst of Ryotsu expended, he brought his arms forward in the same motion that he used to arrest his momentum, and in so doing, all of the wake of warped air he'd left behind suddenly was brought forward and then redirected to the side, investing Renji directly. Only willing his fur coat to grow huge saved him from being simply torn apart into pieces too small for even his regeneration to save him, and even with that, he was still left ravaged by a multitude of wounds, collapsing to the ground in a heap of blood. Grimmjow looked down at him, a smug grin on his face as if about to gloat about something, but then the Espada suddenly turned, a wall of warped air appearing between him and Hiyori, who had just donned her mask and fired what looked like 3-0 at once, angled so that they all would hit Grimmjow if he stood still, and at least one would still hit regardless of whichever way he tried to dodge. But the Espada didn't dodge. Instead, when the black beams impacted the area of warped air, their dark red glow spread over it, making the entirety of the wall Grimmjow had erected glow for a moment, before the 3 beams erupted out of it, but from completely different points of it and angled to the side and away from their target. Hiyori was left as surprised by that as Renji himself was, but Grimmjow wasn't, instead immediately thrusting one hand forward and causing the wall of warped air to suddenly twist on itself, catching Hiyori from both sides, the blonde Shinigami screaming as she fell to the ground. Only a prompt summoning of her mask had saved her from death, but even with that, she looked worse for wear than Renji himself. Grimmjow, for his own part, seemed amused as he looked down at Hiyori and lectured her. "You really thought I made it as an espada without ever having to face Zero before? I might not be able to tear them apart, since any Ryotsu applied to the beams themselves is naturally obliterated, but they still need to travel through a medium to reach a target, and if I twist that medium and give them a different path to follow, they will. It takes more than that to take down an espada like me." Then, his eyes narrowed, probably from seeing that Hiyori was regenerating, and he raised an hand to strike down at her, but Renji was ready, and had the visor absorbed by one of his snakes before he could. At seeing this, the espada's eyes widened, realizing that, if it had failed at hitting him, Hiyori's attack had at least served as an excellent distraction, and when he turned to Renji, it was just in time to see him grinning before being absorbed into another of his snakes. Grimmjow still struck, a blast of warped air beheading the snake Renji had hidden into, but by then, Renji had already used his Bankai's ability to move himself out of danger, to his enemy's frustration. The espada let out a furious growl, then shouted, his eyes darting around, at the same time trying to find Renji and looking for a target. "I warned you, Aburai, you try to hide, your people will suffer for it." And then, he sent a blast of warped air to one of the few Shinigami that was facing an espada on her own, a black-haired girl that Renji vaguely recognized as the 11th Division's current 7th-seeded OFFI sire, waving around a sword which seemed to shoot out massive boulders. The girl hadn't noticed Grimmjow's attack and, even if she had, she wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Renji himself would have been hard-pressed to, if something moving that fast had struck him by surprise. However, this time he was prepared, having expected that his opponent would do something like it, so he had a snake coil jump out of the ground, snatching and absorbing the girl within itself while she was mid-jump and preparing to fire a boulder, and he was left surprised as he felt her panic for a moment, trying to break out but unable to, that he let her out almost instinctively, even as the realization dawned on him that, had he wanted to, he could have kept her trapped, and if he stopped Zabumaru's regeneration from healing her, possibly even suffocated her to death, just like that. While the realization of the practical consequences of that, and what that said about the true power of his Bankai, made their way into his mind, Renji noted absently that, in missing the 7th seat, Grimmjow's attack had plowed into the Aaron Carr she'd been fighting, a massive creature with a beastly physique, a bull-like mask, and large drill-like protrusion sprouting all over his body, and completely disintegrated him. Then, as his mind kicked into gear, he realized that he'd also accidentally let out the 7th seed from a snake that had been nearer to Grimmjow, so she'd appeared above him and, panicked by her experience being encased into the snake, she'd fired a boulder the size of a bull at the first thing she'd seen. The attack might have been completely unexpected and blindsided him, but even without his arrow active, Grimmjow was though enough that all the giant boulder smacking into him did was make him stumble, but that brief pause of bewilderment at an unexpected attack was all the time Renji needed to make the largest of the few spires he had left in reserve underground raise up and then fall down on the espada, attempting to both grind him and crush him against the floor at once. He knew the attack wouldn't succeed. After the surprise of the boulder, Grimmjow had raised his arrow reflexively, and while the titanic snake pressing down on him was giving him pause, it was only a matter of time before he either found enough strength to lift it off himself or simply collected enough of his power to shred it to nothing. But the few seconds before that happened were, really, all the time Renji needed. With a flex of his will, he willed all but one of the spires he had hidden underground to reconnect into a single coil, and then ordered them to emerge, but not with the intent to strike. Instead, he simply had them raise in the middle of the fighting groups of Shinigami and Aaron Carr, absorbing them all into the bones, friends and enemies alike. It was such a sudden move, he didn't miss even one. Many struggled, but ensnaring things and holding them within themselves for a very long time was perhaps the most natural of things for any snake to ever do, and so he had to exert barely any focus to strengthen that particular aspect of it. Maybe, if any of those had the strength of an espada or a captain, they could have broken free, but none of the people he'd caught were anywhere near that powerful. Still, he had other things to worry about, so he spoke. Of course, There was no air inside the skeleton to carry the sound, but then, there was no room to contain people, in a sense, and yet he could move people from one place to another, because in the end it was only one body, and the snake would rearrange itself to make the space. And thus, he had it rearrange itself to make the space to carry his words to every single Shinigami he'd captured, while ensuring none of the captured Arrancar could hear, and disturbing no air that Grimmjow could detect. Here is Renji Abarai, Lieutenant of the 6th Division. Do not panic, I'm keeping you safe. Members of the 6th, I know which ones of you who are capable of ranged attack. I'll need you to be ready to strike with them at my command. Members of the 11th who can hit a target from afar, raise one hand so I can recognize you, because I'll be expecting from you the same. Then, he excluded everybody but Hiyori, and asked, letting his urgency show in his tone. Chad told me you can vary which parts of your sword carry the effect of your Shikai when interacting with different people. Could you make it so that I can touch the handle to use it without getting hurt? Hiyori, to her credit, didn't even hesitate, her nod short and quick. She was also pretty much healed, so after letting out a breath of relief, Renji went on. Then get ready, I'm sending you to fight Zamari, and I need you to get me Yumi Chika. The second nod came even faster than the first, and then Renji used the one singular snake he'd kept underground, connected to a snake on the opposite side of Grimmjow's wall that had been lying on the ground harmlessly, looking like it was just one of the many broken ones littering the battlefield, to send Hiyori on the other side, the Vizard rolling forward and launching herself into battle without a moment of hesitation, ready to help. They would need it, while Renji hadn't been interfering, being forced to keep his focus on Grimmjow. He'd still being taking in a general sense of what was going on in the fight with Zamari, and it wasn't looking good. Whatever it was that Hiriko Power did to mess with the 10th Espada's power, it was no total illusion that completely fooled his sight or anything else similarly foolproof. Multiple times already, the Espada had, if not fully overcome the obstruction, at least circumvented it to a small extent, and while Hiriko had always managed to reapply it, every interval was lasting less and less. What's more, those brief pauses where Zamari got back some access to his powers were taking their toll. While Hiriko's Zanjutsu was clearly well above Renji's own or even Ikeku's, the man's imprisonment had obviously left him too weak to properly fight, and it seemed even his hollow transformation couldn't counteract the effects of starvation, torture and lack of proper sleep. He and Yumi Chika were, always, the first target of Zamari whenever the Espada had the chance to attack, and neither his bala nor his fists had grown any less devastating. Already, Ikeku had to shield Yumi Chika with his body twice, which was slowing his ability to attack considerably, and Mashiro was currently unconscious on the ground, having done the same for Hiriko against an attack that she'd only survived because she'd been transformed at the time, but which had smashed her mask which, apparently, was very much still a weak point even for Vizard. He could only hope Hiyori's help would be enough. Renji would have loved to intervene himself, but he needed to win his own fight first. And indeed, he'd barely finished sending Hiyori on the other side. The whole process from ensnaring 7,000 Shinigami and 3,000 Arrancar into his snake to getting Hiyori there having taken only a few seconds, before Grimmjow decided he'd had enough to try to overpower the snake crushing him, and unleashed his power to rip it to pieces. The Espada looked furious as he surged back on his feet, but Renji had been waiting for it and didn't hesitate, pushing all of the long-ranged attackers he'd captured halfway out of his coils as he shouted the command strike, which resulted in a true deluge of attacks smashing into Grimmjow at once, to the Espada's utter astonishment. Most of them did no damage, some deflected by his arrow, other being shredded as he deployed his power like an armor around himself, but there was such variety in the barrage, a mix of all form of elemental projectiles, Ryotsu blasts, blades, explosions, and all sorts of other things, that a few did hit their mark, leaving the Espada stumbling. And Renji didn't stop, calling for attacks again and again, so that the sheer size of the barrages Grimmjow was subjected to hid the few which were doing those little bits of damage to him, stopping him from simply pinpointing somebody he could strike back at. In what was the most predictable response to that kind of onslaught, Grimmjow, with a scream of rage, unleashed his power in wave after wave, whirlwinds of warped air twisting around him to the point he was impossible to see underneath it all, ripping apart anything that tried to reach him and then continuing forward to shred the snake. And, seeing as it was that predictable, Renji was ready for it, drawing back his Shinigami while ordering them to stop the attack, while throwing the Arrancar he'd captured in the way of Grimmjow's attack, each one being torn to nothing but also buying that bit of extra time for Renji to throw another one its way. By the time he was out of Arrancar to put in the path of the Espada's fury and his power finally reached the snake spires and destroyed them as well, Renji had had all the time he needed to move the Shinigami he'd saved to another spire, hidden underground and separated from the one Grimmjow had destroyed, so that, even when he propagated the effect to each extremity of a struck snake to completely pulverize it, not one of the people Renji had been focusing on saving was hurt. When Grimmjow finally stopped, panting from the effort, Renji let himself from the one snake he'd been hiding into, landing in front of the Espada with a resounding crack as he used his reinforced bone gauntlet to arrest his descent without getting hurt. Then, straightening up, Renji said, in a derisive tone. "So, you say we murdered your people, and yet, it seems you didn't have any problems destroying those who I threw at you. I think that makes you an hypocrite, doesn't it?" The Espada scoffed, kicking at some dust near his feet that was all that remained of one of the Arrancar that had been destroyed by his attacks. "This sorry lot? They were Neutra's, why would I care about them? But those your friends killed were my subjects. They found me when I was alone and starving, and we were all hollow, and rather than making a meal out of me, they made men their leader." Renji found himself genuinely surprised at that claim, and the words escaped his lips before he could control himself. "I find that hard to believe." "Believe what you will, I don't care. Oh, don't get me wrong, they knew I'd kill half of them if they tried, even weakened as I was, but I still respect that they had the ability to see it. It's why I'll take my revenge on your little friends once I'm done taking you out. After all, they choose me because of my strength. It'd be even more of a dishonor to their memory if I didn't prove myself strong enough to justify the trust they put in me." If one were willing to overlook the death threat, that would almost have been a touching sentiment. Renji, however, wasn't at all willing to overlook the death threat, and he hadn't forgotten that it hadn't been him and his friends to start that particular battle, either. "You call it murder, but you and yours were the ones who attacked us and killed our own while we were doing nothing to you. And it was their choice also to fight us, rather than surrender, just as it was yours. So don't come complaining about the fate you brought onto yourself." Grimmjow shrugged, then cracked his neck, which, considering he had no skeleton, was probably just some form of intimidation, and finally said, with a grin. "So, are you finally going to stop hiding and fight me head-on, like you should have from the beginning? Have you finally found your courage?" Renji didn't let the jibe get to him. Once, he might have, but he'd long since grown up of having to defend his honor against somebody who had none. And besides, now that he'd finally realized what his Bankai was meant to be used for, it would be unfitting to lose his confidence. It was clear that what Zabumaru had always wanted to make out of him was a leader, and a true leader made the decision that was better for his subordinates and those who trusted him to command, not for his pride. So he answered, his tone carefree. "I was merely taking my time to heal from the wounds you inflicted me." "Well, that in preparing, of course." The Espada seemed genuinely puzzled at that. "Preparing what, exactly?" Renji's smile disappeared, replaced by an hard expression that let his own determination show through. "The means to take you down, of course." And with that, a multitude of giant skeletal snakes erupted from the ground, each heading for Grimmjow with their mouth open, fangs ready to impale him. The Espada retaliated immediately, swinging his arms and sending blasts of warped air that beheaded the snakes, but he had those which were affected immediately shoot the segmented parts so that the effect couldn't spread to the rest of their body, and then those snakes who weren't hit grabbed the still intact parts of those who were in their jaws and threw them at Grimmjow. He destroyed several of the projectiles, shooting Bala charged with his air-warping power as well as sending blasts of it to increase his volume of fire, but even with that, the sheer amount of attacks as Renji kept bringing up new snakes was such that at least a few reached the Espada. The very moment they touched him, Renji had them contract, ensnaring him like coils, and then tried to absorb him, but the Espada realized the danger, his strength helping him resist being absorbed for long enough to use his power and teleport away in midair, away from the forest of snakes. At which point, Renji called out "Strike," loud and clear, while his army emerged from a singular snake hidden by the multitude, and released a new barrage of attacks on Grimmjow, before immediately hiding away again. Without constant multiple barrages, all the Espada needed to protect himself was to focus his power in front of himself and send enough blasts to intercept everything, but that moment of distraction was all that Renji needed to charge forward, his gauntlet fist cocked back even as he swung Zabumaru's whip blade with his other hand. Grimmjow deflected Zabumaru's blade with a Iero-reinforced backhand, striking the flat side of the blade, while he just dodged under Renji's fist, knowing the fist wasn't any easier to stop than a Zanpakuto's cut would be. Even as he dodged, he'd drawn his own hand back, Ryotsu already charging to blast Renji at point-blank range, but before he could, Renji willed his fur coat to grow, focusing to make the speed of it so fast that the red fur invested Grimmjow like an avalanche and carried him away before he could break himself free using the blades on his forearm, making his planned blast of warped air go wide. The Espada then used his power to teleport behind Renji, far enough to be out of range of his fist and already charging another blast. Renji was about to call on his divisions again when he both saw and felt Hiyori pushing Yumichika into one of his snakes, and without hesitating even a moment, he dragged him through and had him roll out of one of his snakes. True to the 11th Division's creed, the 3rd Seed didn't even pause at the change in battlefield, instead swinging his whip-like sword down just as the air in front of Grimmjow warped in a straight line toward Renji, and when the Arrancar's Ryotsu hit the whip like Zanpakuto, it was absorbed by it without causing any damage. The attack completely stopped in his tracks. At that sight, Grimmjow paused for a moment, clearly stunned at seeing his power neutralized like that, and Renji capitalized, using Zabumaru's blade, which he had expected the Espada to deflect during his previous attack, to sneak itself around the handle of Hiyori's Zanpakuto, to then rip the blade free of the ground in an attempt to stab the 6th Espada in the back with Kyubikuri Orokai. Almost instinctively, Grimmjow used his teleportation to dodge, placing himself high enough in the air that Yumichika's whips wouldn't be able to reach him before he could change position, before crossing his arms and saying, sounding annoyed, "So, this guy's sword absorbs Ryotsu, isn't it? Is that how you plan to beat me, Aburai, by relying on other people to do the work for you?" Renji shrugged. "Why not? You might not have noticed, but I'm not here because I have some grand grudge against you. I hate that you killed so many of mine, but even if you hadn't, so long as you stood at Aizen's side, I'd have gone against you anyway. I'm here to save people, and while it might bring me some personal satisfaction to bring down you in particular, I'm not going to throw away the chance of doing it due to some misguided desire for revenge. Letting you win due to pride would save no one." Although, Renji thought to himself, he wouldn't be opposed if Grimmjow were to go back to holding back his full power because of it. Sadly, the Espada didn't seem inclined to do that, as instead he sent multiple waves of warped air out, and while Yumichika intercepted several by swinging his whip in their path, Renji still had to dodge some of them by rushing to the side, even as he swung Zabumaru to, once again, try and stab Grimmjow with Hiyori's sword. The Espada sent a blast wave in its direction, only to be left shocked as the air-warping Ryotsu was disintegrated upon hitting Kyubikuri Orokai, and while he still managed to teleport himself out of the way, Renji had expected it, and called down another strike. On the Espada, the sheer volume of the attacks combined with their suddenness sending him to the ground. Yumichika immediately sent his whip sneaking forward, making it stretch itself in an effort to wrap itself around the Espada, but before he could reach, Grimmjow teleported himself in the air again, and then started to fire out blast after blast after blast, forcing Renji to have several snakes getting in their way to screen them from most of the attack, while Yumichika's Shikai took care to intercept and neutralize the few that made it past. With the skeletons partially obscuring him from Grimmjow's sight, Renji tried to catch the Espada by surprise by handing off Kyubiki Orokai to a snake behind his back, and having it make its way high along the wall before suddenly striking at Grimmjow, since that was something that, as one of a snake's natural abilities, Renji could enhance. However, the Espada's senses were just too good, and he simply teleported away again, before resuming the barrage of air-warping blast that was keeping them pinned to the ground. Renji couldn't help but grumble to himself a bit at that. I'm pretty sure that, if not for his ability to teleport away like that, we could beat him easily. I can tell that keeping up this rate of fire with his ability tires him out, but his regeneration let him recover quickly, and as long as he can force us to have to look for him, he'll always have time to recharge. Plus, with Hiyori's sword, if we could pin him down for a moment, he'd be done for. While he had been speaking mostly to himself, Yumichika clearly thought he'd been addressing him, as he answered, his tone terse. If I can just wrap Kyojaku around him, I'm sure I can seal his ability to teleport away. Arrancar are tricky for it, since mostly they don't let out Ryotsu at all, and those tricks they use where it move around under the skin don't leak any, but an ability like that would likely require him to envelop his whole body with Ryotsu. That's something my Shikai can easily stop. Right, but you have the problem that you can't reach, not without stretching your ability, and if he notices, he'll teleport away before we can hit him. Renji paused, trying to think of a solution to that problem, and only one thing came to mind, so he sighed as he continued, which mean I'll need to act as bait. If he thinks he has a shot at taking me down for good, he might lower his guard enough for you to get him with Kyojaku and then deliver the winning strike with Kyubikari or Akai. It's dangerous, but I can heal, it's a risk worth taking. He didn't voice the daunting thought that, if Grimmjow managed to get him with a solid hit, then even Zabumaru's regeneration wouldn't be enough for him to survive. To put himself into danger to save everybody else was the whole point of being a leader, not something he needed to worry Yumi Chika about. He patted his friend on the shoulder, but before he could go, Yumi Chika caught his hand and said hurriedly, "Wait. That's not necessary." "What? Why not?" Yumi Chika looked troubled and hesitant, almost like he didn't want to speak, but even as puzzled and pressed for time as he was, Renji gave his friend a moment to collect himself, which was rewarded by him saying, his tone still hesitant but growing firmer as he went. "It's just like you said, we can't let pride get in the way of saving people. Even if it might leave us unhappy, afterwards. I've been keeping something about Kyojaku secret, out of pride, that I think would give us just what we need." That was good news, but before Yumi Chika could explain further, or Renji ask for explanation, a sudden surge of Ryotsu, a truly huge amount, caused them both to turn toward the area that Grimmjow's power was hiding from sight. Looking through his snake's eyes, Renji saw that Hiyori was transforming into her full hollow form, although, for whatever reason, she was going through the process slowly, rather than instantaneously. The surge of Ryotsu resulting from the transformation seemed to have interrupted Zamari just as he was about to strike down at an Hiriko who was laying on the ground, and that pause was all that was needed, half wrapped in pink mist and half covered in blood to the point his features weren't visible but nonetheless could only be Ikeku, needed to swing Hojikamaru's chain, which had apparently been wrapped around Hiyori's leg, sending her careening towards Zamari. The Espada, of course, immobilized her with his power, but then her Ryotsu surged further, a burst of Sonido bringing her to smash straight into him, and Renji could see she was using Hakuta to stick to him, even as her body continued to change into her hollow form, some sort of mix between a turtle and a shark covered in spikes. As soon as she'd hit him, Hiyori used Sonido again, pushing them forward. Perhaps Zamari could have countered that, but Ikeku whipped at him with a barbed chain, and the attack distracted him for the time necessary for Hiyori to soar through the hole in the ceiling and then smash into the ceiling above that one, the Espada's hard body easily breaking through the stone, again and again as the feeling of more Sonido being released by Hiyori reached them. For a brief moment, Renji wasn't sure if Hiyori had just decided that things were so dire that just sacrificing herself to get Zamari out of the battlefield was the best she could do, or if she had something else in mind, and then the shockwave hit, and Renji remembered what Tatsuki had told him about the power of her teacher's hollow, and why she never used her full release into a fight. That information was what allowed him to actually react, throwing Yumi Chika into a snake and himself into another, before suddenly everything was collapsing around them, while a second, much more powerful shockwave smashed into their surroundings, not merely pushing things around but sending them flying with more power and speed than anybody would be able to throw them. All of Renji's snakes that weren't underground were pulped into dust, while those that were underground, and luckily were the ones housing the Shinigami of the 6th and 11th, were only slightly cracked on the outside by the sheer pressure. The heat wave was next, almost stealing Renji's breath with how it dried the air, and while nothing caught on fire from it, a lot of the dust and crumbled remains that had formed throughout the battle were reduced to ashes. And then, the deluge of stones started, as what had to be half the building started to fall down all around them. Which, Renji said to himself while he waited for it to end, at least made it very likely that the device Rukia had spoken about had been smashed. Only when the stones finally stopped falling, and he could look at them, did Renji realize with a sudden burst of terror that what they'd experienced had been only the very smallest edge of the blast, as the stones that had fallen last, and thus had been closer to the explosion, were so badly scorched they looked black, and also enough to make him realize with a start that the material the palace had been made of, which he had thought was stone, was actually some form of treated bone. Still, that didn't make the destruction Hiyori had wrought any less impressive, because by looking up, from where they were in the very depth of Las Noches, Renji could see the sky. And not just the blue dome that somebody seemed to have encased the structure with, no, he could see the actual, real sky of Hueco Mundo, a large, circular crack having been opened in the azure dome to reveal the darkness and moon visible above. While Renji was somewhat shocked, it was nothing compared to Grimmjow, who was looking at the crack with disbelief while muttering, mostly to himself, "How is that possible? The dome is supposed to be 50 miles above the ground, there's no way an explosion against its surface would wreak so much damage down here," which gave Renji just the time he needed to spring into action, making his snake shot upwards as fast as it possible could. Due to how confused he still was, rather than trying anything fancier like using his teleportation or sending one of his air-warping blasts, the sixth Espada merely dodged, just as expected, and so was caught by surprise as Renji dropped down on him by emerging from the snake's back, Zabumaru's blade wrapped solidly around the hilt of Kubikuri Orokai as he stabbed down with it. Grimmjow barely had the time to dodge to the side to avoid Hiyori's Zanpakuto, but that put him straight into the path of Renji's fist, the one wrapped in Zabumaru's gauntlet, which smashed straight into the sixth Espada, sending him plummeting down. Cracks had spread all over his body from the impact, but not enough to completely pulverize his head mask, which against a released Arrancar made the blow almost meaningless. So, Renji let himself continue to fall. Kubikuri Orokai pointed straight in front of him, even as he saw that, despite the fact that it was slowing down his regeneration, Grimmjow was charging up Ryotsu around his arms in preparation to sending multiple blasts straight at him. Nevertheless, Renji stayed his course. The danger of being struck by Grimmjow's power at point-blank range a moment before the Espada teleported away was obvious and huge, but on the other hand, Kubikuri Orokai could neutralize the blasts if it struck them, which meant that, if Grimmjow wanted to actually hit Renji, he would have to delay his attack and teleportation to the last minute, and all Renji needed was for that delay to be just a bit too long. He could see through one of his snakes that Yumichiko was laying on the ground at the very opposite corner of the room from the one they were falling towards, so he couldn't count on him to help, he had to take the risk. Or at least, that's what he thought, until suddenly, a multitude of vines erupted from the ground underneath both of them, wrapping themselves around Grimmjow's body and completely snuffing out his planned attack, while also immobilizing him in place. They also jolted his body, so that it was Renji's leg to collide with the Espada's chest and push him down into the ground. The impact caused a crater, but with Grimmjow taking the brunt of the hit, that was no problem. Renji looked around at the vines, and a glance back told him they'd originated from Yukishima's sword, which apparently was a plant elemental Shikai, rather than the whip and Ryotsu sealing transformation he'd thought. He shrugged at the idea, merely happy to see his former 11th comrade slowly getting up, before he turned back toward Grimmjow, who was struggling with his restraints, a struggling that stopped when he realized Renji was raising Kubikuri Orokai up for the killing strike. Suddenly, fear blossomed in the Espada's eyes, and he quickly said, in a hurried tone, "Wait, spare me. You said earlier we had a chance at surrender, right? Well, I surrender." Renji gritted his teeth at the gall, and answered, barely holding back from shouting. "That was for before you forced us to take you down. Besides, I'm not about to let somebody who holds a grudge the way you do get away. I'd regret doing that." The panther-headed Arrancar's answer was still immediate, although he sounded a bit more calm, almost smug, as he answered. "You'll regret it more if you kill me. I have information about Aizen's plan that you're going to need, and I'll only tell it to you if you let me go." "What information?" "Let me go and I'll tell you, Aburai." Renji shook his head, and moved Kubikuri Orokai so that the tip was just a hair's breadth of distance from the Espada's mask. Then he said, trying to call down the same sense of calm certainty he'd seen Captain Kukaki use. "That's not going to happen. First, you tell me about this secret of Aizen, and then, if I think it's worth it, I will spare you." That seemed enough for Grimmjow, who said hurriedly, "The Karakuri attack is a distraction, meant to trap some of your best fighter there while Jin and the attack group hit Soul Society and then use a negation to call Aizen directly there. And whatever it is you're counting on to stop Aizen from achieving his goal, he'll use Eren Nero to bypass it. I don't know what the protection is or any other details, but if you want to stop Aizen, you need to reroute your forces to Soul Society, not Karakura, and prioritize the removal of Eren Nero. Renji was left speechless by that, not so much the revelation. It wasn't surprising that Aizen had a secret plan, but he hadn't expected the Espada to actually, genuinely reveal a secret. And yet, he had, and Renji realized that letting the others know was crucial. Rukia had a plan to get rid of the barrier, but if they didn't know about this, they'd head to Karakura rather than Soul Society, and get caught in Aizen's other trap, and might be unable to give help where it was actually needed. Thus, Renji reached for his hair, tapping at the base of his ponytail as he said, in a serious tone. "You heard that, little one?" "Of course, loud and clear." "Good, then go find Rukia, and let her know, as fast as you can." "Of course. I'm on it." And with that Orium's fairy flew away, heading upwards in a streak of light, likely on the assumption that it'd be easier to find Rukia by looking from above. Meanwhile, Yumi Chika had finally made it to him, and said, looking down in an amused tone. "Say, if you let me deliver the final strike, do you think that'd be enough to say that I defeated him and you helped, rather than having to say we beat him together?" He paused, then a frown formed on his face as he added, "Or would that count as Hiyori's kill, since it'd be her Zanpakuto to make it possible?" Renji shook her head, unclear on why that would be important and not really caring about the reason, and said, in a serious tone. "It doesn't matter, because we're not taking him out." "What?" Yumi Chika looked at him like he'd grown a second head, and went to ask, disbelieving, "You mean that you're letting him go, after how hard it was to bring him down? With how dangerous as he is?" Renji sighed, and explained. "I meant nothing of the sort. He revealed a secret about Aizen's plan in exchange for being spared, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be stupid about it." Then he looked directly down at the Espada, hardening his voice and expression. "What's going to happen is that we're going to keep you here, our prisoner and unharmed, until this battle is over. Then, if we verify that you told the truth, we'll let you go free, and leave you unbothered until and unless you attack a mortal or a plus again. In exchange for that, you won't try to escape or be a problem for those watching over you, so we don't need to worry about being backstabbed. Is that fair?" After a brief moment, Grimjo nodded and said, loud and clear, "It is." Renji let out a long breath, then handed over Kubikari Orokai to Yumi Chika and said, in a tired tone. "Here, keep watch over him. I don't think he'll break the deal, but I don't think it wise to give him a chance to either. As I said, just because we're sparing him doesn't mean we'll be stupid about it." Yumi Chika nodded, silently, and with that taken care of, Renji had his underground snake come to the surface and start to release the Shinigami he'd been holding there, while he himself moved to where Hirako, Mashiro, and Ikeka were either sitting or laying on the ground, to get them the healing they likely needed. As he went he couldn't help but wonder what Captain Kukaki would say about this. He'd spared an enemy that he really wanted to take revenge upon, who he had defeated by using the powers of others as resources and directing them with his own abilities. It seemed like the thing a true commander should do, but as new as he was to the idea, what with being used to fight on his own, he would have really loved a second opinion. But that would have to wait for after they were done. Right now, all Renji could do was his best, while hoping he wouldn't screw up too badly. Chapter 100, Choice. As the flames of Ryu and Jaka flared up around him, Captain Commander Genri Yusai Yamamoto watched how everybody was reacting to the sudden opening of hostility. Jushiro was already on the move, and waving his hands to create some diagnostic kido around himself, while proving his quick thinking by ordering that, if anybody confirmed the presence of an anchor at one of the locations he directed them to, they were to use the emergency signal to call people there, so that nobody had to try and memorize a new signal in a few seconds. He then went ahead to point out that the signal was still fine to use for requesting reinforcements, which made Yamamoto shook his head to himself with a certain fondness. While he could appreciate the tactical value of knowing which places on the battlefield were facing greater pressure, especially in an urban environment like this without clean lines of sight, he knew that the primary reason his student had remarked on that was because he was worried about being able to help those who needed it. That care for others was at the same time Jushiro's greatest strength and his biggest weakness, and Yamamoto was starting to think he was never going to be able to eradicate it from his student's mind. Still, in the present circumstances, it was good enough, so Yamamoto let it go, focusing on everybody else, even as his shunpo brought him up toward his target. He saw that the 9th Division was clashing with the Aaron Carr, the enemy forces holding the Shinigami in place so that the approaching Quincy could lay into them with arrows. He could see several ways his personal power and leadership could turn the tide there. He could create a dome of flames to stop the arrows, take the lead of a detachment and use it to punch through the Aaron Carr wall and close to melee with the Quincy where they'd be a disadvantage, direct a coordinated retreat to lure the Aaron Carr forward to a location where they could be surrounded and defeated, or a number of other possible options. However, he wasn't about to do any of that. His attention was needed elsewhere, and he couldn't really spare much of his attention, although he took the time to send a barrage of fire projectiles above the troops to sweep away the first volley of Quincy arrows. That would have to do. As far as his contributions were concerned, he'd just need to hope that the seated officers leading the troops on the ground would be able to hold without breaking. In normal circumstances, that could have been a problem easily solved by the 9th Division's lieutenant taking charge and directing his Shinigami. It was the whole point of having 2 command positions above the normal troops, so that somebody would be available to give orders and direction even when the tactical situation required an individual fighter of unmatched power to be deployed against a specific target. But Shihei Hisagi had clearly no intention of taking command of the 9th, instead, he was already following after Tuan, who himself was chasing Komamura, headed in one of the directions Jushiro had pointed out. Of course, the young man was only doing that because Yamamoto had given him permission, and he would stay if Yamamoto revoked it, but he wasn't going to do that. He might not have expected the Quincy to take part in the attack, and thus have made a battle plan that didn't require direct leadership for the 9th to be present, but if young Hisagi had been worth of his rank, he would have realized on his own that his Shinigami needed his help and stayed of his own initiative. Not doing so was a failure, and if the cost for the young man was to come back to a decimated 9th Division and realize how many comrades he'd lost for his own arrogance, Yamamoto had no qualms with letting that befall him. Hard lessons often required suffering to be properly learned, and he'd always thought war was the best teacher of such lessons. Komamura, at least, was doing his job properly, as expected of somebody with his loyalty. Not only had he headed in the direction Jushiro had indicated, he'd also immediately directed most of his own division to search the area, while having a group set up barricades to intercept the Aaron Carr and Quincy, so that they couldn't stop him from carrying out his objective. Just as importantly, despite having confessed to Yamamoto how deeply he wanted revenge on Tuan, Komamura hadn't stopped to face him when the man had started chasing after him. Instead, Komamura was continuing to move along, and if Yamamoto was judging his movements correctly, he was heading for a large open area with no buildings, ideally suited to let him deploy his Bankai while limiting the effectiveness of Tuan's, as well as about as far away from his own searching troops as it was possible for him to be while still being within the area Jushiro had told him to search, ensuring that the battle would not interfere with the search, neatly neutralizing a potential threat while ensuring the success of the tactical goal. Of course, that was a risky move, since Tuan could have chosen not to chase Komamura and to attack the Shinigami looking for the anchor instead. But it seemed that, once again proving Yamamoto right in trusting him, the Wolfman had correctly intuited that Tuan would chase him. That was the kind of tactical acumen that made somebody worthy of the captain rank. As for the last of his captains he'd brought along on this mission, as usual, Shunsui was mostly trailing after Jushiro in a lazy manner. Even with that attitude, he was taking the time to disperse the Quincy that had been trying to get in the way of the 8th and 13th, so that they could follow the directives from Jushiro to search the other places where the anchors were supposedly hidden. The Quincy were already trying to reorganize, but with Shunsui continuing to disperse them, they wouldn't be able to mount a proper attack on the Shinigami until their leaders brought the fight to him first, and then defeated him, which Yamamoto was fully confident wasn't going to happen. That, at least, had seemed to bother Aizen, who'd turned toward his espada and said in a very low tone, motioning with his head to the direction Jushiro had headed towards. "Stark, could you please go there and ensure the efforts of our Shinigami friends there go to waste, and that nobody makes it to Soul Society who shouldn't?" The black-haired man sighed at that, but the kid with the huge scimitar grinned, shouting, "That sounds like it'll be a lot of fun," then grabbing the other one's hand and dragging it along as both used Sonido to head after Jushiro and Shunsui. That, Yamamoto thought, might make things a bit more difficult, but he was confident his 2 students would handle it. Besides, the less people were left here, the less people he'd need to remove to get to Aizen, and once Aizen was down, they would have won regardless of how the other fights went down. For anybody else, noticing all of this at once would have taken precious time away from charging into battle, but to Yamamoto, it wasn't difficult at all. One of the most important aspects of Zanjutsu, one he'd long since mastered, was for Zanpakuto and wielder to share in the senses of each other. Many Shinigami experienced it as flashes of warning or conversation, but to Yamamoto, the senses of the sword and those of his body were one and the same, almost an extension of each other. And, by the same token, his Shikai was but a part of his sword, and thus of his own body, and that meant anything his sword could do, the flames that his Shikai produced could also. He had no idea why no Shinigami other than him had ever been able to understand, when he made it the essential teaching at the very core of Zanjutsu in the very first lesson the Shinigami Academy taught, that a true Shinigami made himself both master and tool to the weapon he wielded. It had always come so simply to him, yet others spoke of losing themselves in the process of trying, as if one's own sense of self was something difficult to hold on to. Still, while he sometimes despaired at the lack of spine even the best of Shinigami showed, that was no real obstacle to him. He knew how to use his Zanpakuto properly. And that meant that, being surrounded by the flames his Shikai generated, all around him and covering the sky above the battlefield, was like being completely surrounded by eyes looking in every direction from above, which had let him take in everything within the blink of an eye. It gave him an awareness of the battlefield that he'd only rarely seen matched, and then generally only by people with some form of perception specialization, like Retsu, or sensory-focused mind-type Shikai, like the very man he was aiming for. Aizen, for his own, didn't even try to dodge, merely smiling arrogantly. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean anything. When he and Retsu had discussed what the limitation of Aizen's Bankai could be, that he hadn't felt confident using it to simply trick Yamamoto into letting him into the throne room with it, they'd decided that the most likely possibility had to do with Yamamoto's ability to truly become one with his sword, but that was just speculation. If Aizen could truly weave illusions that Yamamoto couldn't see through, then this battle was already lost, so all he could do was to act like everything he was perceiving was real, and see what the consequences of it would be. The likelihood of their guess being correct, however, grew as the last of the espada around Aizen dashed forward, clearly intending to intercept Yamamoto. He sent a spear of his fire forward, the unstoppable piercing power of a Zanpakuto thrust behind a weapon the size of a pillar, and with a clash of metal on metal, the attack was turned aside. That was enough to give him pause, as he watched at the blade that had done the deed. It was shaped like a sword, but it only had the edge of one, while the place where a blade should have been was empty. And, he saw, that edged strip of metal had bent, hardly, but was already restoring itself, which told him the parry had worked by hitting the spear on its side, where the piercing empowering wasn't present, while at the same time carrying enough strength behind the blow to redirect the path of a weapon that massive. It spoke of somebody who was not just extremely skilled in swordsmanship and titanically strong, but also greatly experienced in fighting Zanjutsu masters and fully aware of Yamamoto's own fighting style to an extent that he didn't thought anybody other than his 3 students and Retsu would have. As he studied his opponent, the olive-skinned blonde woman didn't move, and he realized that she wasn't just standing at the ready with hint of fear, she was actually holding her body completely still, not even breathing, nor showing any sign of how she was hovering in the air. The only thing that showed any sign of awareness at all were her eyes, very much focused on keeping track of his every movement, but outside of those, she might as well have passed for a hyper-realistic statue. Yamamoto had been informed that these Arrancar fabricated fake bodies for themselves, but the reports had made him expect that, with the pretension of humanity, these empowered hollow had also taken to displaying the tics and behavior of those they clearly so enviously and desperately wanted to copy. The fact that this opponent wasn't doing that only raised Yamamoto's estimation of her threat level. While the espada herself wasn't speaking, Aizen did it for her, gloating. "You know why I had to wait so long to finally put my plan into action? It's because I was looking far and wide for an hollow with the right powers to take you on. You have no idea how tiring it was, to have to go around recruiting useless minions rather than crushing them just to prove that I wasn't just another Shinigami trying to lure somebody in a trap. But it worked, and now here we are, with you facing off against a Vastolord, empowered through the Hujioku into being my 13th espada, Tyr Haribal, the Arrancar whose power is perfectly suited to neutralizing your own, old man." Yamamoto's eyes narrowed at the declaration, but he didn't feel any fear at it. While Retsu had defeated in higher number, that had mostly been up to luck and chance, he was still the only other Shinigami to have killed more than one Vastolord. Fearsome as they were, the creatures were not invincible. Not for him, at least. Thus, he didn't reply to Aizen's taunt, instead moving to send several streaks of fire toward the traitor, many curving so that they would move around, over and under the Aaron car, while 6 or 7 aimed straight at her. He didn't empower any yet, the attack meant as a probe for whatever power his enemy possessed, so that he could see why Aizen seemed so confident in it, and figure out a counter. The Espada didn't waste any movement, her arm moving in an arc while the rest of her body stood still, and from the hollow within, a wave of water erupted, so much of it generated at once that, despite it turning to steam at each of the points where it intersected with his fires, some of it still managed to head to him, and would have soaked his head and beard if he hadn't used Hakuta to cover himself with rage that evaporated it on contact. It had also neutralized all of his attacks, which was impressive by itself. While water elementals and Pakuto were rare, it required a very particular person to want to gain recognition from others by being calm and adaptable, the sort of mindset behind that Zanpakuto configuration. Yamamoto had, of course, had the chance to measure himself against some of them throughout the centuries. Even the strongest he'd met yet, that of his division's third seat, Tenjiro Kairinji, was not able to completely nullify Ryu and Jaka's flames. The heat was so high that a far larger quantity of water was turned to steam than fire was doused, which meant he would generally simply punch through a water shield by evaporating it all and still having flames in reserve to strike with. Of course, with his opponent being a Vastolord, Yamamoto conceded that he might be, for the first time, facing an enemy with a larger amount of Ryotsu to turn into water than he himself had to turn into fire. It was, however, far from an unwinnable situation. The Espada's power was great, but water alone was not going to be enough to defeat the fires of Ryu and Jaka. The Espada wasn't idle, moving forward with explosive speed in the very instant Yamamoto had taken to consider her power and how to counter it. This, he understood, was the Sonido he had heard so much about, and upon seeing it, the Captain Commander was not impressed. Sure, the movement itself was faster than Shunpo could ever let one move, but it lacked any finesse or control, a simple feat of overwhelming speed that tried to brutally overpower an enemy with sheer power. He could believe that lesser Shinigami might be defeated by such a simple trick, but he was the oldest and strongest of them all. He had faced enemies physically strongest or physically faster than himself before, and prevailed. In the end, superior speed only mattered when it allowed somebody to deliver a deadly strike, and any other use of it was mere grandstanding that had no place in a true battle. At the very least, his enemy seemed to understand that, as her charge forward had her sword aimed straight for his heart, and Yamamoto had little doubt that any lesser Shinigami would have gotten impaled and then cut in half by that same attack, defeated just like that the first time the Espada had decided to go on the attack. It proved that his opponent was truly a captain-level fighter. But Yamamoto was not a lesser Shinigami, and while he'd stopped for a moment his assault to consider his opponent's power, he'd not stopped defending himself while he did so. When he'd wrapped himself in Ryotsu to use Hakuta and keep himself from getting wet, he'd made sure that, underneath the external layer of rage, more layers were present, alternating determination, relaxation, and disdain to create a thick armor with a padded layer in between to stop damage, but one he could easily discard and put back on again as convenient. It was only natural, after all. The ability to put up Hakuta layers was the hallmark of mastery in the art, and the flexibility of having multiple effects on both attack and defense was the very reason he'd developed the art in the first place. It was true that most Shinigami never progressed past being able to hold up 2 layers at once, but that was just a matter of laziness, and Yamamoto was anything but lazy. Thus, the Hollow's sword, despite being perfectly aimed and striking at a speed that Yamamoto would not have been able to match, was slowed down enough that he could react to it, which he did, through Ho-Ho. He rarefied his torso to the point that, when it struck, the blade found nothing but air there. It was another of those things that most Shinigami seemed unable to comprehend, as if somehow the bonds that hold their soul together, their sense of self, were too weak to snap back together after a brief separation. It was ridiculous, but then, Yamamoto had long since accepted that other people just didn't seem to understand the simple reality that the strength of one's own soul was what shaped reality, not any of the many ancillary things surrounding it that were extraneous to it. He didn't, of course, limit himself to letting the espada's thrust miss him. After all, she could still decide to actually transition from a thrust into a swing, and split him in half. Instead, he also used Shunpo to lengthen his first, backwards step just enough that he was able to move away from the blade so it was out of his body, letting it reform while he took a second step to the side that Shunpo made so impossibly short. It looked more like he was leaning to one side rather than spinning most of himself on his heel, and then a third one just long enough to move him right behind the espada as he both thrust his Zanpakuto forward and let torrents of sharpened fire erupt out of it, some sharpened to cut her to pieces while other focused on enhancing the heat to burn her down to ashes. Even as he struck, Yamamoto could sense that it wasn't a clean hit, and the Ryotsu washing over him told him why. While his Zanpakuto had pierced the Arrancar's skin, she'd used Sonido to move herself out of the way before he could pour all of his fire inside of her to consume the espada from within. Even as he watched her turn back towards him in the distance, he went to pull back his sword to prepare another strike, only to find that it was trapped, as glance revealed to him that his sword was stuck in a small olive-colored circle the thickness of a leaf of paper, being held still into the air by twin strings of waters, so thin they were barely visible, which connected back to the espada. That told him that he'd slightly misunderstood how his opponent had evaded his strike. She hadn't simply moved out of the way, she had separated herself from the impaled part, as if breaking a portion of her body around it, before doing so, and done it so fast he hadn't immediately noticed. And, more worryingly, she seemed to have some level of control over her water, at least enough to create strings and use them to manipulate lightweight items. It marked her as more powerful than he'd initially imagined, and made Aizen's arrogant belief that this hollow could somehow trump him slightly more understandable. It did not, however, give it any base in actual fact. While they had been unable to destroy the espada from within, the flames he'd released were still in front of him, so he hardened them, giving the fire the same unyielding property as the steel of his own blade, while he gave the barest effort of sharpening to the Zanpakuto itself, cutting it free of the espada's little trick. Her effort to take advantage of the opening she'd created was in the form of a titanic wave of water she released from her sword, which meant that the firewall he'd created as a defense deftly stopped them. His satisfaction at having stopped the attack like that, however, was diminished as he realized that, instead of simply vanishing after it was expended, like most attacks made of Ryotsu would, the water was clinging to the wall, leaving it wet, much in the way water would be expected to do in normal circumstances. Yamamoto couldn't help but frown at that, given that it implied she was either creating actual substance rather than merely turning her Ryotsu to water or, more likely, she had put so much Ryotsu into the attack it had kept cohesion even after hitting. With a single thrust, he sent 2 blasts of fire, with the second, sharpened into a giant spear, hidden into the first, a large pillar enhanced to heat that would melt through steel. While the espada had proved that she could stop either of those, the spear by strategically parrying and the fire with overwhelming quantities of water, there was a substantial chance that using both at once might catch her off guard, and that she'd raise a wall of water to stop the fire and thus be caught by surprise when the spear punched through it and impaled her. Additionally, thanks to that attack acting as a distraction, Yamamoto could now let his attention on the hardened firewall wane, to free some of his focus. As much as he was capable of keeping his attention on multiple things at once, there was an upper limit, and sustaining an useless wall would have been a pointless tax on his ability to concentrate in a fight with a clearly dangerous opponent. Of course, there was also the reason Yamamoto hadn't dropped the shield immediately. As soon as he did, it wasn't a drenched wall any longer, it was a large amount of fire getting into contact with a larger amount of water. Naturally, the result of that was an explosion of steam enveloping him and cutting away his sight, although not before he could see the exact same thing happening to the espada, a proof she'd used a water shield to stop the burning fire and was thus likely about to be impaled by the fire spear. The heat of the steam itself was no problem, easily kept at bay by his Hakuda, but the sudden lack of sight was the perfect setup for a sneak attack. Or it would have been, if Yamamoto hadn't been on guard for it, with his spiritual sense extended to its maximum extent, pushing past the cloud of interference of the Ryotsu-formed steam, and thus perfectly able to tell him about the projectiles headed his way from underneath. Yamamoto swung Ryuinjaka, letting the flames roll downwards from it, hot enough to not be weakened by the steam, and then hardened into a proper blade to cut through the swords that had been shot at him, swiping them away in the next gesture. Then he used Ho-Ho to become just slightly heavier, plummeting down and through the steam to be able to see his attacker. Not that he needed to, the attack itself had a unique enough style that he had a very good guess as to the one responsible. After all, as any self-respecting Shinigami should, Yamamoto had spent time learning about potential enemies, and he knew as much about the Quincy arts as the Quincy themselves did, if not more so. To shoot swords out of his bow, rather than arrows, was a completely useless display of wasted skill. Unlike arrows, swords did not flew properly when shot from a bow, so it required serious skill in Heiligfeel just to make their flight stable, and that was on top of the talent in Kirchenlied required to create multiple swords instead of multiple arrows, as the larger projectile was naturally more taxing. And all this, only to give an attack a visual flourish, since, for a Quincy, the actual form of the projectile was of very little importance compared to any additional effects the arrows carried, and so there was absolutely no practical benefit to using swords in place of arrows. That limited the identity of the potential attacker substantially, and Yamamoto was thus not very surprised as he saw Haiwan looking up at him with a rictus of rage on his face. The man looked exactly like the picture in the files about him, and not very different, other than looking older, from the 12-year-old who had to be held back by a dozen of his fellow Quincy as he cursed at Yamamoto when the treaty about the Quincy capitulation had been signed about a century or so in the past. The eyes were the same, at any rate, and so was the fury in the Quincy's tone as he shouted, his throat glowing blue to indicate he was using blood to enhance how far his voice could reach. Yamamoto. Finally, I will get to kill you. Are you surprised to see that I'm still capable of fighting? From what Yamamoto gathered of mortals, Haiwan was actually quite well preserved. The reports on him mentioned that he had apparently found a way to slow down his aging process to 1/3 of the normal rate. Which meant the man was likely looking only 1/3 of his mortal age, but aging was a complicated enough subject among souls, and Yamamoto had little interest in wasting time on the uselessness of learning about the details of how it worked for mortals. Not that he would have showed the surprise Haiwan had expected him to even if he'd felt it, but he was genuinely unsurprised that the most vocal member of the anti-treaty movement among the Quincy was the man Aizen had contacted to gather himself a Quincy army. Yamamoto hadn't read the man's file in years, but he had some vague memory that he lived somewhere in the 9th Division's territory, which was likely why Aizen had staged his little trap in this place. With that in mind, truly, there was nothing surprising at all about the man being here. Thus, Yamamoto answered, in a bored tone. Your presence is no more surprising than your continued support of a last cause. I have better things to do now than fight you, Quincy, so die. He let fire erupt from Ryu and Jaka, sending several huge pillars to fall down on the Quincy even as he wrapped himself in the rest, forming an armor to protect himself and 6 sets of wings to enhance his mobility, so he wouldn't need to rely on pure Shunpo, as he returned his attention to the Espada. Said enemy was emerging through the wall of steam in front of her at a measured pace, sword carefully held in guard position in front of herself, and no sign of having been struck by Yamamoto's attack anywhere on her body. She was also still sporting the same cold gaze, clearly ready to strike at any moment. The captain commander couldn't help but be somewhat bothered at the sight. He knew Arrancar had regeneration, but he was confident that, if his attack had hit, which he was almost certain it had to have, he could have used the wound to put pressure on the Espada and win. Instead, Haiwan's little distraction had given the Espada the time to recover, and likely left her more wary to Yamamoto's strategy. Not that he would fail because of that, but he expected it would take a bit more effort to win now, which left him quite annoyed at the Quincy's interference. That annoyance suddenly spiked as he felt a surge of Ryotsu from underneath, and as he turned, he saw that Haiwan had raised several stone pillars from the ground, using them to stop the attack. He did not expect the kid to be able to use Kirchenlied so quickly. By all accounts of Quincy he had, creating anything larger than a personal item was a process that took a lot of time, whereas the man had summoned it almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, Haiwan was laughing, a triumphant grin on his face as he shouted. Well, you'll be surprised when I purge your soul out of existence, you old fossil. I never forgot the way you took down our strongest champions and imposed your laws upon us, and I vowed then I would show you that the best of the Quincy can match even your power. Now watch, and despair. In fact, Yamamoto had very little time to watch, as the moment he'd turned his head toward the Quincy, the Espada had immediately attacked, sending a blast of water straight at him before using her Sonido to dash in. However, Using his fire armor allowed him to react faster, as, thanks to his ability of sensing through them, he had a perfect balance and coordination, so he was able to spin on himself to let the water pass over his head. At the same time, while he could not react fast enough to the accelerated charge to dodge it, the very twisting motion bought him just enough time to make sure that, instead of going through his head, the Espada's sword hit two of his wings that were both folded in front of him and sharpened to a Zanpakuto's blade edge. As a result, rather than piercing him, his enemy's blade shredded itself as it was pushed through at Sonido speed, and the Espada was left standing at close range while having failed her attack. Yamamoto retaliated immediately, letting some of the flames that composed his wings erupt free to invest the enemy directly, but she was able to use Sonido to push herself away, gaining some distance. The beams of fire impacted the Espada anyway, managing to burn a vertical line through the clothes she was wearing, but apparently gaining distance had given her the time to gather water underneath them, which doused the fire and leaving her drenched. Yamamoto noticed that, as a result of the attack, his enemy's jacket had been left open, revealing she had a sharp chin and small mouth, blue lines in the shape of thunderbolts tattooed on her cheeks, and a bone corset that did a poor job of covering about half of her chest, leaving enough of it visible that, despite the water running down it, he could notice the number 13 tattooed on the skin. But the Captain Commander didn't pay any attention to the minimalist attire, as he had long grown resistant to womanly wiles, instead taking notice of the fact that, to have done what she did, it meant the Espada could produce water from any part of her body, not merely from her sword. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense, given that the Arrancar's body was a fabrication anyway, but it was nevertheless good to have collected that evidence. Having pushed the Espada back meant that Yamamoto also had time to look at what Haiwan was doing, and he couldn't help but feel even more annoyed when he did. It seemed that his opponent had used Kirchenleid to build himself an armor that, while made of what looked like steel, was obviously fashioned after Yamamoto's own, what with having large wings that were being manipulated by long, thin puppet strings attached to a movable platform above the Quincy in a bizarre mix of Heiran Kyaku and Risen Tenge. The mockery went even further in that, while the Quincy was naturally wielding a bow in his right hand, he was also carrying a long sword in the European style, made of a strange black metal in his other hand, the blade sharpened and with a flat edge at the top but a jagged one near the base. Despite the ridiculousness of his own outfit, Haiwan seemed quite proud of it, as he cackled. "See, Yamamoto? There's nothing you can do that I cannot." Recognize the superiority of Quincy. He didn't even bother to answer, instead swinging Ryu and Jaka in a large, horizontal swipe that sent a large arc of sharpened fire forward. Thanks to its ample front, the attack threatened the Espada at the same time as it cut through the strings holding Haiwan in the air. While the latter plummeted, the former once again proved herself dangerous by suddenly letting a new sword emerge from her extended hand. Even knowing that the Arrancar weapons were a part of their own body, it was still impressive to see one created so quickly that, had he not known, he would have thought the Espada had never lost her weapon at all, merely hidden it in her long sleeves somehow. Still, that wouldn't by itself be enough to stop the sharpened edge of the flames by itself, but the Espada didn't take the attack head-on, instead using perfect timing to use a descending swipe to strike the fire blade from above, deflecting it downwards with, once again, more strength than Yamamoto himself would have been able to use. Yamamoto couldn't capitalize on it, however, as Haiwan had, apparently, arrested his fall almost immediately by creating a Heiran Kyaku platform for himself to land upon, and was already raising his bow and aiming swords at Yamamoto's back. Realizing the Quincy was going to continue being annoying, as typical of his kin, the Captain Commander swung Ryu and Jaka, unleashing a wave of fire so big that, even with his Heiran Kyaku, Haiwan had to scramble to avoid it, and then said, glowering down at the pathetic mortal that dared to think himself the equal of a god of death. "You want to face my full might? Very well, then let's see how you fare against my Bankai." Embers left from the hellfire, rise for Ryu and Jaka. The red pulse that erupted from his Zanpakuto caused everybody to stop for a moment, the Espada he was facing and Aizen himself stunned as the power washed over them, and even the large battle on the ground between the 9th Division, the Arrancar, and the Quincy pausing for a moment, every combatant shocked at the majestic power of his unleashed Bankai. Then, the whole road turned black as charcoal before burning red cracks opened all over it, and the remains of every enemy Yamamoto had ever defeated started to crawl out of it. In truth, the power wasn't as limited as it first appeared. If he wanted, he could call forth anything at all that had ever been burned by Ryu and Jaka's flames, but summoning items of buildings was of little use, since they would just stand there, so he rarely bothered. Creatures, on the other hand, while utterly loyal and obedient to his will, had at least enough willpower to move their own body around, alongside knowledge of their abilities and memories on how best to use them. He still needed to give each soldier a target, and they were all substantially less effective than they'd been before he beat them. While they retained their power, he'd found over the years that the lack of initiative made their ability to bring that power to bear truly lacking. Still, he would much rather take their loyalty than have them be effective as enemies, which was the whole reason his Bankai had assumed such a form, because he and Ryu and Jaka both believed above all else that power was only worth having when it bent itself into the service of the proper order, and if it refused to do so, it had to be destroyed. And thus, their combined power manifested by restoring the proper order of things, and making sure that those who'd have used the power for chaos were instead put into service to maintain order. If the price for that was a lack of independent initiative, they both would pay it gladly. As it was, the most annoying aspect of the current situation was that he had to divide his soldiers, rather than having them indiscriminately attack everything on the battlefield as he usually preferred, since to do otherwise would destroy the 9th Division. Not that they weren't doing a good job of that on their own already, considering how the center had collapsed to the Arrancar assault, so that the Shinigami were now separated in two groups by a wedge that the Quincy were advancing into to bring more devastating attacks to bear from behind the cover of the Arrancar. Even so, the two groups were at least still keeping the rank and file of Aizen's army occupied, so it was only tactically sound to keep them from rooting. Thus, he had to carefully make sure that no soldier emerged within the ranks of the division, and then seed orders in the limited minds of the soldiers to focus their attacks exclusively on either the Arrancar or the Quincy, while emerging both between their ranks and behind them. Even having to waste some of his raised soldiers in that effort, it still left more than enough to rise from the ground underneath Haiwan and open fire on him, forcing him to defend from them. Yamamoto made sure those were almost entirely Quincy, for the psychological effect, although he did call forth a small smattering of Zero-capable hollows, so that his enemy couldn't simply block every attacks, instead being forced to dodge at least some of them. Of course, now that he was going all out, Yamamoto didn't stop there, instead focusing on the deepest of his reserves and calling forth one of the two Vastolord that he had defeated, with a specific order to go after the Espada, who had been the first to recover from the shock of his Bankai being released. Even Aizen had taken a small fraction of a second more, and was already moving in a circle around him, while shooting darts of water out of the tip of her sword. He wondered why she wasn't simply waving her hands instead. Perhaps, he surmised, the sword helped her with the aiming, or something of the sort. Still, he didn't particularly care, merely sending forth a large, sweeping arc of flames that intercepted all of the projectiles and turned them to steam, creating several clouds hovering in the sky. Maybe that had been the goal, to create a curtain behind which the Espada could hide to launch a surprise attack, but if that had been the intention, it didn't matter, as a creature with a dog-shaped mask with something halfway between weirdly rigid ears and ridiculously flat horns on its head and a humanoid body ripped itself free from the ground, and jumped high, while letting out a shout that caused a multitude of shockwaves to explode right next to the Espada, sending her tumbling backwards. At the unexpected hit, or rather, he realized with annoyance, resulting in her using several miniature Sonido to push herself out of a set of shockwaves in quick succession, which made it look like she was tumbling while she was actually evading a set of incredibly close attacks by the merest of distance in very quick succession. It was especially annoying because the shockwaves were self-propagating, and thus would assuredly disintegrate the entirety of the Espada's body if they just grazed her but once. Which, considering her skill at evasion, might take more time than Yamamoto had expected it to. Still, practiced evasion or confused tumbling, it didn't matter in the end, as he'd achieved his goal of having the Espada turn her full attention toward the enemy he'd summoned for her. With Haiwan similarly harried by his own former comrades, Yamamoto was free to dash forward and straight at Aizen, gathering flames on the tip of Ryu and Jaka so that, as soon as he was close enough, he could incinerate him before the traitor could react. However, before he could deliver that strike, Yamamoto had to arrest his attack, as the army of deceased Quincy and Hollow that were harrying Haiwan suddenly stopped, did an about-turn, and unleashed all of their attacks at him instead, at once, and with a coordination that he'd never seen them exhibit, in the entire time he'd had his Bankai. Even with his senses, it took him a moment to realize what was going on. The Risentenge strings directing the movement of his Bankai soldiers like puppets were so thin, they were almost impossible to detect, and should not, in fact, have been able to manipulate something the size of a human body, much less the more complex forms of an hollow. Still, pushing his sensory abilities to the limit, he was able to identify and follow them toward a Quincy who had been lurking on a rooftop, doing nothing, for a good deal of the battle already, and which thus Yamamoto had dismissed as either a coward or a sniper who was having trouble finding targets. That, and also there was very little to make the Quincy in any way notable, a thin and tall figure with very long black hairs and a white uniform in the general Quincy style. Haiwan had turned his attention toward the newcomer as well, and said, in an angry tone, "What are you doing, Guel? Make them attack the other Shinigami instead. I said everybody was to leave Yamamoto to me." The other Quincy shrugged in a careless manner and answered, apparently unbothered by the remark, "And I don't care. When Master Navarre brought the majority of our club's forces to attack Soul Society, he left me in charge of those here in Karakura, which means nobody gets to boss me around, least of all you." Haiwan looked quite annoyed at this, but Yamamoto didn't have time for such a ridiculous spat, so he said, letting his disgust at seeing two commanders argue during battle against a superior enemy clear. "You'd do well to listen to him, boy. Your trick might have worked once, but I won't be fooled by it again. I'm a girl, actually, name's Giselle Guel, if you care." The captain commander was genuinely confused as to why the Quincy would lie about that. Yamamoto's senses, especially when amplified through Ryu and Jaka, were already incredibly perceptive, and now that he was increasing them to their maximum extent to keep track of the strings, Yamamoto was able to, for example, catch smells that would go unnoticed by somebody who was standing right next to their sources. Learning to identify the source of a smell had been one of the first things he'd learned to do in his youth, being essential to his survival in the times before Soul Society, and he was good enough at it to be able to recognize body parts from it, and he was pretty sure the smell he was catching from the Quincy indicated the presence of body parts a woman wouldn't have, while lacking a number of smells a woman would have. The only reason he could imagine why the Quincy could try to fool anybody about this was in the belief that his opponents might go easier on him due to some foolish chivalrous notion. Yamamoto didn't understand the concept, having never hesitated to remove an enemy regardless of their sex, and he was annoyed anybody would think he'd have such a pathetic weakness. Thus he said, in his most disgusted tone, "My smell tells me otherwise. Your lie is pathetic, and will earn you no mercy." The round blue eyes of the Quincy narrowed at that, and he hissed, clearly furious, "For that, I'm going to kill you personally, I swear it." The Quincy barely twitched his fingers to force all of his stolen soldiers to aim their weapons at Yamamoto, but Captain Commander simply sent a blade of sharpened fire forward with his quickest swing, cutting all of the threads at once. The soldiers stumbled, then started to turn toward Haiwan again, but before they could, Guel snapped his fingers and the threads reformed instantaneously, and the Quincy said, "It'll take more than that to beat me," while the soldiers unleashed a new barrage of attacks straight at Yamamoto. He dodged out of the way, and seeing that Haiwan was preparing himself for the same, decided that he had had enough of Quincy interference, and released as much of his Ryotsu as he could, charged with absolute arrogance, an emotion that most people had a real trouble mustering even a smidgen of, something else Yamamoto was very confused by, since plenty of people seemed to him to judge themselves as much better than they actually were. Perhaps, he mused to himself, only one like him who could truly understand the difference between honest estimation of one's own abilities and believing oneself better than one truly was could actually control the emotion and use it with Hakuda at will. Regardless, charged with the proper emotion as it now was, his Ryotsu acted like a powerful acid against anything it touched. Sadly, Kishi like the bodies of the Quincy would not really be affected by it, but Reishi structures, like the strings of Risentenge and whatever else was Guel had snuck into his soldiers' bodies to rebuild the strings so rapidly, were absolutely melted by it. Naturally, the attack also hurt his soldiers quite a bit, but being that they didn't feel pain, that wasn't a problem, and the few that were completely destroyed by it, he recalled. Haiwan fell to the ground as the Hiran-kyaku platform he was standing on, as well as any he tried to create, were destroyed, forming a large crater from his point of impact, while Guel merely blinked in disbelief, apparently not having expected his pathetic trick to be so easily defeated. Of course, he couldn't keep projecting that much Ryotsu at once, at least not when he was also supporting his Bankai, but he was more than capable to keep it going for the few seconds he needed to start gathering enough fire to drown the Quincy boy in it. However, just before he could launch it, he felt a sudden spike of Ryotsu, and his perception made it realize that, in the moment in which his Ryotsu had interrupted his Vastolord attack on her, the 13th Espada had used Sonido to close in to stab her enemy with her sword. Which shouldn't have been enough to defeat such an hollow, seeing as it had missed the mask and only stabbed the abdomen, and yet Yamamoto could feel the presence of the Vastolord slowly falling away. When he turned his eyes to check, he saw that a dark green glow was coming from the body of his soldiers, and realized that what he was seeing was the Gran Rey Zero the reports had mentioned. He'd not considered the move that impressive from the description. It was just another attack to avoid, like a standard Zero, nothing really worthy of that much worry. Seeing it used as an enhancement to melee strikes was another thing entirely, and it made the Espada more dangerous than he'd so far assumed, if only by a little bit. Thus, he swung Ryu and Jaka toward the Espada, letting the titanic wall of flames wash over her, empowered to burn hotter than ever before, having had the time to actually put a serious amount of power and a truly huge quantity of fire behind the attack. He was confident that, this time, not even the amount of water a Vastolord could produce would be enough to stop the attack. Besides, it wasn't like he was limited to just the one attack, as he swung again and again, sending multiple smaller waves of fire after the first, mixing in some sharpened ones as well, to ensure that, with the first large attack to pin her in place and then the relentless barrage afterwards to batter down her defenses, the Espada wouldn't manage to escape this time. Of course, focusing on the Espada left Guel free to act, but instead of trying to suborn the soldiers again, the Quincy started firing arrows toward the troops of the 9th Division. Said arrows each broke into a dozen just as they were at the apex of their arc, raining down on Shinigami. At first, it seemed like simply a much weaker version of the same attack that the Kid Quincy who was friend with Rukia had used against Yamamoto, with each arrow only splitting once, thus causing 20 arrows to become a couple hundreds, but nothing more than that. However, the true power of the ability was revealed when strings formed from each Shinigami who had been hit to attach themselves to Guel's hand, while the Quincy crowed "Ah! Let's see if you can do that thing again, now that it would cripple your Shinigami to be caught in it," in a pathetic attempt to scare Yamamoto into inaction. As if he hadn't learned long ago to make the necessary sacrifices to ensure the survival of Soul Society. Since he could not take any time or effort away from sending his barrage of fire attacks at the Espada, Yamamoto instead opted for the simple solution, simply willing his undead soldiers to revert to indiscriminately attacking everybody on the battlefield, casuing Guel to let out a small O of surprise as his attempt to create a distraction was neutralized. The whole exchange hadn't taken much time at all, but just enough that the giant wall of fire smashed into the Espada, and instead of burning her down, suddenly, all of it turned into water. Yamamoto stared, surprised despite himself, as he saw that the Espada was standing there, the tip of her sword touching the now see-through wall of water, holding it in place for a moment, before sending it forward, the sheer titanic mass engulfing and snuffing out all of the follow-up attacks Yamamoto had sent her way, before almost smashing into Yamamoto himself. Surprised as he was still the captain commander of the Godi I-13, and was able to jump upwards, avoiding the attack. What he couldn't avoid, however, was Aizen's voice as the traitor mocked him. "I told you Haribel's power was the perfect counters to yours. Did you expect that was merely because she had water powers? Her real ability allows her to turn anything she touches to water, so long as it doesn't have a soul strong enough to resist it. And that's not all, you know? Haribel, go ahead and release your full power." For the first time since the battle had started, the Espada, who had used Sonido to climb up at the same height Yamamoto was at, to provide a barrier between him and Aizen, spoke, her voice deep and resonant with power, and yet soft in a manner Yamamoto wouldn't have expected of an hollow, clearly another affectation of the pretensions of humanity these Arrancar had. "It's unnecessary, I can win this fight as I am now. I agreed to help you, as thanks for freeing me and mine from the eternal hunger and in exchange for protecting my people from the Shinigami, but that doesn't make me an entertainer, to perform at your command. Wasting power here is useless." Aizen didn't seem offended or surprised at having his subordinate talk back to him, merely chuckling and answering, in a friendly tone. "Humor me, please. I promise I will make it worth your while." I've never yet lied to you, have I? The Espada sighed, although she still managed to do it without taking her watchful gaze away from Yamamoto, and then her Ryotsu surged, growing and growing, so strong and powerful that he could see some of the nearby buildings slightly crumbling from its touch, a level of power so high that even Yamamoto found himself a bit short of breath in the face of it. It was as if a dam had been broken, to reveal that what had seemed like a river being held back had instead been a nearly bottomless ocean. Her look changed, as well, where she'd been wearing pants before. Now her legs were encased in bone-white armor topped with an armored white skirt decorated with shark fins, and the bone corset around her torso had grown into a sleek armor with long pauldrons and gauntlets that sported small fins over the shoulder pads and knuckle guards, while her mask consisted of jutting jawbones with triangular teeth clearly visible, shaped like a shark. Meanwhile, the golden hair she'd had in the humanoid form had grown to cover all of her forehead and every part of her body that wasn't covered by the white bone armor, except for the hollow hole in her abdomen and her eyes which, instead of the glowing lights typical of hollows, were the same green, humanoid, and yet extremely cold eyes she'd sported in her fake Arrancar body. Her sword had also changed, growing almost as large as her whole body and resembling an elongated shark tooth with gill markings along both sides of the blade, and featuring an unusual hilt with a handguard which completely covered her hand, making the sword look like an extension of her body, which it probably was. Aizen nodded, and from the way she very slightly grit her teeth, the Espada noticed despite he being squarely behind her, and then the trader went on to say, looking at Yamamoto. In this form, the true extent of the boon the Hujioka granted my Espada is demonstrated, and her power gains a new effect that you should probably need to see to believe. Haribal, if you'd please, could you use that building over there to demonstrate? Yamamoto wasn't about to let Aizen continue to have his little show, so he didn't wait for the Espada to act, instead charging forward. She might be able to turn his fire to water with her power, but he had not achieved all he did in his life by relying on one single trick. And, in asking the Espada to transform, Aizen had forced her to reveal her weakness, given how truthful the reports had proven so far, and considering the Arrancar herself had not wanted to change, he was confident that she'd hidden her real core somewhere safe, but in this form, all Yamamoto needed to do was to leave nothing out of his enemy's mask, and that, he could achieve just with his Zanpakuto. Naturally, the Espada hadn't lost any of her carefulness, and wasn't about to let him do that uninterrupted. She swung her sword, a large wave of water erupting from it, but Yamamoto didn't hesitate to raise an hardened wall of fire. It might create a lot of steam, but it'd still stop the attack. After all, there were still plenty of other ways he could use his flames in combat without needing to deal with the touch of the Espada, and as long as he could avoid that, the water was merely an annoyance. Or at least, so he thought, until the wave completely ignored his wall, instead heading to the side and investing the building Aizen had indicated, and turning it to water in its entirety. Then the wave, now grown to the size of a 6-story tall building, turned to invest the defense Yamamoto had left behind himself, and when it hit it, it didn't douse the fire, but rather turned it to water as well, adding it to the wave which, having unexpectedly overcome his defense, Yamamoto wasn't able to dodge. The water hit with the same strength as a collapsing building. Yamamoto had experienced that particular type of attack enough times that he could tell, and carried him away, slamming him into a building with brutal strength for a brief moment, before that building, too, turned to water and Yamamoto found himself surrounded by it from all sides, as the water, clearly possessed of a will of its own, tried to get into his nostrils and drown him. And that wasn't all that the water was attempting to do. He could feel a sense of creeping calm coming over him, trying to persuade him to give in, and he had little doubt that, should he let himself be overcome, it would turn him to water, as well. Had he not been underwater, he would have scoffed. He'd faced Retsu's calming aura more than once, and even a gentle caress from that was more powerful than this. He let his rage surge forward, then called upon Ryu and Jaka's own fury at facing an opponent that so completely countered its flames, and then let his Ryotsu ripple out, the Hakuta empowering soon making it hot enough that the water he was surrounded by was turned to steam around him. True, it only did that after it failed to turn his Ryotsu to water, but his Ryotsu was as much a part of himself as his Zanpakuto, and he was not allowing any part of him to be so easily absorbed by this power. In fact, he thought even as he made his way out of the water through walls of steam as the relentless waves crushing against him continued to evaporate one after the other, he would probably be able to make some of his flames impervious to the transformation, if he focused on it enough. He would not be able to do it on even a fraction of the amount of fire he normally used. His enemy's power was simply too strong for that, but as long as he could apply it to a small portion of the total at the right moment, it could be what he needed to defeat the Espada. As he finally made it back on solid ground and out of the cloud of steam enough to be able to see, Yamamoto took stock of the situation while he took a few breaths. The battle between the 9th Division and Aizen's troops had drifted some distance away, in part because of the chaos that was being caused by the soldiers of his rampaging Bankai and in part due to the titanic attacks he and the Espada had been throwing around, and Guel seemed to be trying to gain control of that situation. Haiwan was laying still in the crater his fall had caused, his breath slowed to a crawl despite his body looking completely unarmed to each and every senses Yamamoto could check it with from a distance, which suggested to him the Quincy was pretending to be dead in order to carry out some scheme. Yamamoto dismissed the matter, since there wasn't anything Haiwan could do that would be more than a little annoyance, and instead focused upwards, where Aizen was still hiding behind his Espada, except he was no longer alone. A new figure was standing next to Aizen, a tall figure wearing a long coat that made it difficult to determine if they were a man or woman at first glance, especially because his face was covered by a elongated, cylindrical white porcelain mask sporting 8 holes in 2 vertical columns of 4. Yamamoto wondered how it was that he hadn't noticed the Aaron car arrive, but then realized that this was the reason Aizen had asked the 13 Espada to release her full power, hidden by that monstrous surge of power. The presence of an Aaron car, with their nearly non-existent Ryuryoku signature, had gone unnoticed. Whatever the reason the new Aaron car was here, the Shark Espada didn't give him the time to consider it much, as she immediately charged forward, using Sonito, the moment she saw him. But Yamamoto had been ready, and already been on the move, placing Ryu and Jaka so that the Espada would impale herself on it. He might get impaled as well out of the exchange, but already wrapped in Hakuta as he was, the wound would be minor, while with his sword inside of her, he could use Ryu and Jaka to disintegrate her from the inside, and this time, he would use Hakuta to ensure they were stuck together until he was done. He wouldn't let her escape. This having been his plan, Yamamoto was surprised when there was no implement. Indeed, for a moment he almost thought that the Espada had missed him by mistake, having landed a handful of millimeters at his left, her sword stabbed deep into the coal-black ground, but then he realized she hadn't missed, as he saw blood coming from his sandaled foot and realized that his enemy had put all of her speed and monstrous strength into a single strike, just to cut his smallest toe. Yamamoto ignored the pain, which was barely noticeable anyway, and immediately struck, his Zanpakuto aimed directly at the Espada's face. She went to dodge, of course, but he called forth some of his Bankai soldiers, causing the ground to crack open and burned, skeletal hands to emerge from it to grab the Aaron car's heels and feet, to pin her in place as he struck. But it wasn't enough. The combination of her immense strength and her Sonito speed allowed her to rip the soldiers out of the ground despite their best efforts and make it away, and while he'd aimed for slashing through her mask and releasing his flames inside of it to disintegrate it, all that he managed was to leave a thin red scratch along the border of the mask, his flames released too late in a jet of flames that hit nothing but air. He glanced upwards, trying to decide his new avenue of attack, only to be surprised when he saw the Espada throw something small, about the size of a finger in fact, to Aizen, who easily caught it out of the air, causing his fingers to turn red from the blood still leaking from it. The traitor looked at the severed toe in his hand for a moment, before saying, "Good enough for me," then turning to the masked Aaron car at his side and asking, "Do you think it will suffice?" and be answered with a respectful, "It will, Lord Aizen," as the masked Aaron car bowed his head slightly. Yamamoto would have considered that enough of a distraction to launch a spur-of-a-moment attack, if the 13th Espada hadn't been keeping her usual watchful gaze on him, a clear indication that, however distracted her master and his minion were, she wasn't. So, Yamamoto decided to indulge himself and instead ask, letting the disgust enter his voice. "A toe, Sosuke? Really? What would you need one of my toes for?" The traitor smiled, smugly, and asked, "You know how my power works, don't you? My sword touch you, and I can feel all you feel for a few days, you didn't forget." Rhetorically, before going on, without waiting for an answer, well, it just so happens that, as long as the separation was recent enough, a body part is more than sufficient. You have no idea how tedious it was to figure out the exact time limit on that one. So, now I can know everything you'll be feeling, which means I don't need to watch you die to know when it happens. And, of course, my friend Eren Nero, here," and he tapped the shoulder of the Arrancar next to him in an affectionate manner, "has the power to copy people. He doesn't actually need to do more than having studied them for a while, but that only gives a look-alike, while eating them whole actually grants him their full body, knowledge, and powers. So, you see, a small piece might not give him enough to copy you perfectly, but I don't really need a perfect copy, now do I? Just one good enough to pass for you the one time where it'll matter." Yamamoto could see, now, Aizen's plan. It was no surprise that, after Tsukishima had stolen the knowledge straight from Yamamoto's mind during the fight with Jushiro and Shunsui, Aizen knew that the last security measure to the throne room, the only one he hadn't been able to beat in his first attempt, was to get the willing and uncoaxed permission of either Yamamoto or, if he had died, of his designated successor. It seemed that Aizen hoped that his Arrancar would be able to fool the door, which seemed to Yamamoto even more optimistic than Aizen's other hope, that Yamamoto would somehow be killed. He didn't answer Aizen's words, instead trying to figure out some way to quickly take out the Eren Nero Arrancar despite the 13th Espada's protection. He could feel that, thinking him distracted, Haiwan was slowly sneaking up behind him, planning to stab him with that black claymore of his, as if there was any possible chance that would be more than a mild irritation. Still, Yamamoto thought, he might as well get it over with, so that he could focus on Aizen and his Arrancar completely before the traitor could escape. So Yamamoto took a step back, as if preparing himself to jump upwards, while at the same time placing himself within strike range of Haiwan, so that the Quincy would take the bait and Yamamoto could finally kill him and be rid of his annoying presence. As expected, the idiot jumped up, striking at him, and Yamamoto turned on his heel, quick as a viper, affection Hakuda on his fist so that, when he slapped the sword away with a backhanded slap, the blade would stick to it. He even let it draw blood so that it was lodged in more securely, even as his other hand brought Ryu and Jaka up into a stabbing motion aimed straight at the Quincy's heart. The sword didn't hit. In fact, Yamamoto watched in confusion as, where Ryu and Jaka should have been, clenched solidly in his fist, was nothing more than a vague afterimage of the Zanpakuto, which soon disappeared entirely. That was when he felt the pain, a pain unlike any that he'd ever felt, bigger and more powerful than anything he'd felt in thousands of years of existence, as if a piece of his soul was being ripped out of him. Only when Haiwan took a step back did he realize that what was being ripped out was moving from him to the Quincy, through the cut in his hand, while the black blade in his enemy's hands was glowing, very rapidly being filled by an achingly familiar riot soot, while the very air around the steel seemed to grow hazy as waves of heat came out of it. And Aizen spoke, his words gloating and mocking. "You did never ask me what I offered to the Quincy to get them on my side, did you? Well, other than a chance to take a swing at you, I mean. I bet the Ishida kid brought up that I'd been killing Quincy for my experiments, and yet you didn't even think to check what sort of research it was, that I tricked Mayuri into breaking your precious laws to perform. But then, why would any research that required the sacrifice of Quincy be of any import, right? Or the Kurosaka boy. I imagine the fact he was a vizard made it easy to forget he got involved into this in the first place by borrowing Rukia's Zanpakuto for a bit, or overlook the fact that I'd sent Rukia here to test the Auswal on a Quincy, and that the girl might have been unaware of what the item was truly meant for. You really are awfully predictable, old man." Slowly, Yamamoto got back to his feet, looking up at where Aizen was shaking his head in mock sadness. Upon noticing he had Yamamoto's attention, the traitor grinned, then extended his hand with the golden sphere and, with a lazy movement, threw into one of the nearby streets. Yamamoto couldn't help but feel a pang of anger at the knowledge that, had his Zanpakuto still been at his side, he could have destroyed the orb before it had managed to vanish from sight with a single blast of flames, but he controlled himself, mustering his most serious expression. He was not at all shocked to see pillars of golden light appear around Aizen and his two Arrancar, while the former captain concluded, clearly amused. "Well, I know you're not Kenpei, but hopefully you can appreciate a good challenge, yes? It isn't every day you get to face an opponent with a power equal to your own. Have fun." And the man waved, but at that point, Yamamoto pushed it out of his mind, as he focused instead on Haiwan. The Quincy was grinning, and he raised the black claymore in front of him, looking Yamamoto straight in the eye as he said, exultant. "It's about time you feel what the suffering you've inflicted on me is like, old man." Genocide is fun when you're not on the receiving end, I imagine, so I'm going to enjoy this, as well as the knowledge that Aizen will be slaughtering your precious soul society just as I slaughter you. Now, what were the words? Right, embers left from the hellfire, rise for Ryu and Jaka. And, for the first time, Yamamoto felt the immense power of his Bankai released, not with the satisfaction of bringing their well-deserved punishment to the wicked, but with the dread of being about to face a nearly limited number of opponents who were impossible to kill. It was not, he had to admit, a pleasant sensation. Still, that didn't mean Haiwan was right to believe that, simply by virtue of having lost his power, Yamamoto had been rendered powerless. He was still the inventor of Hakuta, a Ho-Ho Grandmaster, and the Shinigami who'd been active for the longest amount of time. He was more than capable of winning a fight without using his Zanpakuto. If his enemies expected he would go down easily, they were fools. And with that thought in mind, Genryusai Yamamoto, Captain Commander of the Godi 13, prepared himself for another fight that he was not going to lose. He was still himself, and no mortal was ever going to be able to defeat a god of death. Check the description for the links to the author.